inimical powers. And these two are supreme. They have an infinitude of subordinate agents, they alone are supreme. The principle of good was symbolized by light, that of bad by darkness. That explained all the phenomena of human conditions. Light, goodness, happiness, growth, beauty, all things useful and agreeable to man, belong to the creation of Ahura Mazda, the spirit of good. Darkness, pain, death, fraud, lies, crime, toil and misfortune come from Angros Manu, the spirit of evil. Let us illustrate. The prophet Ezekiel, 33:10, of the early Babylonian exile, upholds the prophetic conception that morality and practical happiness are linked together, as cause and effect. Son of Adam, tell to the house of Israel, never do one wish the death of the wicked, let him repent of his evil ways, and he shall live. The goodness of the righteous will not save him as soon as he sins, nor will wickedness harm as soon as it is abandoned. Now the Magi philosophers were neither so naive, nor so sagacious as the prophets. They believed to find out that the wicked may be happy and the good be unfortunate, hence, 124 Zend Avesta and Eastern religions. Did they postulate the presence from begin of two principles, and Ahriman accounts for the presence of evil in the human world. This division into good and evil spirits is discernible in the Hindu Vedas too. But there it was not developed. Their nature consists of bodies and forces. The Avesta ushered in the new postulate of mind. It made the important step of spiritualizing, of breathing in life, personality, divinity into nature, of dropping polytheism, star, hero, force and fetish worship and ascending to two supreme principles, one the power for good and one for evil. The human mind advances but by small steps. These two principles in embryo are in the Vedas. In the Avesta, they but gained prominence, they became the pivot of the system. On the other hand, polytheism was far from being entirely abolished. The Avesta retained 6 Amishaspentas, in all some 30 or more divine peers, a large number of venerable Yazatas, and a host of other subordinate good spirits. Then came Ahriman's hierarchy. Each and all were invoked, prayed, and sacrificed to as deities. Each object in nature had its prototype in heaven, it was its genius and patron. Each body in the universe was spiritualized and personified. Even abstract qualities, as each force and each phenomenon in the world was personified, it was a thing and a genius, a bodily object and a spiritual person. If useful to man on earth, it was ranged under the creation of Ahura; if hurtful, disagreeable, ugly, it belonged to Ahriman's dominions. This dominion of evil was in every respect a counterpart of Mazda's creation. So had the Amishaspentas, the other peers and entire hierarchy of Mazda their corresponding compeers and magnates in Ahriman's realm of darkness. The Avesta has also a strong inclination towards pure Mosaic, prophetic monotheism. Ahura Mazda there is often described with all the attributes of Ive, as the only one, omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, eternal, all-just, benign, holy creator and sustainer of all. The many other gods are really, merely his attributes or his agents, angels, messengers. Nevertheless is Ahura limited and antagonized by his compeer, Angros Manu, who as seen, has his full creation, with his court of grandees and hosts of subordinates. All well weighed and counted, there is yet in the inner scheme of the Avesta, a clear balance of preponderance for monotheism, viz., it teaches, in the end of days, after the 9,000 or 12,000 years, of the simultaneous reign of I the original compact was for 12,000 years. But Zoroaster arrived 3,000 years later. Considerations on the Avesta. 125 The two principles will be closed, a prophet will appear and engage in battle with Ahriman. He will root, vanquish, and send to hell him and all his hosts. Then Ahura Mazda will be finally and forever supreme, then the kingdom of heaven will be inaugurated and vice and tears abolished among men. Thus is monotheism held up as the goal of all history. It is monotheism with ethical and social improvement in combination with the Messiah ideal. So it is in Judaism and in Christianity. It is the philosophy that monotheism is yet antagonized by idolatry, that the Messiah at the end of days, 1, at the close of this wicked epoch, will come and make God triumphant and man pure and happy. The Avesta has little of external cult, pompous temple worship and sacrifices, no trace of idols, except fire. It emphasizes everywhere spirituality, purity, and good works, a worthy parallel to prophetism. Yet side by side with that, it teaches the dominion of evil, the devil and his hosts. Gradually it introduced Mithra worship, the sun god with the quick horses and chariot, with low eyes and wide fields, the 6 Amishas spent as adored with their chief, Ahura, and often depicted as real sensual personalities. Many more gods are worshipped in idolatrous shape, so are Artvasura and Tistraya, genii of water and fructification. They are represented as endowed with corporeality, just as the Greeks painted or sculptured their full idolatries. So is Ahura sometimes spoken of as having wives and children, as Zeus's. His firstborn son is fire, the greatest Yazida. The emblem of deity was fire. Reading such divine descriptions, we are puzzled whether they are but metaphors or meant in real earnest, and this is halfway idolatry. All those gods, genii, frabishas or departed spirits are worshipped, prayers were addressed to them as protectors and their help was invoked. Nay, we find sometimes Mazda himself recurring to their help, and offering them sacrifice, as we shall see later. Thus we find in those fragments of the Avesta real remnants of worship from all stages and grades, from fetishism to monotheism, from nature to spiritualism, from the cult of fire, Hauma, stars, gods, genii, ideals of man and things to Ahura Mazda, described with all the sublimity of Isaiah's Ibe Lord of the universe, Nikisnin, all-powerful, all-present, and all-knowing. The Avesta appears therefore to be a complication not only of books from different periods but of systems and doctrines, that have been successively reigning during long periods of ages. Their origin J. Isaiah 2. And Micha 4. DDNNNNA 3, 126 Zend Avesta and Eastern religions may go back to thousands of years before Socrates, Lycurgus, Moses, and Abraham. Indeed, as believed by the classics, they may date from prehistoric times and hoary antiquity, hence the diversity of idioms, theories, and standpoints. From many grey parts of the Avesta, we may be justified in fairly assuming that its starting chapters describe a time when Iran had but a rare thin population scattered in the mountains, leading the primitive life of shepherds and tillers of the ground, in small groups of families and clans, occupying huts in villages, happy in their honest poverty. The dog was the faithful companion and friend of man, the ox, cow, sheep, and horse his housemates, living on roots and fruits, without flesh, water and milk being the only drink, and Hauma the only intoxicant, with a naive world conception and an Arcadian simplicity, with love and veneration for deity, horror of crime and evil genii. Their worship was the fire cult on free heights and bare rocks. Gradually the population increasing, advancing, and spreading westwards, they formed into principalities and conquered their neighbors. New period began. They refined, altered, developed, speculated, eliminated, and fused their own, with their adopted foreign ideas, and gradually brought about that variegated mosaic, the doctrines of the Avesta now extant. It embraces the entire religious scale, from the naive fairy tales about family gods and tutelary genii, the fetishes of Nectar Hauma and Ambrosia Drana, the fire, brilliant son of the Supreme, Mithra with quick horses, the Fravishis, bright souls of departed heroes and ancestors, to the sublimest conceptions of Ahura Mazda, the only one, supreme being, omniscient intelligence, sole creator and providence, who in course of time, in the far future, will eliminate evil and bring about the kingdom of wisdom and justice on earth, the goal of all human history. Thus in the Avesta as in other sacred books of old, we find the law of development going on. Really we meet yet their pantheistic nature worship spiritualized. The worshipper invokes all to appear and receive their share of homage, all the parts of existence, bodies and spirits, all the gods and the genii, every real and ideal thing is personified and divinized. It proceeds to polytheism, it advances to the triads of Ahura, Ahriman, and Mithra, it arrives at dualism, the two powers of good and of evil. It nearly approaches the precincts and halo of monotheism, the ineffable, eternal one, the all-holy Ahura, the essence of being. As seen, Ahura, Ahu means existence, being, the same is expressed by Ive. And Brahman, too, designates that in Hindu considerations on the Avesta. 127 Terminology. That goes to say, that the priests of Semites, Aryans, and Hindus really worshipped the same deity, they did so consciously and deliberately. While the masses, catching at words, hated and fought each other, believing to stand in opposite camps. It is not easy to say which of these phases Zoroaster represented. The general opinion is that he conceived the doctrine of mind above body, that behind nature there is God, not simply force. But this is understood differently, again. Some believe that he taught two spirits, those of light and of darkness, hence is he the actual author of dualism, that the universe, as it is governed by two supreme principles, emanating two antagonistic creations. While others opine that the only Avesta fragments derived from him are the Gathas, why, and that these have no trace of dualism, of an independent god of evil, nor of the entire hierarchy of gods and genii, nor of two creations of light and of darkness. Hence they think that Zoroaster really taught monotheism with purity and useful activity. Should that prove correct, then is Zoroaster the Eastern Iranian type and parallel of the Western biblical Abraham. If such be the case, then would Zoroaster be but one of the many composers of the Persian Bible, he would be its reformator. The construction would then be, that he had been preceded by polytheism, that he had a glimpse of monotheism and was followed by dualism, that was the result of subsequent wars, conquest, and crude amalgamation, that Zoroastrian religious fusion compromised upon actual dualism and the vague doctrine of the future Savior, who, at the end of days, was to bring about full monotheism by the annihilation of evil and the inauguration of the kingdom of God. It is not altogether impossible that Zoroaster was but the reformator of the Iranian religion, and that he taught not dualism but qualified monotheism, that after him, his doctrine degenerated again into dualism, Mithra worship, and even idolatry. That seems to contend against the theory of evolution, but not against proven historic facts, as shown elsewhere. Long peace, well-being, a few great men, etc., will bring about progress. Wars, famine, wretchedness will cause retrogression. Even so may Zoroaster's epoch have been one of enlightenment and advance, and after him came collapse and deterioration, since he himself died at the hands of Turanian enemies. The biblical traditions of Genesis narrate a similar fact, that once Tikir was established the worship of Ive, and then again idolatry broke in with war and corruption. Genesis 4 and 6. 1 Hymns and Meditations of the Yasna Prayer Book. 128 Zend Avesta and Eastern Religions. But more, there is no doubt that Abraham initiated an ethical and religious reform, proclaiming the highest God, owning heaven and earth. Nevertheless deterioration came on with the Egyptian, Canaanite, and Assyrian, etc. epochs, and Moses and Ezra had to do over the work of Abraham. Even so may Zoroaster have taught Ahura, without dualism, Ahura as the supreme being, sole lord of entire creation, as seen above. Zoroaster in the Gahas may be but the version of Eastern Asia, of that same monotheistic movement which the soberer Semitic Bible of the West attributes to Abraham and Moses, with the sacrifice of Moriah and the burning bush of Horeb. It may be the same historical era, and the difference be only in name, place, and display of sacred poetry. Avesta Rites, Ideas, and Messiah Ideal Reviewed. In this and my foregoing treatises we have seen that a great many ideas and ceremonies are common to our Bible and the Parsi Avesta. My book, often quoted in these pages, enumerates a large number of such parallels. In further illustration, I shall mention here but a few. Of course the custom of covering, or rather muffling up, head, face and shoulders at divine service, was most rigidly adhered to among the Parsis. The impurity of the human body was there even a more saliently established doctrine than in the Bible. The ostensible claim there was, that the evil spirits haunt the flesh. The probable cause was the desire to enforce, through superstitious fear and threats, strict cleanliness upon primitive and not over-refined peoples. The uncleanness of the dead body ol man was, in both Avesta and Bible, equally accentuated. As ancient nations carried filial piety to the excess of idolatry, as they practiced hero and ancestor worship, and no doubt long retained in their homes decayed corpses, the legislator was compelled, as a salutary reaction against that excessive piety, to declare dead bodies impure and defiling, belonging to Ahriman and the evil spirits. Hence comes the idea in Avesta, and practically among all ancient peoples, that the dead are haunted by the demons. On the same grounds were, later, Penates, Lares, Teraphim, and all idols declared impure, haunted by the evil one, and defiling the living, because they were remnants of hero and ancestor worship. Wherever I see a religious enactment that at first sight, and to the modern mind, appears nonsense and superstition, I am inclined to one thoughts on religious rites. 2. The Nasus takes hold upon the dead NAC 3 NNN Avesta rites, ideas, and Messiah ideal. 129. The more charitable view that there must have been a solid, tangibly, reasonable and useful cause for enacting such a law, as, for instance, burial, dietary and sexual discriminations. And of that nature is the claim that the dead bodies are defiling the living ones, and must be quickly removed. Such, too, is my view about the causes why all ancient peoples and religions discriminated between clean and unclean animals, as allowable or not allowable for human food, among quadrupeds, birds, and fishes. No great lawgiver ever acted from superstition, selfishness, or vulgar overreaching the ignorant. Any real legislator, outliving his century and his district, must have been a superior man, and his motive must have been good and noble ambition. Now the noblest and highest ambition is to be useful to one's people and race. Such discrimination between clean and unclean is therefore not ignorance, nor priestcraft, but the real desire to teach people correct hygienics and good habits, to secure to them sound bodies and by that, sound souls, which condition was termed holy, and when corroborated by science, it is holy. The doctrine of the impurity of the dead human body was in Parsiism carried to the last extreme, this, no doubt, by the blind zeal of the followers of Zoroaster. That overzeal carried the original sound notion to a facetious excess, a trait which we often find repeated in the Talmud in its treatment of the enactments of the Bible. In Mazdayasm it was equally forbidden to bury the dead from fear of defiling the earth, or to cremate them or bury them in the sea, for these were even more holy elements, or to let them decay, for the air, too, was holy to we Ahura Mazda. How then dispose of the dead? Have seen it? In an isolated place, far away from town, a high tower was erected called Dakhna. By fictions and rites, it was presumed to be so constructed as to be isolated from all the surrounding elements, the earth inclusive. In such a manner it was thought the holy creation of Ahura was screened against pollution. On the top of that tower, on crossing iron bars, the corpses were deposited and left to be devoured by birds of prey. At the advent of the Messiah, such bodies would be reclaimed by the triumphant Ahura Mazda. The Parsis prayed a great deal, several times daily. They pronounced benedictions by the scores, at every act of life, at each meal, at enjoyments, and at bereavements, just as in the synagogue. They insisted upon, Levitical or, priestly purity, declaring the common people habitually impure, as we find, too, in the Talmud, I.1 there the Pnoi, the commoner, is habitually impure. 130 Zend Avesta and Eastern religions. They were austere of manners, of puritanic simplicity and habits, in dress and in meals, and of the highest morality. They celebrated the new moons and the seventh day, Sabbath. They abstained from wines presumably idolatrous, they discriminated between clean and unclean in sexual intercourse, animals, and food. They abhorred all kinds of idols and material representations of the deity. The deity was a pure spirituality, depicted with all the lofty expressions of goodness, greatness, and holiness, as the Bible attributes to Ive himself. Indeed, Ahura Mazda was the Parsi version of Ive, with the sole difference, by no means a small one, that Ive was and remained one and unique, while Ahura Mazda had a formidable rival, Angros Manu, the biblical Satan, the well-known antichrist of church dogmatics. The Parsis further had a priestly caste and a supreme Ponchiv, as the biblical Kohanim and the high priest. Such has the Christian hierarchy. They had also especially holy men, as the later Hebrew Hasidim, the Catholic hermits and saints. They taught the immortality of the human soul and the resurrection of the body, paradise and hell, and the advent of the Messiah, when the god of evil, Angros Manu, will be vanquished with all his hosts, by the Messiah, and the only God Ahura Mazda, will remain supreme here and hereafter. Just so is in the Church the victory of Christ over Satan at his second advent. Even that is the popular version concerning the advent of the Jewish Messiah, while the philosophical meaning is only the reign of political and social justice among mankind at large. As the rabbinical pietist wears a skull cap, a four-cornered vestment with fringes and mystic knots close to his body, a girdle around his waist and over all his garments, an ample sacred scarf, talith, enveloping him entirely, especially during prayer, from his 13th year onwards, even so the true Mazdayasnian. From early boyhood he wore the skull cap, the kosti, or sacred girdle, over his garments, with the four mystic knots, perfectly answering to the Arba Kanfath, of the Hebrew Hasid. The Parsi had besides another piece of sacred cloth perfectly corresponding to the rabbinical sacred scarf. That vestment was called sudra, often mentioned in the Talmud by the same name. It was a large veil, covering mouth, face, and shoulders, with most of the body. He constantly wore the sacred girdle around his waist. It was accounted frivolous to put it aside, and of ill omen to lose it. Just so it is with the girdle and the fringes of the Hebrew A1 pontiff, but no priestly caste, no hereditary priests, nieces yin, Avesta rites, ideas, etc. reviewed. I3 Hasid. That kosti had the four mystic knots of Mazdayism. The one was to remind him of the one only God, Ahura. The second knot should remember the truths of the Parsi religion, the third bring to mind that Zarathustra is the only true prophet, the fourth cause the believer to resolve upon keeping God's commandments. Similarly reads, Numbers 15:38, They shall make fringes to the corners of their garments and contemplating them, you shall remember the commandments of Ive and be holy. Here is a striking instance of the parallelism of religious rites. But this analogy is not only in rites and forms, it is in doctrines and conceptions too. The Pentateuch teaches God as the supreme being, the pure spirituality, eternal and omnipresent. In later biblical books we find an additional, subordinated power looming up, viz., Satan, the evil personified. In the New Testament and the rabbinical literature, this dark power assumes ever grander proportions, to such an extent, as if the original divine omnipotence had suffered a split. In ancient Greek mythology, we read of celestial wars and usurpations, Ouranos, Kronos, and Zeus' dissensions, then of the latter one civil struggle with the Titans in the ethereal realms. Kabbalistic and Agadic mystics turned these mythic revolutions into philosophic evolutions. They speak of God, the Ancient of Days, the unknowable, the infinite and Soph unfolding into 10 Sephiroth, or divine emanations, the Messiah born before creation with hosts of angels, to conquer Satan, God's formidable rival, with his myriads of demons defying creation. In Christian later dogmatics, those ideas take even vaster proportions and become the very base of a new creed. That course of thought with demonology and angelology found their place in Mohammedanism too, and even so do we find these same mystical ideas and conceptions in Parsiism, running along in certain parallel lines with Brahmanism. Thus after the streams of the Brahma, Zoroaster, Abraham, and Bible religions have been spreading the vast world over in different channels, we are enabled to retrace their steps to their original source and starting point, not only in their rites and forms, but even in their ideas and doctrines. As the biblical religions had their phases of monotheism struggling against idolatry, even so did Parseism, according to the Mazdayasna. It originally started with pure, lofty, uncompromising monotheism. God's name is Ahura Mazda, meaning, being supreme, and intelligence. Later, possibly with the Persian conquest of Parthia and Media, etc., when brute force and war, the devil, the principal 132 Zend Avesta and Eastern religions, of 6vu became more potent, it seems as if a deterioration took place, viz., Ahura Mazda, the pure, the just, the Holy One is not alone reigning. No, the good is not absolute in this world. Side by side with that, there is also the evil, hate, selfishness, rivalries, the brute forces with which we have to reckon. Ahura Mazda has a counterpart, a formidable rival, it is the principle of evil, Angros Manu. Both are the offspring of the primordial power, the Homeric fate, necessity, Zravana Akarana, eternity of space and of time. As long as the universe was not differentiated and continued under the shape of boundless space and eternity, good and evil were one. But with creation and with man, the two were rent asunder, as light and darkness, life and death, right and wrong, truth and falsehood. Ahura Mazda represents the principles of good, Angros Manu, that of evil. The world is divided between them. Thus some claim Zoroaster as a pure monotheist, and dualism as a later deterioration, he being a pioneer and forerunner of Mazdayasna as Abraham. This is inferred from the Gathas, by one set of Zend interpreters. Other scholars understand the Gathas and Zoroaster as teaching at once the two opposing principles, dualism and nothing but dualism, monotheism and Zravana Akarana being later phases. But they say that the Avesta holds out the victory of the good principle as the coming millennium. At the end of I-2000 years, agreed to by the two powers, the descendant of Zoroaster will appear and fight Ahriman, who will yield, and Ahura will be victorious, he and Zravana Akarana will be one again at last. Both these ways of constructing Zoroaster and the Gathas may well be reconciled. Monotheism is final, dualism is intermediate, the last evolution is the principle of good. The dualist acknowledges that evil is self-destroying, the monotheist confesses that evil is hard to reconcile with an omnipotent, all-wise ruler. The reconciliation is made by the fact that evil is but temporary and apparent, considered from a human standpoint and in the divine plan, viz., to bring out final good. It is apparently this way of bridging over the difficulty, to which rabbinical moralists allude by the doctrine of trial, evil overtakes man in order to chasten him and make him better and stronger, that means, evil is the means of good. Such is the Zoroastrian millennium. That is the Parsi messianic ideal. It is identical with the advent of the kingdom of heaven of the when Christian. It is one with the biblical hope, all nations will stream to the mount of the Lord, when justice will reign. In, God tried Abraham, Genesis 22:8 with 10 trials, Avesta rites, ideas, etc. reviewed. I3:3 Prem and war be forever undone, for wisdom will cover the earth, as the waters fill the ocean's abyss. Surveying the vast field of mysticism, from hoary antiquity to our own times, mysticism in ancient, in medieval, and in present times, from the domain of popular notions, to that of living religions, and of abstract philosophy, mysticism in Talmud, New Platonism, Christology, Mohammedanism down to Kabbalah, Jewish Hasidism and American spiritualism, the source of all that mysticism may be clearly retraced to Brahmo-Parsiism. See Thoughts on Religious Rites, p. 99. The host of ceremonies, rites, litanies, benedictions, charms, perfunctory lip services, penances, confessions, fasts, monastic self-abnegations, etc., all hail from that quarter. Nearly everyone and each of our modern mystic observances in church, mosque, and synagogue may find their parallels in the fire temples of the ancient Eastern creeds. Part 2. The Vendidad. Chapter 7. Survey of the Vendidad. In the foregoing pages we have seen that Avesta, in Old Persian, Abasta, means the law, lex. Nomos, minute is a collection of fragmentary works representing the remnants of the sacred books of the most ancient and venerable creed, doctrines, and mythology of the religion of ancient Persia, for many centuries a world empire, mistress of half of Asia and part of Africa and Europe. That religion is known as Parsiism, Mazdaism, or fire worship. Popularly it is attributed to Zoroaster, Zarathustra, or Zarathustra, the East Asiatic lawgiver of grey antiquity. The foremost book of that Avesta collection is called, the Vendidad, the subject of these pages. Concerning that, the present Parsi priests assert, that there were anciently 21 nuskhs, 21 complete books containing their sacred law collection, which books mostly have been lost, or destroyed during and after the conquest of ancient Persia by Iskander the Rumi, or Alexander of Macedonia. They affirm that the Vendidad is the only book that has remained entire from that conflagration of Persepolis, and that it has come down intact to our own period, after a lapse of time of more than 2,000 years, the ruin of the people, the devastation and loss of the country, and the long migrations of the ancient Persians, down to the present homes of their few descendants, the now Parsis or Guwabars in Hindustan. But when we closely examine the Vendidad, we find it hard to accept that book as one integral whole. As the Avesta, so is the Vendidad rather a compilation of diverse fragments of different treatises, compositions, and hands, put together with a rough view to general order and continuity. The Vendidad, as now before us, consists of 22 chapters or fargards, and treats of the following subject matter and themes. The first and second chapters appear to be remnants of an ancient cosmogony or creation of the then known world, land, heaven, and water, of the first man, a version of the biblical Adam, the human race and their fortunes. There are some attempts at a description of innocence in paradise, of a relapse and universal one. See Vendidad by James Darmstetter, pp 32 and 83, Rabbi Yates, by Ainquitil. Memoires de l'Académie des Inscrits. At Bell's Lettre 38, 216, Spiegelzeitschrift die Deutsch-Morgenländischen Gesellschaft 9, 174. So, 2, Hogg and others. Survey of the Vendidad. 135 Destruction, and a salvation according to the pattern of Noah's deluge, his ark, and restoration of the animal kind. Chapter 3. Shows the dualism in the creation, the good and the evil world, the action of Ahura Mazda, the Holy Spirit, the genius of good, the Lord omniscient God, and the counteraction of Engros Manu, the evil spirit, the genius of bad, literally the wicked spirit, the devil, thus dividing the universe into a pure and an impure realm, two dominions in the same universe, two absolute masters, each in array against his peer. Chapter V may correspond to the Exodus 21 to 23 of the Pentateuch. It gives an outline of the Iranian code of hoary times, the civil and criminal codes, civil transactions, damages for breach of contract, mutual responsibility and solidarity of relatives, penalty for outrages, perjury, assaults, wounds, murder, etc. It is a code of justice, human and divine, on earth, in heaven and in hell. Chapters V12 teach the Iranian theology. The leading feature of Zoroastrianism is dualism. There are two powers, two masters, two creations, and two worlds in this one universe, and it is the paramount duty of every rational believer to further the dominions of the holy principle, Ormuzd, arid to destroy that of the wicked one, Ahriman. The major part of the Vendidad treats of the criteria of these two halves of the universe, and of the means how to further the holy half, and to annihilate, or curtail at least the fiendish one, the laws of cleanliness and holiness in body and in soul, of defilement and of purification, in thought, word, and deed, by lay means and by religious means. Ahura Mazda is the god of life, light, and happiness, and Ahriman is the god of death, darkness, and misfortune. Sickness and death are accounted, therefore, the triumph of the latter. Death is fraught with danger for the entire living creation, and for that of healthy, pure matter. Hence all possible precautions are taken for isolating the sick, the defiled, and especially the dead persons, that they should not become a source of contamination, contagion, and fresh deaths. So, too, the elements are holy, and must be kept pure from dead matter. These means of purification are again human and divine, hygienic and ceremonious, rules of health and mystic spells, right living, with lust rations, prayers and sacrifices. The conditions of men, and especially of women in their menses and their sickness, claim a large share of legislative and priestly care, hygienic and ceremonious, placed side by side. There we find many and striking parallels with the laws of Mosianism and of Rabbinism on the defilement by dead matter, especially sexual and dietetic laws. 136 Parsiism and Eastern religions. The chapter 9 is particularly devoted to the leading Parsi ceremony of Barishnam, viz., cleansing from contracted defilement by man or woman. There we shall feel struck by its parallelism with the Mosaic lust rations and the red heifer rite, which appear to have been widely pervading the ancient priestly ceremonies in Judea as in the Hindu Iranian countries. The chapter X treats of mystic spells, prayers and recitations of mostly salient, sacred Avesta passages, especially from the Gathas, hymns from the Parsi ritual and service, Yasna, Mi'e. They were used as probate cures and means to chase away the legion of evil spirits, the death impurities, the devil or drug, and to help restore the health and purity of the haunted patient. Parallels to such usages, some recognize in the rabbinical phylacteries, the fringes with their knots, the inscriptions on the doorposts and the city gates, and such other talismans as enlarged upon in the Talmud, but often are rejected there as idolatrous, ninan. The Parsi ritual calls them tabid, evidently the Totufoth of BM 6. 8, a venerable custom first, soon degenerated into a spell. Chapter 12 continues the above subjects on the treatment of the uncleanness of the relatives and of those in contact with the dead, of the forms of mourning, of the condition of the house, where the person died. The idea was, as mentioned, that death, the triumph of evil, is unlucky to all the surroundings, living beings, or lifeless, pure matter. All have fallen a prey to Ahriman and are a source of danger to their environments. People were afraid to enter such a house or even into its neighborhood. The house and its inmates were in mourning, isolated from other beings, and in need of a thorough purification before they were released from that ban. J. Dharmastiter C.J. remarks, that even nowadays, in Mohammedan Persia, that superstition has not disappeared, the house where a person has died is looked upon with tremulation. The son deserts the house of his dead father, the unlucky step, bad Kadim, is in it. Every man's house should die with him. The heir lets it go to ruin and builds another one further off. Certain rabbinical mourning laws, and especially many mourning usages everywhere, may depart from such grey oriental premises. To my personal recollection, such superstitions, such dim, unconscious misgivings, such secret terrors and fears to be harmed by the dead, one much used formulae, exorcising evil spirits and sickness, mystic spells. 3 Darastiter Vendidad 145. Survey of the Vendidad. 137 are still pervading the Jewish ghetto, and no doubt other sects, too, among the uneducated. To watch alone with and near a corpse, to be alone in a room where a recent death has occurred, to touch a corpse or his clothing, to be alone in the cemetery especially on a dark night, was something unconsciously horrifying. It made the young ones shiver and shake. It comes from an unavowed fear of the departed ghost, dread of the evil one haunting him who might overtake and harm the living. Among the Parsis, to be alone with the dead was actually a crime. Of course everything in the mourning house was unclean in Parsiism, so, too, in Rabbinism, and must be cleansed if at all possible. the Vendidad is very explicit on that. All fires were to be removed from the house. This may have given rise to the rabbinical custom, that the mourners partook of a meal tendered by the neighbors, since fire and cooking was discarded in the house of mourning. While a candle was lit in the Jewish house just in opposition to the Parsi usage of removing all fire. Chapters 13 and 14 treat of the dog, so important in primitive times in a village and shepherd community, upon which interesting subject we shall enlarge later. The same theme is continued in a part of chapter 15. This chapter 15 treats chiefly of the most heinous misdeeds, according to the Zoroastrian code, that which constitutes a peshhotanu, an unpardonable criminal. Chapters 16, 17, and part of 18, are a continuation of the laws on purification, completing chapters v to 7, concerning the things coming from the dead body, and how to be removed, also in impure men, spirits, lusts, etc. Chapter 19 treats of the temptations of Zoroaster by Ahriman, finding its parallel in Christology, of Zoroaster's victory and subsequent revelations by Ahura. The revelations are delivered by Ahura in the shape of replies to Zoroaster, who asks and receives an answer. Chapter XX deals with the chief rite of Mazdayasm, the Hauma, the mystic plant and genius of salvation, corresponding on one hand to the biblical tree of life and on the other, to the mythologic nectar and ambrosia. The Haum confers eternal youth, heals diseases. Loa healing herbs are growing around that plant of life. Thrida and kindred mythological genii in Avesta and Rigveda are its priests, ordained to administer to health and combat sickness. Sickness is there assumed as coming from the poison of the serpent, which serpent is killed by the god Thrida, the priest of Hauma, hence is he the first healer. There may be here a parallel with the Greek Asclepios and his snake wound around his staff, as also with the 138 Parsiism and Eastern religions. Serpent of the biblical paradise persuading man to rebellion, in connection with the tree of knowledge and of life. That serpent and its poison is but another metaphor for Ahriman and his guile. Chapter XXI treats of the holy elements, water and light, of the holy bull and of other personified natural bodies, enlarged upon later on in these pages. Chapter XXII completes the themes of the preceding chapter XX. En gros menu, another name for the snake mentioned, creates 99,999 diseases, i.e., the ills of man. Ahura Mazda applies as a healing balm, his own holy word, viz., Ariyaman. This is an old Indo-Iranian god, found also, as most of the Zoroastrian divine abstractions, in the Hindu Rigveda. His name, like Mithra, is the friend, a god of light, beneficent and helpful to man, representing another attribute of Ahura, viz. The sky. Yarana, Auranos, Datr is another etymology of the Parsi Ahura, besides its kinship with Ahu, being, ib*, sire and heir, as seen above. Thus the A2 chapters, called Fargards of the Vendidad, exhibit a general outline of the Avestian doctrines. They postulate two supreme powers in the universe in bitter antagonism to each other for the term of 2,000 years, after which time the Sashiosh or Messiah will appear, fight and overcome the power of evil, and give absolute dominion to the power of good. These two divine and independent genii or supreme gods, bring forth each their creations, embodying their own self, the one, a world of light and goodness, we the other a world of darkness and vice, as alluded to. Have therefore in the first Fargard, an outline of cosmogony, as all religioneous legislations of antiquity begin with. The two supreme gods are denominated respectively, Ahura Mazda and En gros menu. Each has brought forth his own world and creation, each his own court of grandees and peers, each has his own residence, the one in heaven, the other in hell, each has his subjects, vassals, and administering spirits assisting him in the performance of his task. Yuma corresponds there to our biblical Adam, B begins in purity and in happiness, in a paradise, with the reign of peace and goodwill, but things get worse, hence we find also something corresponding to our own deluge, destruction of life, Noah's Ark, and restoration of the race. But this position of Yuma is contradicted, see Vendidad Dharms Tedder 75, in other parts of the Avesta. His confrere, Yama, of the Vedas, is the first man. Yuma is rather assumed as the first founder of civilization, as a social era, Gaomarayan is the first man. Closely seen, it is the same with Adam, apparently rep survey of the Vendidad. 139 resenting the first man, he is really the Mosaic era of the first civilization. After that regeneration of the humankind and its differentiation, we slowly arrive at a sort of an Aryan Abraham, just as Yuma is the Avestian Adam. Yuma or Yemshed deteriorated and A fell from his rank as religious teacher. Deva occupied his throne, and the exalted office of renovating lawgiver devolved upon his successor, Zoroaster, Zarathustra, meaning perhaps, lustrous star, the beacon light and spiritual father of Iranian mankind, as the Semitic initiator is called Abraham, Abram, the sublime father, the teacher and blessing of many nations. Zoroaster is the bearer of divine revelations, the medium of Mazda's oracles to instruct mankind in the divine Avesta, the Iranian, Thora. He receives the revelations and delivers them to King Vistaspa of Bactria and the Iranian tribes. He is the Abraham and Moses of the Magian religion. His late descendant, at the end of the present millennium, is the expected Sashiosh, Savior, who will vanquish Ahriman and restore the world to the undivided sway of Mazda. The Sashiosh is the pattern of the Redeemer, the Jewish Messiah and the later Gospel Christ. The Vendidad further contains a fair outline and ideal of purity, virtue, holiness, and of their reverse in body and soul, with its full apparatus and grand display of the ways and methods of attaining at the one, and avoiding or annulling the other. Those means are real and ceremonial, essential and formal, inwardly and outwardly. The law aims at purity and goodness in thought, in word, and in deed. Purity of body is urgently necessary to holiness of soul. As the Pentateuch, so the Avesta urges on, holy shall ye be, for holy is your God, as shown below. There is too, an outline of practical legislation, of rendering justice between man to man and beast. Most primitive it is, honest and humble, clearly pointing to its hoary antiquity, its early social state and polity, a country of hamlets, villages, small farms, cattle breeders, and owners of flocks, a humble mode of existence. The flock and the farm are the only property. The ox, cow, horse, sheep, etc., are almost the members and the inmates of the family. No arts, no commerce, and no wealth are discernible. Especially prominent is the dog. He is the companion of the villager, agriculturer or shepherd, his faithful friend, his watchman, the guardian of his home, his cradle and his flock, his unfailing assistant and co-worker. He is the most prominent domestic figure in that humble society. He accompanies man and woman in life and in death, in administering to the flocks and tilling the ground. Is their fellow mourner in death, their 140 Parsiism and Eastern religions. Companion in heaven or in hell, he meets them at the bridge Kinvad, leading to either. The dog's sympathetic last look soothes the dying Parsi and chases away, infallibly, the drug, who stands there, eager to catch up the departing soul and hand it over to eternal torments. For such a primitive, political organization are the statutes of the Vendidad framed. It is idle to assign such a primitive code to the times of the Sassanidi or even the Achaemenidi, 5 centuries before, or 3 after the Christian era. When we examine the Pentateuchal laws, they unmistakably point to grey, archaic times, the times not of Jeremiah, Zedekiah, nor Solomon, but much earlier, viz., just as they claim to be 15 centuries BC. To such conditions and environments, point the Mosaic chapters 21 to 23, etc. of Exodus in the Pentateuch. But to a much earlier period reach the Vendidad laws on contracts, dealings by word of mouth or handshake, transactions of the value of an ox, a cow, a sheep, a man, a woman, etc. its criminal procedure on outrages, assaults, manslaughter, ceremonial trespasses, theological offenses, capital crimes, marriage between near blood relations, etc. all that points to an incipient and raw society. Its mode of worship, benedictions, prayers, hymns, spells, exorcisms, sacrifices, etc., all that has its raison d'etre, all that presupposes a primitive, social organization, more naive, archaic and aboriginal than Mosianism is. The Vendidad is not contemporaneous with the Pentateuch, but even much more antique. Indeed, it stands at the dawn of civilization in Middle Asia. It is as old as Abraham, if not much earlier, to all appearance. The greatest space and most elaborate treatment is given to the question of purity and purification. Actually, that occupies most of its pages. The sickness of men, the menses of women, the treatment of the dead, their burial, away from the elements that are too holy and must not be defiled by the sacrilegious contact of dead matter. That occupies the greatest attention of the Vendidad writers. That is not the Aryan Pentateuch, but its Leviticus, its priestly code par excellence. The ideas of hereafter, of reward and punishment, of heaven, paradise, and hell, of angels and devils have their full share in our chapters in discussion. Shall later see that they were the sources from which Jewish, Christian and Mohammedan legend, angelology and demonology largely drew their information. Even the Houris of the Alquran hail from the Avestian heaven, though exaggerated and attired in Arabian colors. Finally, the same chapter devotes some space to the treat survey of the Vendidad. I for one meant of priests and physicians, giving some wholesome hints concerning those learned professions, their pay, their character, etc. A careful perusal of these 22 fargards of the Vendidad unmistakably suggests that the book is but a compilation and epitome of a much larger work on that legislation. It was not compiled quietly, leisurely and deliberately, by official priests having complete documents at hand before their eyes, intent on the compilation. The careful examination of the book shows that it contains an abrupt synopsis, a haphazard collection of a larger work or works, lost in the stress and storm of social upheavals and disruptions. Parts only of the original material have been rescued from incendiarism or total loss and oblivion. Such scraps and remnants from partly destroyed parchments and papers, or from half-effaced memory, carrying over to posterity but the most practical parts and most urgently necessary elements of religion, have been saved from loss, and committed to writing in those 22 fargards of the Vendidad. The Vendidad analyzed. I follow the text translations of Professor Darmstedter, edited by Professor F. Max Mueller, Oxford, I-886. Fargard I verse I Ahura Mazda, the Supreme God, spake to Spitama, I, Zarathustra, the beneficent prophet, saying, verse 2. I have made every land dear to its dwellers, even though it had no charms whatever in it. Had I not made every land dear to its dwellers, even though it had no charms whatever in it, then the whole living world would have invaded the Iranian-speaking. 3. The first of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created, was the Iranian-speaking, by the good river Daitya. Thereupon came Angros Manu, who is all death, and he counter-created by his witchcraft, the serpent in the river, and the winter, a work of the Devas. This serpent appears to be identical with the same individual of Adam's paradise, a personification of the evil spirit. The grim, freezing winter is his fit creation of mischief. As the biblical serpent corrupted Adam, etc., so the Avestian one killed Yuma, Adam's Iranian colleague. Yuma was king of Iranian-speaking, as Adam was lord of the Garden of Eden. The one and the other lost their respective paradise and were ousted into the rough world of tribulations. Verse 4. There are 10 winter months, 2 summer months, and those are cold, for one Spitama may be a proper name or mean, the Holy One. 2 man's first happy dwelling place, corresponding to Adam's Garden of Eden, the fairly land of the Iranian race. 142 Paxism and Eastern religions. The waters, cold for the earth, cold for the trees. Winter falls there with the worst of its plagues. This is to show the wickedness of the evil spirit trying to counteract and annihilate the good work of the supreme God by interposing evil. Verse 5. The second of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created was the plains in Sugdha, Sogdiana. Thereupon came Angros Manu, who is all death, and he counter-created, by his witchcraft, the fly Scythia, possibly the cattle fly, which brings death to the cattle. Verse 6. The third of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created was the strong, holy Moru, Merv. Thereupon came Angros Manu, who is all death, and he counter-created, by his witchcraft, sinful lusts. The chapter goes on enumerating the good lands Ahura created, 16 in number, partly still recognizable in Middle Asian countries, lying between Arabia, the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea and India. Partly they are obliterate or but mythic fairy lands. To each good creation, Angros Manu opposed his own wicked one of some plague, vice, or mischief-bearing region, in order to counterbalance the benevolent intentions of Ahura. Among these wicked creations of the evil one are, the corn-spoiling ants, unbelief, the mosquitoes, evil spirits, pride, unnatural fleshly lusts, burying the dead, the Magian allowed not that, witchcraft, the evil eye, wicked spells, total infidelity, burning the dead, cremation, 2, being forbidden by Parseism, abnormal menstruation, foreign oppression and tyranny, excessive heat, and other works of the devil. Among the creations of Ahura is also the four-cornered Varuna, Auranos, heaven, and many auspicious deities, as 3 Tahana, a beneficent, subordinate god, who killed the serpent, Aziz Dahaka, the murderer of Yuma, the Avestian Adam. The 16 regions and dominions enumerated in this chapter are simply the world, earthly and heavenly, known to the writer of that Fargard. This chapter contains simply a cosmogony, a creation, generally corresponding to the first chapter of Genesis. Vaguely it narrates the creation of heaven and earth, the 16 lands, angels, and devils, inclusive of paradise or Aryanabayago, the serpent, Aziz Dahaka, the first man, Yuma, etc. The writer, an earthly inhabitant, mostly pays attention to the lands of the earth, and but as accessories mentions the heavenly regions. The 16 lands are simply the Iranian countries, alone known to him, he being the teacher of Aryan races. The Aryan world is to him the universe. The last redactor of that Fargard, remembering that there are, besides, other lands and races, adds, par equate to the Vindadat analyzed. 143 Conscience, in the closing verse 21, there are still other lands and countries, beautiful and rich, desirable, bright, and thriving, of course belonging to Ahura's creation, he being the Lord of all good. This first Fargard outlines the theological and cosmological standpoint of the writer. That standpoint is dualism, 2 independent supreme powers are in this universe, they are involved in eternal antagonism. The world is the embodiment of these opposing gods. There are 2 worlds within this one universe. This universe is not the work of various single forces, of multiple deities, counting by hundreds or tens of thousands, as many as there are single objects or forces of nature, as previously assumed by the polytheisms of the former Indo-Iranian, Babylonian or Greek mythologies. No, that first standpoint of the infantile thinker is vanquished. The Magian priest made this important progressive step. From childlike polytheism, he advanced to riper dualism. There is in this universe not accidental action and counteraction, not struggle of each object and force against all other objects and powers. No, all things and their driving springs are united and arrayed in 2 camps, 2 and no more, dualism, not polytheism. Each of these 2 halves is a solid unit. The universe has 2 sides, one consists of light, life, virtue, holiness, happiness, the other is its counterpart, darkness, death, vice, defilement, misfortune. Each half is presided over by its own genius, God, supreme creator, and ruler. Ahura Mazda, the Lord Omniscient, superintends the creation of light, life, and reason. Angros Manu, the angry, wicked spirit, is master of the creation of darkness, death, evil passions, etc. To all appearance, the Magian priests thought that monotheism could not account for the presence of evil in the world. An all-powerful, benign and wise being could not allow evil to exist. Hence must there be a second divine being creating it, independent of the former, hence dualism. Another passage in Yasna, an important book of the Avesta, in one of its most venerable parts, denominated the Gathas, hymns, especially ascribed to Zoroaster, accepted by Zend scholars as genuine and of a more antique age than the Vendidad. Such a passage makes the following utterance concerning our theme, the two principles, dualism of the Mazda religion. According to the translation of Professor L. H. Mills, edition of Professor Max Mueller, Oxford, 1887, it reads thus, Yasna Gathas 30, page 29. Verse 2. Hear ye then with your ears, see ye the bright flames, the holy fire of the Farsas, emblem of deity and reason, with your better mind. It is for a decision as to religion. Each for him 144 Parsiism and Eastern religions. Self. Awaken to our teachings. Verse 3. Thus are the primeval spirits, who as a pair, yet each independent in his action, have been famed of old. They are a better thing, they too, and a worse one, as to thought, as to word and as to deed. And between these two, let the wisely acting choose aright, not as the evil-doers. The commentator, Nur-Yosang, renders it in the following manner, thus the two spirits, Ormuzd and Ahriman, who uttered first in the world each his own principle, one of good and the other of evil, these were a pair in thought, word, and deed, a highest and a lowest one. Let me call attention to the striking similarity of this Gatha to the well-known Agadic version of this dualistic doctrine. Here these two principles are termed Yisur Hadob and Yisur Harain, the inclination for good and the inclination for bad. In Gatha and Agada, they are yet things, conditions, not yet fully personified persons. They became later. But the Gatha places them in the universe, the Agada in the human breast. In the first, they are the poles and pivots of the world, in the latter, the hinges and levers of human actions. Hence their supremacy in Avesta, and their subordinate place in Agada. The earnestness, the pathos of this Gatha, exhibiting Zoroaster as urging upon his hearers the fitness of choosing the inspirations of the spirit of good over that of evil, vividly reminds of similar innumerable passages XXX. In our sacred writ. I shall only quote VM 15, etc. Behold, I have put before thee life with good, and death with evil, bidding thee to love God and walk in his ways, then he will bless thee and give thee a good country, or if thou turnest to the idols, then ruin and loss of country will follow. Closing there in verse 17, I call to witness heaven and earth, life and death, I have placed before thee, blessing and curse, choose thou life. The radical difference between these Avesta and Bible passages is theological, though the ethical kernel is identical. Their theories are different, because their standpoint is different. The Avesta teacher resigns himself and surrenders to the desolate idea that there are two powers, both divine, both omnipotent, in eternal struggle against each other. Reasoning from a human standpoint, he finds plenty of ill, wrong, stupidity and misfortune in the world. This cannot be the result of an all-wise and omnipotent God. Hence must there be a second God who chooses the wrong, willfully and intentionally, in spite of the benevolence and wisdom of Ahura. There is also the evil one. He acknowledges Angros Manu as hardly inferior to Ahura. Nevertheless, he calls Satan and Ahriman. 145 upon man to choose Ahura and reject Ahriman. Just as the Mosaic writer enjoins to worship God and reject idols. Now this is the weak point of Zoroastrianism. If Ahriman is supreme, it is idle to call on man to fight him, for man cannot fight supreme power. The Hebrew writer has vanquished that phase of Magian thought. Polytheism, the struggle of all forces in the world against one another, is not true. These many forces are but aids, or elements of the one central power. These subordinate forces are agents of one supreme intelligence. Whence then comes evil into the universe? There is no evil in the universe. There is evil in the human world. It is the product of brute interference, of man's willfulness. Man has brought it on. His ignorance, blind selfishness, and rebellion have produced it, to mar his own world, his own happiness. From man comes the trouble. There is none in God's universe. Let man do his duty, and his own product, mischief, will disappear. Man, his evil inclination, personified as Satan, devil, Venice, his own passions have created it. Part of it, man imagines. Wishing a larger share of happiness than compatible with his own human nature, he complains of snowstorm, heat, cold, fatigue, work, pain, decay and death. He lays claim to immunity and complains of being wronged. This is the reasoning of the monotheistic thinker. And this is the standpoint of prophetism. Why and the Pentateuch? To the question, prospers the path of the wicked? Jerem 12:I. They answer, God's world is perfection, beauty, and fitness. Man and his ill-guided passions produce injustice and misfortune. The later Hebrew thinkers, probably learning from their Magian neighbors, admitted a secondary, inferior principle. Satan tempting to evil, who gradually, in the wake of Persian Ahriman, claimed an independent existence, outside of man, but ever remained subordinate to God. He tempted man to sedition and abuse of his freedom, but he left him his free choice. Man could withstand Satan and obey God. He could by this, increase his moral strength and bring out character. Thus were tried Abraham, Pharaoh, Hiob, etc. This may have been the standpoint of the quoted Gatha, too. It is not of the Vendidad. The Vendidad teaches Ahriman on a level with Ormuzd, supreme, hence it is idle to fight him. For a perfect understanding of this, our important theme, let us dwell longer upon it. Hindu and Greek mythologies were the result of the first thought of poetic youth. Each body and force around was deemed a person, had its genius, was a god. These 146 Parsiism and Eastern religions, innumerable genii or forces personified, are struggling against one another. There is in nature war of all against all. The stronger for the time being, succeeds, till overthrown by a still mightier one. War was the second feature of nature. War was the leading trait of human society. The Parsi philosopher made a further step in thinking. It is not true that there is in the universe war of all against all. Behold, day succeeds day, alternating with regular night. So alternate, punctually and exactly, summer and winter, the seasons, the years, the astronomical cycles of years, follow one another most regularly. There are laws in nature which, except by divine interference, are never infringed. There is beauty, harmony, order, law, grandeur, sublimity, and fitness pervading the universe. Hence it is not true, thought the Magian reasoner, that each body, each force is independent and absolute, obeying but its own caprice. There is unity, one law is previating all. There is hence, a supreme God, and all the forces of nature are but his agents, the messengers of his will, worshipfully executing his designs. Is there then but one God? Wistfully asked again the Magian thinker. But behold, side by side with unity, intelligence, fitness, harmony, beauty, and grandeur, I see also there, and here, my close by, in own proximity, the very reverse of all that. I see there also flashing opposition, brute force overwhelming an inferior force, dumb power crushing mental and ethical fitness, an earthquake swallowing up myriads of innocents, the hyena devouring remorselessly a mother and her babe, etc. I see disintegration and stupidity triumphing, ugly incoherence and crying injustice, discord, meanness, and hypocrisy. Here is wickedness, cunning, lying, overbearing, cruelty and arrogance, there is gross overreaching and taking advantage, here is innocence weeping, the poor starving, the strong devouring the weak, injustice unrestrained. Is the one supreme God, owner of all power and wisdom, benignity and fitness, the Holy One who dictates right and fairness and has the omnipotence to enforce them, is he tolerating them? Frown of his eyebrow and they would disappear. Why nod, and tears would be dried and death effaced? Is he silent to wrong? Wills he the wrong? Or is he indifferent? Can he help it or not? Is his wisdom, his goodness or his power to be questioned? Or is perhaps polytheism right, but there is order, harmony, and intelligence visible everywhere in the vast universe? But there is disharmony, brutality, and stupidity visible in the human world. There is pain and death, strife, and polytheism, dualism, monotheism. 147 War, murder, envy, and passion visible in the sphere close around man. Meditating long and deeply about that difficult problem, the Magian philosopher arrived at the conclusion of dualism: there are at least two supreme powers in the universe. There is a power of good and another of evil. Everything useful, bright, and noble is derived from the first. Pain, lies, fraud, crime, darkness, etc. are derived from the second power. Soon feeling the gloom of this outlook, contemplating his cravings for happiness and goodness, beholding the bright, glorious, cheering, inspiring universe, he shrunk from the despair of dualism and mitigated it by his faith that evil, though powerful, is not all-powerful. At the end of days it will be vanquished, the new millennium will come with the Sashiosh Messiah and redeem the world of that unhappy rival power. Hell and death, lies and tears will be abolished, and the spirit of light and goodness will be supreme and alone guide the destinies of man and the world. Man must assist in this work of redemption and hasten the advent of Zoroaster's son, the Sashiosh. This is virtue, duty, human holiness. It is this mitigated dualism we find in the Gatha above quoted from Yasna XXX. The primeval spirits are a pair, each independent in his action. The two are a better thing and a worse one, as to thought, as to word and as to deed. Between these two, let the wise choose. Here is the Magian dualism of actuality. Now came the Shemitic thinker, be he Abraham, Moses, Isaiah, Esra, or Hillel. The Parsi philosopher was correct in one way and incorrect in another way. He was right in finding polytheism unsubstantiated. There is no multiplicity of independent gods or uncontrolled forces. The universe in its harmony, beauty, happiness and everlastingness saliently reflects one supreme, all-powerful, benign intelligence. This fitness and harmony prevails everywhere. Night and day, life and death, summer and winter, etc. are necessary poles, no antagonism. Any catastrophes in nature are beyond our ken and comprehension, but they, no doubt, do not break the universal rule, they belong to the scheme of the world plan. Whence then comes the evil near by ourselves, lies and stupidities, tears, murder, war, etc. They come from man. Man himself is his own spirit of evil, he is his own Satan and demon. Endowed with a small margin of free will, he often from sheer blindness and ignorance, causes his own and his neighbor's harm. Man creates his own hell. There is no evil in God's universe. Tears and murder, lies and wrong are the creatures of man. They spring up in man's artificial world, not in God's. Hence there is neither polytheism, 148 Parsiism and Eastern religions, nor dualism, nor Ahriman, none but the one supreme intelligence, the essence of being, Ibe. Wilt thou, man, vanquish the evil one in thine own breast? The yin is. Then, behold, here are before thee life with goodness and death with wickedness, choose well and happiness will be thine. VM 30, 15-17, it must be acknowledged, Here too is a strong parallel between Judaism and Parsiism. This pure, unqualified, cheering monotheism is often obscured, if not tampered with in the Agadah and Jewish mystics. Especially bitter, unrelenting misfortune and persecution brought many teachers to the threshold of Parsi-mitigated dualism. They never declared Ahriman, the equal of God, but halfway they reasoned that Satan is a power, and only the Messiah in the coming millennium would restore the rule of the one God. This explains the unspeakable gloom of such Agadas: there is evil in the world. That is pessimism. See Haggadah 14, etc. on Acre. Now it has been hinted at by many Zend scholars, that the entire doctrine of dualism in the Vendidad is but a deterioration, a misunderstanding of the original teachings of Zoroaster, that he himself meant by Ahriman, but the evil propensities of unbridled passion, but the biblical wicked heart, the rabbinical evil inclination, or instinct, that he himself never taught, and gross manu, the personal devil, that Ahriman was but a popular fiction, a metaphor for the ill in the world or in the human constitution. If it is so, then was Zoroaster a perfect monotheist, a follower or predecessor of Abraham. It is claimed that the Gathas, that come nearest to the ideas of Zoroaster, have hardly anything of a real personal evil spirit. Our above quoted text from Yasna 30:3 may well be construed that way. There is a good and a bad thing, choose the good in thy own breast. Just so in the Talmudical literature as also in the homiletic Agadah, we find these two poles of Mazdean theology or mythology, often mentioned as the two instincts of man, but personified to two beings, struggling for mastery in the human breast, two spiritual forces or agents, the one inclining man towards good and the other towards evil, termed the Zerhatab and Yzerhat-Ra. Sometimes, they seem to be living beings, genii, an angel, and a devil. But with the more rational rabbinical thinkers, they are impersonal, ethical instincts, emblems of virtue and of vice, inborn inclinations, directions for good and evil. With the vulgar and the superstitious, they are supernatural agents. 1 J Phi Din 3 is Genesis 8. 20 Yin Ns 2 Yin 9. Ion is Iranian and Shemitic thinkers. Ahriman Aher, I49 with the thinkers, they are reason and passion. Even so it is in the Parsi literature. In the Gathas, they may be the two inclinations, the poles of human aspirations. In the Vendidad they are the two supreme powers, the world's practical rulers, corresponding to our church conception of God and devil. Fact it is that the present desters, at least the educated Parsi priests, assume that the gloomy and gross manu of the Avesta writings, is not a real, personal being, that he is but a personification, a metaphor of the instinct of evil in the Hurrian heart, and has no other existence but there, thus fully corresponding to the rabbinical evil inclination, the personified instinct of evil. The Talmudists knew well the Parsi doctrine of the two independent, divine powers in the universe. They termed that theory, two nibt new autonomies, and deprecated it as anti-Jewish and gross heresy. One teacher, the well-known Elisha ben Abuja, predecessor of the Mishnah compiler, Rabbi Meir, is reported to have yielded to that doctrine, hence he was termed Ahriman. Popular legend is told there that when dead and buried, smoke came out from his grave, until his said pious pupil prayed for him and his ghost had rest. Thus the Talmudists were well acquainted with this two-sidedness of Parsi theology, first the two supreme rulers, Ormuzd and Ahriman, next their inner sense, divested of all personality, as names for the inborn human instincts of good and evil. The sad and subdued mysterious tone of the story, of the four teachers daring to approach Zoroaster's doctrine, in that remarkable Talmud passage, proves how much they dreaded it, as both anti-Judaic and pessimistic, to which despondent people fell a prey. Ahura Mazda and Gross Manu. The very last chapter of the Vendidad, 3, introduces these two powers of Parsiism in the following way: XXII. I Vendidad. Ahura Mazda spake unto Spitama Zarathustra saying, I, Ahura Mazda, the maker of all good things, when I made this mansion, the Garotman, Ahura's residence, Garodamana, or Nimana, the beautiful, the shining seen afar. Verse 2. Then the ruffian and gross Manu, the deadly, looked at me and wrought by his which one in mentioned Bibli. Haggadah 14. 2. The famous rabbinical name and person Irik appears to me to be but the abbreviated Parsi Ahriman, the real spelling is Akraman, abbreviated, Akarans. The Vendidad, of Darmstedter, XXII. 21. Counts Akra and Ugra among the most formidable she-devils of Parsi demonology. Akra is no doubt the feminine of Agar in 3. J. Darmasteder's translation. 150. Parsiism and Eastern religions. O craft 99,999 diseases. So mayest thou heal me, Manthraspenta, holy word, the Avesta, thou most glorious one. Verse 3. Unto thee will give in return 1,000 fleet, swift running steeds, etc., etc. Offer them up as a sacrifice unto the good Saoka, made by Mazda and holy. And I shall bless thee with the fair holy blessing spell that makes the empty swell to fullness and the full to overflowing, that comes to help the sickening. Manthraspenta declares, unable to perform the task. Verse 7. Ahura Mazda calls for another divine messenger, Naryosunga, the herald, an impersonation of the sacrificial fire, and sends him on the same errand. In obedience to Ahura, Naryosunga went to Ariaman, another Indo-Iranian god, beneficent and helpful to man, an impersonation of the healing power, and brought him Ormuzd's order to heal the world of Ahriman's 99,999 diseases, offering him the same consideration. Thousands of steeds, camels, oxen, and small cattle quickly came the much desired Ariaman to the Mount of Revelation and performed the solemn rites of purification, the Barishnam, through which all evils, moral and natural, wicked passions and death will be removed. He pronounced the solemn spell, I drive away Jalshir, Agur, Akra, etc., sickness, death, pain, and fever. I drive away rottenness, infection, etc., which and gross mania created against mortal bodies. Verse 22. The chapter concludes, verse 23, with the prayer, may the much desired Ariaman come here, for the men and women of Zarathustra to rejoice with the desirable reward won by means of the law, and with the boon for holiness vouchsafed by Ahura. Verse 24. May he smite all diseases and deaths, all the wizards and witches. Verse 25. Yatha ahu vario. The will of the Lord is the law of holiness. Riches are given to him who works for Mazda and relieves the poor. Reveal to me the rules of thy law. Teach me clearly thy rules for this world and for the next, invoking many Iranian gods. Keep us from our hater, the devil, Mazda. Perish fiendish drug. Brood of the fiend. Never more to give unto death the living world of the Holy Spirit. That tone strikingly reminds of that in the Hebrew funeral ritual and dirges, let death be forever annihilated. 2. Closely seen that chapter 22 means plainly to say, when Ahura Mazda created his beautiful residence, the universe, and Gross 1 Wilson, the Parsi religion, p. 341. 3. The Sefer HaHaim, funeral ritual, seems to re-echo Parsi spells and exorcisms. Kabbalah and Zohar are brimful of that. Ahriman, serpent, Isaac's trial. I5 Manu, envious of that sojourn of happiness, and in order to spoil it, created in addition the innumerable ills thereof, 99,999 diseases. Then Ahura sent for Zarathustra to bring down as a corrective, as a healing balm, the Manthraspenta, the holy law, the Avesta, the holy fire worship, etc. They came, and the ills of the world were healed. The conclusive verse 21 points to that. Ahriman created 99,999 ills against the bodies of mortals. That shows that the world, not Ahura, suffered of Ahriman's diseases. Darmstedter, and more so Geldner, following literally the words of the text, have missed its real sense, I apprehend. That is the point of the entire chapter, viz., the universe sickened by Ahriman's device. It would otherwise be quite derogatory to the dignity of the supreme God. Ahriman corrupts the world, not Ahura himself. The chapter may be ambiguous as rendered by Geldner, but the closing verses settle it clearly and expressly. It reads, I drive away the diseases, rottenness, and infection, etc., which engross mania created by his witchcraft against the bodies of mortals. The Fargard INXXII, the first and the last, indeed the entire Vendidad, shows clearly the position of Ormuzd and Ahriman towards each other in apparent parity with an inherent superiority of the principle of good. This superiority is more prominent in the Gathas, less so in the Vendidad. It becomes subordinate in the biblical and rabbinical literatures. There the serpent, Genesis 3, is the contemptible genius of mischief and lies, the Parsi drug. Later it is Satan the tempter, offering man the opportunity for sin, and leaving him the choice of virtue. He is an educational means, a pedagogue, the touchstone of hypocrisy and genuine goodness, one of the divine agents to bring out man's character by offering temptation. The Agadah to Genesis XXII, trial of Abraham and Isaac, has a fine opportunity to bring out the respective relation of the biblical Satan, trial, the patriarchal family and the Supreme One. God tried Abraham. What for did he, since why the Omniscient undoubtedly knew the result of the trial? Did he subject Abraham to it? Answer, in order to bring out his character. Abraham had the latent capacity. God caused Satan to try him in order to call forth that inborn potentiality into real actuality. 1. Satan appeared to Abraham in the shape of an one Rabbath and Yakut, JJENX Neot Fax 13 Old neighbor, will such a man as yourself offer his son as a sacrifice? The Holy One knows best, Abraham replied. Satan repaired to Sarah, assuming the shape of a gossip, 152 Parsiism and Eastern religions. Let your son go to Mt Moriah, you will never see him again. God's will be done, Sarah answered. Satan went to Isaac. Abraham is preparing thyself as a sacrifice, and Isaac submitted, God's will be done. Here is the role of the rabbinical Satan exhibited in his relation to God and man. As mentioned, literally taken, that 2d chapter Vendidad is much more mythologic than my rendition of it is. Let me show the reader this mythological side of the Avesta, too. I shall follow now the rendition of Professor Karl Geldner. He introduces the chapter thus, sad face, Ahura Mazda has built himself a new mansion. About to transfer his residence there, he is bewitched with sickness by the evil one. At first he intends to have himself cured by Manthraspenta for rich reward, but he declares to be inferior to the task. Now Ahura sends Naryosunga, as Manthraspenta, another personification of the Holy Word, to Ariaman, with the same request. Ready for the service, the latter one appears with gifts for Ahura on the Divine Mount, the Zoroastrian Olymp and Sinai, and begins his preparations for exorcising the malady. Ahura Mazda spake to Spitama Zarathustra, I, the Creator Ahura Mazda, the giver of all good. When I had built yonder beautiful, shining, magnificent castle, I was on the point to move therein, when, descrying me, the wicked, withering, evil spirit wrought on me 99,999 diseases. Now thou shalt heal me, thou the holy, heavenly Word. For that I shall give thee at once 1,000 horses, 1,000 camels, 1,000 sheep, etc. And I will bless thee with a fine, powerful blessing. That makes perfect the deficient and abounding the full, that sickens how the healthy and heals the sick. The Holy Word replies, can I cure and drive away the 99,999 diseases? Ahura spake to Naryosunga, rise and go to Ariaman unto his house and bring my him behest. As before. And soon, not long thereafter that took place the good Ariaman arriving on the Mount Spentafrasna, the Iranian Olymp, a gift of 9 stallions he brought, a gift of 9 camels, 9 bulls, etc. 9 rods he brought, 9 trenches he dug. That is poetry, nonsense, hocus pocus, much more fit to hide the sense than to express it. That is just the way of mythology. Theology expressed by metaphor and poetry creates idolatry. Darmstädter comes nearer the true sense. One believed to have unriddled the real meaning of the allegory. The first and the last chapter of the Vendidad correctly one Zeitschriftvergleichen Sprachverstung, Avesta Translations, p. 551. Berlin 1879. The Holy Word. Darmstädter S. version. I-53 state the Avesta position of Ormuzd to Ahriman as the two supreme principles superintending the world. The beneficent spirit and the withering, raving fiend Endravant.I, Professor James Darmstädter says, Vendidad, p. 62, whereas in India, the fiends were daily driven farther and farther into the background, and by the prevalence of the metaphysical spirit, gods and fiends came to be nothing more than changing and fleeting creatures of the everlasting, indifferent, viz., neutral, being. Persia took her demons in real earnest. She feared them, she hated them, and the vague and unconscious dualism that lay at the bottom of the Indo-Iranian religion, has its unsteady outlines sharply defined and became the very form and frame of Mazdaism. The conflict was no longer seen and heard in the passing storm only, but it raged through all the avenues of space and time. The evil became a power by itself, engaged in an open and never-ceasing warfare with the good. The good was centered in the Supreme God, in Ahura Mazda, the bright God of heaven, the all-knowing Lord, the Maker, who, as the author of every good thing, was the good spirit, spenta manu. In front of him, and opposed to him, slowly rose the evil spirit, angros manu. J. Darmstädter shows there how the original, Indo-Iranian dualism, incipient and shadowy as yet, was developed and crystallized in Mazdaism. The universal war of nature was deemed as but intensified in the storm. In the Vedas, that silent or intensified universal struggle was imagined as a battle fought by Indra, armed with thunder and lightning against the serpent Am, who had carried off the dawns or the rivers described as divine milk cows, and who keeps them captive in the clouds. The poetical allegory of the Veda mythology, was taken literally and turned to picturesque theology in Mazdaism. Athor, the fire god, the formidable weapon of Zeus in Greek mythology, became the son of Ahura in Magian mythology. The serpent, Azadahaka, was the most redoubtable offspring of Ahriman, as Athor was the most noble one of Ormuzd. Azadahaka wanted to rob the light of the Hvarm, heaven. Athor fights and vanquishes him, freeing the light of day, covered by the clouds. There was here a naturalistic myth and a theological dogma. The storm driving the clouds and robbing heaven of its light, was the naturalistic myth, symbolizing the war in nature. Evil trying to oppose good, Ahriman opposed to Ormuzd. 1, Isaiah 66, 22, the drivent of all the flesh, creating disease for all mortals. Vend. 22, 21. Avarana Auranos D down HJKOATFA Pntopes. Ibajasttiini, 154 Parsiism and Eastern religions. Was the meaning of the battle of Athor against Asa. Athor and Asa simply represented their parents, the two Avestian, supreme gods. This hoary tale, denuded of its grotesque and rude mythology, of its crude naturalistic sense, viz., war in nature, and of its dualistic misconception, as depicting the antagonism of the evil principle against the Holy One. This is also remembered in Genesis 3, in the allegory of the first human couple abetted to rebellion by the serpent. In the Vedic myth Ahi desires to carry away the dawns, the daylight or the rain, the milk cows. In the Avesta myth, Asa undertakes to rob the light of Varuna, Auranos. There the battle takes place in mid-air, and here in Vaurakasha, the sea above the clouds. There Ahi is vanquished by Indra, armed with the lightning, and here Asa is conquered by Athor the son of Ahura. In the Mosaic allegory is Ahriman not the peer of God, but a vile and cunning creature, eager to corrupt man and tempting him to the premature enjoyment of the tree of knowledge. In the Vedas, the Avesta and the biblical allegory is the serpent, the representative of the evil genius himself and his dearest offspring. Azadahaka is depicted as three-mouthed, three-headed, and scissed, the most dreadful drug of Angros Manu, Yasna 9:8. Even so is Kerberos, of Greek mythology, depicted by Virgil, Homer, and Hesiod, etc., as a three-headed monster guarding hell. The scene of the Avestian fight between Azi and Athor is in the four-cornered Varana, Uranos, heaven. The battle of Ahi in the Vedas against Indra, is in the clouds. The biblical allegory places the scene in an earthly park, Eden. It degrades Ahriman to a reptile, and declares eternal war between him and the offspring of woman. It is most interesting to observe how here the Mosaic writer took up into his allegory every little kernel of truth, every grain of fact and morals, clothing it, too, in a fine poetical garb, a beautiful tale for children and a theme of deep meditation for the sage, but denuded of all the Avestian, Vedic or Greek myth, rendering it incapable of any idolatrous construction. God is supreme, Ahriman is a beguiling snake, man is free, capable of crushing temptation on the head, while the snake can only bite and lie. Thus Ahriman was ever faring from bad to worse. In the Vedas he is akin to the gods, son of the everlasting. In Greek mythology he is yet the colleague of Zeus. In Mazdayasm he is the all-powerful fiend. He sinks in the biblical allegory to a wretched underling and sneak one elsewhere. I showed here to occupy that place. Serpent in Genesis, Avesta, Vedas, Homer. 155 snake, creeping on his belly, eating dust, the most despicable among the animals, shorn of his dragon's wings, biting man's heels, and crushed by him on the head. That is the sad story of proud here, fierce Ahi, formidable Azadahaka, Ishma, Dravant, raving fiend Ahriman, cunning, sneaking, dust-eating serpent. At last to be totally killed by the Avestian Saoshyant, by the Agadic Messiah and the Gentile Christ. Poor devil indeed. Intelligent reader, do not misconstrue my comparisons of ethical themes in mythology and in sacred writ as indifferentism or disrespect. Reviewing such conceptions from their incipiency to their present development, in their diverse stages from naturalistic mythology to Brahmanism, Parseism, Hesiod, Rabbinism, and the Bible, that is not belittling religion but glorifying it, that shows it in its full import, in its growth, its ramifications, its universality, from the vague conceptions in poetry, in the infancy of our race, to its full manhood, passing from naive exuberant imagination to a mythological stage and to popular notions, rising to the dignity of a philosophical hypothesis and idea, as in the transparent veil of Vedas, Avesta, and Edda, at last finding its highest expression in Bible and truth. Comparative religion is the study of growing truth. It shows such ethical conceptions to be deeply embedded in human nature, with their roots in the eternal rock of divine truth. We, that is comparative religion, shall continue such studies in the Vendidad and the Avesta. That curious Sphinx is even a more wondrous riddle than her elder sister of Egypt. No doubt we shall find there a good deal of nonsense, childlike myths, and even cunning priestcraft. But searching farther, looking deeper, between lines, unraveling the real meaning of those uncouth, strange figures, metaphors and hyperboles, as yet but half deciphered, we shall find there a great fund of real, genuine piety, the head of the Nile of many ethical conceptions, above all, a deal of true piety and real religiousness. Next we shall find their genius striving for truth, attempting to lift the impenetrable veil of hidden deity and contemplate the sketchin of face to face. The Gathas, when well deciphered, may contain many a pearl of wisdom and truth. While the naivety and primitiveness of the Avesta apparently testify to its genuineness and hoary antiquity and prior to all history. Of course our affirmations concerning that literature are yet uncertain. Karl Geldner in his Avesta rendition, Berlin 1879, page 542, says, translation of the entire Avesta must miscarry even today. Our lexicalic and grammatical resources are yet too incomplete. Innumerable, IT 5-6 Parsiism and Eastern religions. Disfiguring misrepresentations and interpolations there, must be correct. Only in single chapters, we are able safely to follow the general drift of ideas and recognize the full sense of the text. Believe, too, that we may find in the Talmud and later rabbinical literature an unexpected help to reconstruct Zoroastrianism and unveil its real sense. Find there innumerable passages bearing on Parsi doctrine and customs. These had among the Jews imitators and antagonists, parallels and contrasts, which both will help to elucidate Mazdaism, and maybe, Rabbinism too. Chapter 8. Paradise, Yima, Yama, Adam, Tree of Life. In the Vedas, Varna is the first man and the first priest on the earth. Bhima is his Indo-Iranian brother. He too participates in the same qualifications. But in later Mazdaism, Zoroaster alone assumed the honor of lawgiver and first prophet. The dignity of Yuma was therefore circumscribed to that of first civilizing leader. Yuma corresponds to Adam of Genesis as much about, as the Vendidad corresponds to the Pentateuch. The mythology of the Avesta is remarkably sobered out, purified of its fables, its dross, its crude ethical conceptions, and in the shape of charming allegories and moral teachings. The nucleus and marrow of the Magian books are to be found in a renovated garb and purified essence in our own sacred books of the West, furnishing a striking illustration of the identity of the essence of religion. Vendidad, Fargard 2. Dharmistider's translation. Chapter Ni Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O Ahura. Most who beneficent spirit, creator of the material world, Holy One. I was the first mortal before myself, with whom thou didst hold converse and teach the law. To Ahura answered, the fair Yuma, the O great shepherd, holy Zarathustra. He was the first mortal before thee with whom I conversed and whom I taught the law. 3 Unto him I spake, fair Yuma, be thou the preacher and bearer of my law. Yuma replied, I was not born and taught for that. 4 Then Ahura said, since thou desirest not to be the preacher and bearer of my law, then make thou my world increase, nourish, rule and watch over my world. 5 Yuma accepted that mission. I will nourish, rule and watch over thy world. While 1 am king, there shall be neither cold nor hot wind, disease, nor death. 7 Then I, Ahura, brought him a golden ring and a poniard inlaid with gold, as the symbols of sovereignty. 8 Thus under the sway of Yuma, 300 winters passed away and the earth was replenished with flocks and herds, with men, dogs, birds and blazing fires, and there was no room for more. 11 Yuma made the earth grow larger by 1/3 than it was before, and there increased herds and men, etc., as many as he wished. According to the Shahnameh, is Yuma the founder of civilization, social order, arts, and the identical rabbinical expression, Oevuiai. Sinna NPN 158 Parsiism and EAST Irif religions. Sciences and the first builder. 12 Thus under the sway of Yuma, 600 winters passed away and the earth was replenished with flocks and herds, dogs, birds and blazing fires, and no room left for more. Twice more Yuma enlarged it by his prayer to Spenta Armati, the genius of the earth. The earth with men, flocks, etc., increased 3/4 over its original size. Twice did the earth grow too scant for its inhabitants, and as often did Yuma meet the sun and address Spenta Armati, and at his wish the earth enlarged and its inhabitants increased. 900 winters passed away under that happy reign in the Aryanavayago of Yuma. This apparently corresponds to Adam and Eve's Garden of Eden, with all the trees good to eat and pleasant to see and the trees of life and of knowledge among them. Genesis 2, 1-3. The Oriental exaggerations and poetical embellishments are mostly discarded in the Semitic allegory, yet enough poetry is left to enhance the ethical kernel of man's original purity and innocent happiness. Concerning the Parsi paradise, we read in Vendidad v19, by Dharmstetter, some more parallels, the waters run back from the sea, Puitkia, to the sea, Vaurakasha, towards the well-watered tree whereon grow the seeds of my plants of every kind. The sea, Vaurakasha is assumed to be on the top of the Ivyazdin Olymp, from which the waters come down to the earth, lakes, and rivers, and to which they rise again, thus allegorizing clouds and rainfall, and corresponding to the biblical the waters beneath the firmament, and the waters above the firmament. Genesis I, 7. The well-watered tree with all seeds, corresponds to the tree of life, Ri, of Genesis 2. In other passages of the Avesta that tree is alluded to as the white hauma, the source of life, around which all healing plants are growing, and with whose juice, Ormuzd will restore the dead to life and resurrection. That identifies it with the tree of life, of Genesis 2, 9. The myth moves on. The scenery changes, Farg. 221. A meeting was called in the area Nabigo. Ahura, Yuma, and the celestial gods appeared. And Ahura spake, 22. Upon the material world, the fatal winters are going to fall, with fierce, foul frost. And the three kinds of beasts shall perish, cattle, fowl, fish. NNNYY2. The commentary has here Mako San, akin to the Hebrew Ifapso DTRJ, viz., winter rain and winter itself. Mark the affinity of the both. According to Sanhedrin 108a, Shly fish perished not there, Ifyo VHDATFDJT. The deluge, ark, Vara. I59. According to the commentary, not really winter but cold rains would cause that destruction. That apparently identifies the Yuma catastrophe with Noah's deluge. Ahura continues, 25. Therefore make the Avara, an enclosure, again a version of Noah's ark, long as a riding ground, and thither bring the seeds of trees, sheep, oxen, men, dogs, birds, and blazing fire, seeds of every kind, of cattle, of the greatest, best, and finest. All those seeds shalt thou bring, two of every kind, to be kept there inexhaustible. 29. There shall be no humpbacked, nor bulged forward, no impotent, no lunatic, no poverty, no lying, no meanness, no jealousy, no leprous, nor any brand wherewith and gross manu stamps the bodies of mortals. Mosaism teaching no devil to plague men, and accounting natural events from a moral and monotheistic standpoint, motives the deluge in Genesis 6. By the corruption of men and the anger of God. The Avesta presupposing the opposition of Ahriman to Ahura and the former's 99,999 ills as settled facts, needs not these biblical arguments of man's sin. Winter and deluge come there over man full of moral and bodily decrepitudes, not for his sinfulness, but because of the doings of en gross manu. Verse 30. In the largest part of the place, Vara, thou shalt make 9 streets, viz., 6 and 3 streets, 2, and thereto bring the seed. That Vara thou shalt seal up with the golden ring, and thou shalt make a door and a window self-shining within. That A corresponds to the Hebrew version, Zohar, ins, self-shining window, thou shalt make to the ark and a door at its side, Genesis 6:6. 31. At the advice of Ahura, Yuma kneaded the earth with his hands, as the potter does his clay, made thereof a vara and brought thereto the seeds of sheep, oxen, man, birds, etc., into different compartments, each seed of the finest kind, of tree and fruit, none of the brands wherewith en gross manu stamps the mortal bodies. Chapter 2. 38. The vara or park he sealed up with his ring, made a door and a self-shining window within. The closing verses of that chapter are not in harmony with the rest. Apparently there is a break in the narrative, the conclusion is lost. 1. Just so Genesis 6. 22 of each shall come to thee for propagation. Ninn? Ia Saudesis 2. I surmise this is an incorrect rendition. There must be here something corresponding to Genesis 6. 16, a first, second, and third story. 3. Zohar means, a light, a luster, something self-shining. Window is halon \hn. The Hebrew Zohar and the Avesta self-shining window may prove that both have drawn from the same source of tradition, L60 Parsiism and Eastern religions. and other kindred matter added. Let us also remark that while in verse 25, Ahura bids Yuma, all those seeds, shalt thou bring, /2 of every kind, we find in verses 30 and 38 that Yuma brought 1,000 seeds of men, and further 600 and 300 seeds. The Zend scholars presume that our Fargard fuses several kindred myths into one. One myth required the world to end in a frightful winter, when some people would be saved in Avara, a sort of celestial park and hothouse. Then spring would come, and the world be repeopled by those saved in the Vara. Another myth claimed that the serpent, Azadahaka, would swallow up sun, light, and warmth. Grim cold would ensue and entrance the earth. Kir, Saspa, the personified sun, or his son, or the late descendant of Zoroaster, the Sashiosh, Messiah, would appear and kill Aza, liberate nature and light, and restore vegetation. This symbolized spring returning, or the world redeemed. Others spoke of an eternal spring to follow after the world's destruction by winter, with eternal earthly life. Such is the messianic redemption of the rejuvenated world. In Mazdayasm the world is to last 12,000 years, to end by fire. These several myths are fused into one in Fargard too. The leading one follows up the idea of the deluge, Noah's Ark, and the restoration of the world from the seed of the Vara or Ark. Mark the parallels of the Vendidad myths and the sacred narrations and allegories of Genesis. They show evidence that both drew their information from hoary traditions common to the entire human race, and that some nucleus of historical fact is their commonday parent. Tri-Semitic version strips that legend of its mythologic exuberance. The Aryan narrative envelops it in the garb of poetry and infantine exaggeration. Future, closer renditions of the Zend text will increase, no doubt, their affinities. Mark the striking parallels now palpable in the narrative. Farg. 2:2 describes Yuma as first man and prophet. So does the Hebrew saga and Midrashim, their own Adam. Vend. 2:4 Ahura bids Yuma, undertake thou to nourish, to rule, and to watch over the world. Genesis I:28. God blesses Adam and Eve, multiply and fill the earth. I gave you all upon it, rule over it. Hebrew tradition associates Eve in that earthly dominion. Not so the Avesta of the Aryan races, where woman was not the equal of man, but his inferior, as Pandora of Greek fable. Mark Kirisispa, the sun god, compare that with Heres, Oin, in Judges v13 Ibidem 14. 18, Job 9. 7, etc., and with Christos of the Church. Further parallels are the deluge, ark, vara. L6L Farg. 2:3, Aryanabiago, is the most delicious of all the I6 lands Ormuzd has created. So is the Garden of Eden, where God caused to sprout every tree pleasant and good to eat and to look at, Genesis 2:9. So Yuma's land grows 3/4 larger and increases wonderfully, according to his wishes, Farg. 2:19. God blessed Adam and Eve. They increased and multiplied and filled the earth and domineered over all, Genesis 2:28. Ahura bade Yuma, be thou preacher and bearer of the law, 2. 3. Yuma refused. So counts the Hebrew Agada Adam among the patriarchs and worthies. Later on he sinned and descended from his high position, he loses Eden, is accursed, he, his wife and the earth, and delivered to toil and death, Genesis 3:18, etc. So is Yuma, too, he loses his prophecy, throne, and kingdom, and is devoured by Aaza, the dragon, as Adam is undone by the serpent. Talmudic legend narrates, Adam first filled the space between earth and heaven. When he sinned, God made him small. 2. Yim's Vara and Noah's deluge. The second half of the myth compares, too, with the deluge. Yuma is allowed there a high moral character and a royal position. So is after Adam, also Noah, who was a righteous and perfect man in his generation, Genesis 6. 8 and 7. Fargard 2:21, 22. Ahura said, "Fair Yuma, good shepherd, of high renown in Arianabiago, upon the bodily world the fatal winters are going to fall, and all the living creatures shall perish." So, Genesis 6:13, and Elohim said to Noah, "The end of all flesh has come, for they have deteriorated and I shall destroy them." This shows the biblical standpoint: religious and moral wrong is punished by natural catastrophes. Farg. 2:25, "Therefore make thee a vara, long as a riding ground, 3, and thither bring the seeds of men, oxen, and sheep, dogs, birds and fire. Make thee a vara to be an abode for man, a fold for flocks, etc. Bring there all seeds, 2 of every kind." Genesis 6:14, "Make thee an ark, in several compartments make it for thee, thy wife and thy children and for all the living creatures a pair of each kind for propagation, thou shalt bring unto the ark, from fowl, cattle, and creeping things, a male and female of each species." Vend. 2:30, prescribes the division of the vara, each for one kind of animals. It ordains a door and a self-shining window to be made therein. Genesis 6:15, etc., describes the dimensions. 1 Pop means a park of delight, a paradise. 3 Hajaga 1-2a. 3-2 Hathra, 2 English miles, square, quite a celestial city. L6-2 Parsiism and Eastern religions. Divisions and stories of the ark, and recommends a light or luster, a zohar, self-shining from above, and a door at its side. Vend. 1136 Yuma brought thereto the seeds, 2 of every kind, to be kept inexhaustible there. While we read in 2:38, he brought 1,000 seeds of men, 600 seeds and 300 seeds. According to the importance of the kind. And this wonderful discrepancy we find also in Holy Writ, Genesis 7:7 and 15 2:2, they, the animals, came to the ark, a male and a female, as bid by Elohim. Even so Genesis 6:19, of every kind, thou shalt bring in by twos. But in Genesis 7:2, it reads of every clean beast, thou shalt take 7 by 7 pair, male and female, and from every unclean beast a pair, male and female, to provide for sacrifices, say the commentators. Vend. 2:38 To the streets of the largest part, he brought 1,000 seeds. To the middle part 600 seeds, to the smallest part 3. In Genesis 6:14, the ark is made into 3 compartments, and into a lowest, second, and third story, verse 16. That proves sufficiently that both these narratives had a common sacred tradition as their source, which each writer used according to his own and his nation's genius, the one from a monotheistic, ethical and common sense standpoint, the other dualistic, with a strong admixture of polytheistic myth and imagery. It is, therefore, apparent that the myth of Yuma is an identification of the narratives of both Adam and Noah. Yuma's Arianabiago is Adam's paradise, and Yuma's Vara is the Ark of the Deluge of Noah, narrated from the standpoint of dualism, where all misfortune is attributed to fate or Ahriman. I do not hesitate to express my humble opinion that, when the study of the Zend books will be more advanced and fully understood, more striking parallels and identifying points will be found in the above Fargard too. I respectfully refrain from uttering any opinion concerning the priority of these documents. But what we can see now in the different renditions extant, the preponderate aspect of the Yuma legend, with his royalty and activity, runs through the same phases as Adam and Eve's in the Garden of Eden. Ahriman with his 99,999 diseases for the bodies of mortals, the ruffian who is all death, the creator of the serpent in the river of winter, etc., represents the phase of the cunning snake who beguiles the first couple and causes their loss of paradise and of immortality, and confines them to an existence of toil, pain, and child-rearing. Yuma, the pious and fair, experiencing a withering winter, and saving the remnants of man, Yuma's Vara and Noah's deluge. 163 Beast and tree into a Vara, from whence the world is again repeopled. That is the Iranian version of the Semitic tradition of Noah, the just one of his generation, in whose time man deteriorated, a deluge came and swept away all living creation, and he saved into an ark or safety boat, the seeds of all living beings, which after the deluge repopulate the earth. Breaking off here, for some reason, Vend 239 and 40 asks, what lights are there in the Vara of Yuma, and Ahura answers there are created lights and uncreated lights. The Talmud also mentions such lights of a twofold nature, but both created. So we read in Agadah 14, by the light that God created on the first day, Adam could see the world from end to end. But as soon as God reflected on the human wickedness, he hid that light, reserving it for the future world. Adam occupied the world from end to end. Since he sinned, God made him mul. Vend 241, every 40th year to every couple two are born, a male and a female. So for man and for Kati, too. The men in the Vara live the happiest life. The Vara tallies, also, with the original Iranian-speaking, with Garden of Eden, with paradise and the hereafter in heaven, open for the departed just ones, under the sway of Yuma, king of the dead. In one point we find a characteristic discrepancy between the two versions. Yuma acts alone, no female partner the Avesta mentions at his side, for his female partner was not considered his equal. Whilst Adam ever appears with his Eve, as his companion and helpmeet, she shares his dominion and his tribulations. Here is the view and the superiority of the West over the East, of the Bible over the Avesta, that is interesting. It marks an advance, ethical and sociological. Iranian-speaking. Eden. The Iranian-speaking, Yuma's Garden of Eden, is thus described by the Manuai card, according to West's translation, Ormuzd created Irabe better than the remaining places and districts of the world, and its goodness was that man's light lasted 300 years, and that of cattle and sheep 150 years. Their pain and sickness are little known. There is among them no falsehood, no lamentation and weeping, and no avarice. 10 men are satisfied with one loaf every 40 years, a couple bears one child. Their law is goodness, their religion is primeval, and when they die, they are blessed. Their ruler is Asrosh, the beneficent God. Mark, human couple had one child every 40 years. Thus childbearing often was deemed a 164 Parsiism and Eastern religions. Curse. Mohammed, too, in the Quran, designates it as such. Mazdayasm declares frequent menses as the work of Ahriman, and to be shunned by men. So Genesis 3:16 reckons frequent childbearing as one form of punishment imposed upon Eve for her disobedience to Elohim. After having sketched the above, I find that Professor Karl Geldner, as also Dr. A. Kohut, incline toward the opinion that Far, Gard 2. 21-38, is a version of the tradition of the deluge and the Ark of Noah. A. Kohut's treatise I have not at hand. But Geldner's translation offers even more than Darmasteder's points and sentences in striking parallel with the biblical Noah tradition. Vend 221, Ahura and the celestial gods held an assembly in the land of the Aryans. To this council came the noble prince Yuma with his best men. 22 Ahura spake, excellent Yuma, the wicked humankind shall be destroyed by winter. Hard freezing frost shall come and destroy degenerated humanity, with deep snow upon the highest mountain tops and the dales of the Ardvi. 23 Quickly shall the cattle retire from there, from the mountain heights, from the threatened places, from the valleys of the deep lands and the enclosed stables. 24 Before that winter, that land bore rich pastures. That will now be submerged in vast water waves when the snow has melted down, and a sea will appear there, where are now pastures for cattle and sheep. The biblical narrator, writing in Palestine, Arabia, etc., could not speak of snow and freezing winter and killing icy frost, since such do not exist there. He spoke of continued rains, floods that chill and drown the animal creation. The Persian or East Asiatic writers know of winter, snow, and frost, and they depict the deluge as caused by excessive snowfalls melting, and submerging the lower lands. I have no doubt that further elucidations of the text will corroborate this view of Fargard too. Zarathustra. Temptation. Revelation. Farg. 19, Darmstädter. I from the region of the north, forth rushed and gross Manu, the deadly one, and thus he spake, the guileful devout, drug. Rushed down upon him. Destroy the holy Zarathustra. The drug came rushing along, the unseen death, the hell-born. I Zarathustra chanted aloud the Ahana 3, the will of the Lord is the law of holiness. The riches of Vohu one Zeitschrift für Sprachverskung. Berlin, I. 3. The Anaver, a prayer of great efficacy, as the credo with Jew, Christian, Musulman, older than creation. Yasna 19. Zarathustra. Temptation. Revelation. 165 Manu, Ahura's first peer, shall be given unto him who works for Mazda and relieves the poor. Profess the law of the worshippers of Mazda. The drug, dismayed, rushed away. 6. Again to him said the guileful and gross Manu, renounce the good law of Mazda, and thou shalt gain such a boon, as did the murderous ruler of the nations. Azadahaka, Ahriman's son, ruled 1,000 years, according to myth, he killed Yuma. 7. Zarathustra answered, no, never will I renounce the good law of Mazda. 8. And gross Manu rejoined, by whose word wilt thou repel my creation? 9. Zarathustra replied, the sacred mortar, the cup, the hauma, the word taught by Mazda, these are my weapons lo. Zarathustra chanted the Ahana O teach me the Teoth, Lord. The chapter closes with, they rush, they run away, the wicked, evil-doing devas, and gross and in Dra and Ishma into the depths of hell. V 43-47. The thoughtful reader will remember the temptation of Jesus in the Gospel. Ahura's revelation to Zarathustra. Fargard 19. 11. Zarathustra, sitting on the mountain by the Derga river, praying to the Amishaspentas, Ahura's peers, asked, Ahura, most beneficent spirit, creator of the bodily world, Holy One. 12. How shall I make the world free from that drug, the evildoer, and gross Manu? How drive away defilement? How the nasu? Impurity of the dead. Cleanse the faithful? P. Verse 1-3. Ahura replied, invoke the good law of Mazda. Invoke the Amishaspentas, who rule over the 7 Karshvaras of the earth. The Indo-Iranians, as the Semites, conceived the world to be sevenfold J. Hence were the earth's genii 7. Hence, too, comes the holiness of that number among all antique peoples. In Hebrew is 7 and J-Rat, a solemn oath. Sanskrit, Indo-German, Slav, and Semitic languages, all have a like term for 7. Most of things holy were 7 in number. The Parsi gods were 7, of whom Ahura was the chief. Later, that number was raised to 10, then to 12, corresponding to the successive phases of the zodiac. Soon they were simply the attributes of the one supreme deity, all the personified attributes residing in him, he thus being the father of all the gods or Amishaspentas. The interesting passage in Talmud, Haggadah, 12a, with 10 words the world was created, the 10 emanations of Neoplatonism and of Gnosticism, and finally the 10 Sephiroth of the Kabbalah, all have the same origin, vague astronomical conceptions, philosophemes, Theosophic L66 Parsiism and Eastern religions. Mysteries, and mystic formulas, hence their invocation and efficacy. 1913. Invoke, O Zarathustra, the law of Mazda, the Amishaspentas, the sovereign heaven, the boundless time and Vayu, light conqueror, the powerful wind and Spenta Armati, earth. 14. Invoke my Fravashi, the divine essence, whose soul is the holy word. Invoke this creation of mine. 15. Zarathustra made these invocations, viz., as a means of coming in contact with deity by plunging into his attributes, realizing his full essence, and by that absorption partake of revelation. Divine Service and Ceremonies. Vend. 1917. Zarathustra asked, Creator of the good world, Ahura, with what manner of sacrifice shall I worship and forward Ahura's creation? 18. Ahura answered, Go toward that tree, whereof the bearsma is taken, that is beautiful, high-growing, and mighty among the high-growing trees, and say, Hail to thee, O holy tree, made by Mazda. 19. Let the faithful man cut off a twig of bearsma, long as a plowshare, thick as a barley corn. The faithful one holding it in his left hand, shall not leave off keeping his eyes upon it, whilst he is offering up the sacrifice to Ahura Mazda, the Amishas Spentas, etc. The bearsma or barsaman is the emblem of Zoroastrianism. It symbolizes the struggle of the Mazda worshipper against Ahriman, his devotion to purity and his opposition to defilement. The entire creation was divided into two dominions, one belonging to Ahura, and the other to Ahriman. The latter was to be put down by all means at the disposal of the pious, and the bearsma in the priest's hand, killing flies and toads and driving away the devil, was the symbol of that activity. The ceremony of cutting off that twig, usually from a palm tree, was a solemn one. Hence the close description above. This rite and ceremony appears to have been known to other creeds and peoples too. The Druids and the Germanic priests practiced it likewise. The ceremony of cutting the mistletoe or a log of wood in midwinter from the tallest tree in the forest, bears a strong parallel with the bearsma cutting of this verse. Bearsma. Lolab. The Persian palm tree, being no plant of the north, the mistletoe, growing upon the highest tree, or the oak log, was substituted there instead. But we find even in the Bible and Rabbinism a striking parallel to it. Leviticus XXIII. 40, prescribes for the Feast of Booths and 1 and NIV 3.10 YB no Leviticus 23. 40 is it.s parallel. 2 See My Messiah Ideal, Volume I, p. 36. Bearsma. Lolab. 167 The fruit harvest, and ye shall take of the fruit of the magnificent tree, twigs of the palm or date tree, etc., and rejoice before your God. Jewish tradition has justly identified that twig with the date and palm tree, but it separated that clause from the preceding one, fruit of the perennial, beautiful tree, and branches of date tree. The Vend. 1918, identifies the bearsma twig with the beautiful high-growing tree, as one and the same, not two. In the Pentateuch, the rite is rationalized and made an appropriate ceremony, symbolizing the flora of the field, representative of the harvests celebrated in Judea on the Feast of Booth. The Magian bearsma was transformed into a naturalistic harvest festival. Look to this fact, it is an instance of the natural evolution of rites. The grey rite of bearsma, meaning originally, perhaps, nature worship, and later opposition to Ahriman, is found again in Germany as cutting off the log from the noblest oak, in Gaul and Britain as culling the mistletoe from the highest tree, and in Judea, as the palm tree branch with fruit and flower bouquet, representing the flora thankfully received from the giver of all. Should an old-time Parsi examine that biblical passage, 3 M 23-40, he would say, the rabbis have altered the text in opposition to Zoroaster. But criticism would say, mistaken. That is the result of the natural evolution of rites. The rites continue, their ideas change. Judea no longer believed in Ahriman, but she felt grateful for the flowers and fruit, hence palm branch and no bearsma. Even so later, the oak log and the mistletoe became obsolete, and the church substituted the Christmas evergreen. Observe here the Talmudic tradition, which often is but an echo and a remembrance of ancient popular customs, hailing from pre-Sinaitic, or even from contra-Sinaitic phases. That ceremony assumed again its old ghostly significance. There it is again assumed as a weapon against the evil one, just as in Persia. The palm branch, ASIS, plays quite a role in rabbinical mysticism. It was used with great pomp during the entire 8 days of the Feast of Booth, at home, in the street and at the synagogue, by all the males. Solemn benediction was pronounced over it, mystic motions and shakings were performed with it, pointing to the four corners of the universe, towards heaven and earth, above and below. Of course Jewish commentators assume that symbolizes the omnipresence of the deity, yet many passages in Talmudical and mystic agatas naively betray the secret in declaring these lulab motions to mean, to drive away the evil ghosts. This is downright an MNIYNB. The rabbis translate, perennial tree. Treatise Sukkos 4. 168 Parsiism and Eastern religions. Genuine Parsiism. Here is the Persian Berzma fully restored. Here is the doctrine of the prevalence and the warding off of drugs and of Ahriman, foisted or reenacted upon a biblical beautiful ceremony. The Berzma, palm branch, it thus appears, is a universal ceremony, dating back to prehistoric antiquity, having its vestiges and rudimentary ramifications everywhere. There it is the oak log, and there, the mistletoe, solemnly cut with a golden knife from the tallest tree in Gaul and Britain, or in Germany. There it is the palm branch, symbol of victory and dominion, of imperial conquerors all over the world. There it is the symbol of the harvest, of peace and honest labor, as in ancient Judea and Arabia. Mysticism here, as often elsewhere, did but catch a tartar. From overpiety, it fell into pagan vanquished notions. It brushed off and renovated grey Parsiism with lame discredited Ahriman and his ilk. It took from his shoulders his worn-out Persian garb and had him don a new coat, the skin of the old serpent. It had the lulab, berzma, shake and move in all directions. It pompously instituted its hashenoth, the exact imitation of the Parsi bar Saman bundle. And on the last day of Booth, the great Hosan Na, it had them beat and smite in such a fearful manner as to smash them and shake off all the leaves, drive and chase away and thrust all the devils to hell, just as the Persian magi did to show their zeal for Ahura battling against Ahriman. Further on in our Avesta studies, we shall have occasion to surmise some further Parsi, mythic re-echoes in the extra Hoshana Rs on the Hoshana Rabbah, an extra rabbinic festival. It reads, "Pray, O God Hoshano, and save us, we pray, thou art our Father." Here is another instance, parallel with the well-known Mithra and Metatron, cordially received in Agadic mysticism as a divine peer. One of the worthies of the Magian pantheon, bears a name much akin to Hoshana, as we shall see in another place. Let us add, that bringing in juxtaposition these several forms and religious rites, we must not be induced to scoffing and railing, but to recognize the great fact of the universality of the religious sentiment and its adequate expressions. Barishanam purification. Vend. 1920. O Zarathustra asked, Thou omniscient one. Vohumanu gets directly defiled and indirectly defiled from dead bodies. How shall Vohumanu be purified? Vohumanu means here man, a faithful person, a Mazdayasnian believer. 21. Barishanam purification. 169 Ahura answered, Thou shalt take some gomez from a bull ungelded and such as the law requires it. Thou shalt take the man, who is to be cleansed, to the field, made by Ahura, a place designed for that rite, and the man that is to cleanse him shall draw the furrows. A most complicated rite. See Farg. 9, 10. 22 He shall recite 100 Hashem Vohu. Holiness is the best of all goods. Happy is man who is holy. He shall chant 200 Ahanavarya. The will of the Lord is the law of holiness. The riches of Vohumanu shall be given to him who works in this world for Mazda, and relieves the poor. He shall wash Vohumanu 4 times with gomez, urine, from an ox, and twice with water made by Mazda. Another passage requires 6 gomez and 3 water washings. 23rd verse is claimed to prescribe that the clothes of the unclean shall be laid down under the bright heavens for 9 nights. 24 When these have passed, thou shalt bring libations into the fire, hard wood and incense, and thou shalt perfume Vohumanu, the cleansed man, therewith. 25 Thus shall Vohumanu, the cleansed one, become clean, who shall say aloud, Glory be to Ahura and all the holy beings. This is the most solemn and complicated rite of the Barisnam, for cleansing persons in contact with dead matter, so emphatically treated in an important part of Leviticus 2. Large space, out of the way, is selected, diverse holes are dug at prescribed distances, furrows are drawn, the unclean stands within, prayers are recited, spells against the devas muttered, with a spoon and a stick dipped in gomez is the unclean sprinkled, limb by limb he is washed and sprinkled, at each, the drug, nasu, retires, until at last he is totally expelled and in shape of a raging fly, he flies to the north. 9 nights and days more go on, the unclean must yet stay in the place 0/infirmity, outside of the community. More washings with gomez and then with water are performed, more spells are pronounced and prayers are recited, keep us from our hater, O Mazda. O perish, fiendish drug. Rush away, never more to give unto death the living world of the Holy Spirit. The nasu, death impurity, gradually retires, fighting its way from limb to limb of the unclean, deemed as possessed by the evil one, so too in sickness. 15 times he is rubbed with holy dust from the ground, then washed with water, then perfumed when he is allowed to go home, but remains there isolated, and for many days yet performing the same ablutions, when at last he is deemed clean and restored to the community. Vend. 9. That ceremony or rather ordeal was inflicted on every Mazdayasnian who 170 Parsiism and Eastern religions came in contact with the dead body. But it appears this was behaved a radical way of curing each and all impurities, sickness, and devil's influence. It was therefore deemed a sacred duty for every faithful one, at least once in his life, to perform this Barishnam rite. It was a kind of Parsi baptism, renouncing Ahriman and devoting to Ahura. Now, however extravagant that appears to a stranger, still we must not forget that all religious lust rations and sprinkling originally meant the same. The Pentateuch prescribed such with ashes from the red heifer. It may be surmised too, that the gomez spoken of, was, simply, water, not cow urine. The Parsi mythology fabled of a bull, genius of production. That meant probably the clouds and rain fructifying the earth, and gomez may have been pure rainwater. The Kinvad Bridge and the Hereafter. Vend. 1926. Zarathustra asked Ahura, O thou all-knowing one, shall I urge upon the godly man and woman, as also upon the wicked, that they have once to leave behind them the earth and all its wealth? Ahura answered, Thou shalt. 27 Zarathustra asked, Creator of the world, where are the rewards given? Where does the rewarding take place? Where do men come to take the reward they have earned in the material world for their souls? 28 Ahura replied, When the man is dead, then the hellish devas assail him, and when the third night is gone, the morning appears and the sun rises upon the mountains. 29 Then the fiend, Visarsha, carries off in bonds the soul of the wicked. The soul enters the way of time, the way both of the wicked and of the righteous. At the head of the Kinvad Bridge, made by Mazda, extending over hell and leading to paradise, miles wide for the righteous, and narrow as a thread for the sinners who fall into hell, they ask for their souls the reward for the worldly goods which they gave away below. This bridge is popularly known all over the world in nearly all creeds. I heard of it in childhood on the shores of the lower Danube. It is known everywhere. It is known to Christian, Mussulman, mythologist, and Jew. It is the fright of many a poor sinner and stimulates many an honest conscience. Mohammed took it up into his Quran, the Surah bridge. The current expression, to fall into hell, is borrowed from that idea of hell beneath a narrow bridge. The rabbinical legendary has the same term D3 and I. Pound. J4. M19, 2. 171 Kinvad everywhere else. In Yorkshire, ENA land, they sing of the bridge o dread, NA bradder than a thread. Thorne's Anecdotes 89. The French peasant sings of a board, pas pu long, pa pu large chu un ch vue de la Sainte Vierge. It is put by Saint Jean, the archangel, to connect paradise with this world. The song continues, Sur qui sarant I oraison, par deshes passerant. Sur que la sarant pas about morant. Melusine, Pijo. Darms Tedder, p. 213. 1930. Then comes the well-shapen, tall-formed maiden, with the dogs at her side, who can distinguish, who is virtuous and wise. She makes the righteous soul go up above the Harabarazide, the Mazdine Olymp, above the Kinvad bridge, she places it in the presence of the gods themselves. This well-shapen, tall-formed maiden is the clean conscience of the righteous. The maid is of fiendish ugliness if she represents the conscience of the wicked. For she is the reflex of one's own doings. She leads the dead ones to heaven or to hell, according to their own deserts. This well-shapen and tall-formed maid, gave to Mohammed the type of his maiden, or Huri, in paradise. He gave her an even more sensuous outfit, to answer the amorous propensities of his countrymen. The dogs that accompany her belong to the Iranian paraphernalia. The dog was the habitual watch and companion of the Persian mountaineer, of the creation of Mazda, man's best friend, highly esteemed there, having a purifying effect upon the dying soul watching at the Kinvad bridge. Mythology, too, has Kerberos watching at the gates of Hades. 31 Up rises Vohumanu from his golden seat, and exclaimed, How hast thou come to us, thou Holy One, from the decaying world? Vohumanu is the first attribute of Ahura, the genius of mankind. He is the doorkeeper of paradise, as Abraham, Peter, and Mohammed are such in their respective sectarian hereafter. 32 Gladly pass the souls of the righteous to Garonmanum, Garotman, the abode of Ahura, the Amishas Spentas and all the holy beings. 35 Zarathustra took those words from Ahura and invoked all the gods, all the bodies of the good creation and all its personified moral and mental virtues and forces, offering them the customary sacrifices. 47 They run to and fro in dismay and trepidation from the holy Zarathustra. The evil ones, frightened and dismayed, they rush away into the depth of hell. Chapter 9. Practicatal Virtue and Happiness. Vendidad. Fargard 3. I. Dharmasteter's translation, Creator of the material world, Holy One, which is the first place where the earth feels most happy? Ahura answered, the place whereon one of the faithful steps forward with the holy wood in his hand, for the fire altar, the bersma, the meat, of sacrifice, and the holy mortar, to crush the hauma, ready for the divine service of Mazdayasm. 2-3 Which is the second place where the earth feels most happy? Ahura answered, the place whereon one of the faithful erects a house with a priest within, with cattle, with a wife, with children, and with good herds, wherein cattle is thriving, holiness is thriving, the dog, wife, child, fodder, fire and every blessing are thriving, fire and dog, the primitive tokens of civilization in the humble village. 4 Which is the third place where the earth is most happy? Answered Ahura, the place where one of the faithful cultivates most of corn, grass, and fruit, where he waters the ground that is dry, or dries the ground that is wet. 5 Which is the fourth place where the earth is most happy? The place where there is most increase of flocks and herds. 6 Which is the fifth place of earthly happiness? Where flocks and herds yield most dung. 7 Maker of the material world, which is the first place where the earth feels sorest grief? Ahura answers, it is the top of Mount Arazura, at the gate of hell, whereon the fiends rush. Arazura was first the name of a noted fiend, perhaps identical with the Semitic Azazel too, then it meant the mountain he haunted. 8 Which is the second place where the earth feels sorest grief? Where most of corpses are buried. 9 Which is the third place where the earth feels most grieved? Answer, there where stand most documus, where corpses are deposited. That place will never be clean again. So, too, in the Pentateuch, could a priest never come to a burial place? 10 Which is the fourth sorest place? Wherein are most burrows of obnoxious, creatures of engross menu. 11 Which is the fifth place of earthly grief? It is the place where the wife and children, 1. Bundle of sacred twigs of the pomegranate, date, or tamarind tree, held by the priest while praying. Strabo 15:3, 4, tas de epitus poit unta pollen hyanon rabden marakinan lepton disman catihont. ZJTWY 3. M 16, 8. Practical virtue and happiness. 173 Of one of the faithful are driven into captivity, raising a voice who of wailing. 12 Is the first to rejoice the earth with the greatest joy. He who digs out most of corpses, cleanses and who restores the soil to agriculture. 13 Is next to give joy. He who pulls down most of Docamus, for the same purpose. These verses contain much excellent common sense, vitiated in part by current superstitions or by priestcraft, the Magian legislation, being essentially a priestly one. Virtue, purity, holiness. Vendidad 4. 43, Dharmistater's translation. And they shall thenceforth in their doings walk after the ways of holiness, after the word of holiness, after the ordinance of holiness. Holiness is claimed to be the final aim of Mazdaism. Holiness there seems to mean, purity of body and of mind, a virtuous tenor of life, and healthy, clean, daily habits and manners. That strongly reminds one of the Mosaic ideal of a worshipper of Yahweh, very often repeated and emphatically impressed in the Pentateuch, ye shall not defile your persons. And not render yourselves contaminated, for I, Yahweh, am your God. Ye shall sanctify yourselves and be holy, for I am holy, I who brought you out of Egypt to be your God. Be ye holy. Leviticus 11:43. Similar verses run along the leading chapters of the Pentateuch, motivating the injunctions about personal cleanliness. Vend. X 19. Make thyself pure, right eus man. Anyone in the world here below can win purity when he cleanses himself with good thoughts, words, and deeds. This is a closing remark to the complicated ceremony of the Barishnam purification. It evidently means to say that this ceremonious cleansing symbolizes an ethical one, and that this latter one alone is real and essential. Here are the two versions and two hands of the Avesta, the ethical teacher and the ceremonious Athravan or Magian priest. So in the sacred books of all peoples and creeds, we find such two categories of teachings, one moral and real, the other ceremonious and formal, the garb and necessary expression of the inward contents. Even so we find the prophetic teachings and the priestly rites and observances in Gentile, in Parsi and in sacred writ of Judea, as soul and body, or as the body and its shadow. Pentateuch and Vendidad on that. Cleanliness of body and purity of soul, appears to have been the objects of Mosaism. Bodily and ethical purity the Pentateuch terms holiness. For that purpose the sacred writ discriminated in 174 Parsiism and Eastern religions. Diet, worship, marital connections, and sexual intercourse prescribing rules for each, according to the ideas and the standpoint of those times, with the conscious object in view to induce a solid hygiene in matter and in mind, to rear up a nation of solid bodies, with solid souls. It is highly gratifying that Zoroastrianism runs parallel with Mosaism in that highly important respect. Only a better knowledge of the Zend books will enable one to judge about priority. Mazdaism exaggerated much, as its starting point was dualism, an all-powerful God of good, and an all-powerful God of evil, the two all-powers in the one universe, could not but collide, hence came vice, war, and disharmony, and man had to choose between the two. This gave rise to demonology and angelology, to that profuse mass of notions, conceptions, and ceremonies, partly ideas and symbols, and partly empty sounds which now appear to us rank superstition, but were mostly believed in those remote times, older than Moses and Abraham. As everything in the world had its genius above, and every idea its heavenly prototype, so had sickness not simply a bodily cause, but also a spiritual author. Hence the universal belief in evil spirits to be the cause of sin and of sickness. While Monism kept clearly in mind the idea of a solid diet to ensure solid bodies and souls, Mazdayasm forgot that often, and aimed at pursuing the evil ones as real entities, out of man's heart, and thus lost itself in this chase in the realms of the imagination, the will-o'-the-wisp of the Orient, arriving often at the shallow banks of superstition, of the ridiculous and the chimerical. The same was often the fate of mystic rabbinism. Indeed, it was the same mysticism and exaggerated spiritualism in both the camps. Both parties lost their original way to a wise and natural hygiene, and became entangled in the labyrinth of vulgar ghost and hell belief. Both, then, overshot their mark in their infinite rules of diet, cleanliness, and ceremonialism, spells and overstrained devotions. Mazdayasm went off the farthest, on account of its radically false doctrine of the evil one and its hosts. Whilst Monism ever found its way again at the beacon light of rational monotheism, which was its safe Ariadne thread, to bring it back to the path of reason and truth. Sound views on life, purity, cleanliness. Vend. 447. Verily I say unto thee, O Zarathustra, the man who has a wife is far above him who begets no sons, he who keeps a house is far above him who has none, he who has children, is far above the childless man, he who has riches, is far above him. Sound views on life. Rabbis and Magi. I-75 who has none. Comment, in Persia, the king gave prizes to those having most of children, Herod. I-136. He who has no children, paradise is closed to him. The first question which the angels ask the dead is, whether they have left a substitute behind themselves. If not, they are not allowed to enter paradise. Satar 18, Hide 19. It is a Brahmanical doctrine that a childless man goes to hell because there is nobody to pay him the family worship. This is the original sense of the Mass, the Requiem, and the Kaddish, in cathedral, church and synagogue. 448. Of two men, he who fills himself with meat, is filled with the good spirit, much more than he who does not do so. 49. It is this man that can strive against the onsets of Astovidhotu, death spirit, that can strive against the winter fiend with thin garments on. This is plain talk. The spiritual and the material are simply one thing from different standpoints. It is interesting what good, practical sense original Zoroastrianism exhibits, yet it soon deteriorated into artificial spiritualism. The legislator aimed, as the Pentateuch did, at healthy bodies and souls, and he ordained as the means to that purpose, cleanliness for the body and purity for the soul, ensuring thus holiness. As an inducement, he used the popular belief in ghosts. Misunderstanding him, his inapt expounders insisted upon the ghosts and neglected his hygiene. They chewed the straw and eschewed the grain. They forgot the object for the means. Closely looking at all religious legislations, they often suffered of that same fate, viz., priestly misunderstanding. To ensure good, healthy habits, they gave as their motives but the current popular inducement, viz., superstitious fears. Soon the apish expounders laid stress merely upon those superstitions and lost sight of the real important objects. That is evolution backwards. Vend. V21. Ahura, this, purification, is the best of all things. Purity is for man, next to life, the greatest good. That purity is procured by the law of Mazda to him who cleanses his own self with good thoughts, words, and deeds. What a healthy rationalism without the particle of mysticism! All is solid sense, truth, matter of fact. Gibbon and Rousseau could not be more outspoken. All the jargon of the Magian priest is gone, and he introduces us into the very sanctum of ethics. He cannot be identical with the composer of the rite of purification. There must have been several lawgivers. Evidently there were many hands busy in the composition of Mazdean doctrine. Such paragraphs and whole groups MM1D1K23YVH, Man 176 Parsiism and Eastern religions. Of paragraphs are of the purest rationalism, the ghostly element is a later interpolation, or at the utmost, but the vehicle and outward form, whilst the essence is of the most concentrated and exquisite uncommon sense, without the least alloy of mythology. Such refreshing passages are striking and salient proofs that the Avesta had several authors, epochs, and redactions. Purity is for man next to life, the greatest good, is one strata of thought. That purity is procured by the law of Mazda, is another strata, by a Magian priest. To him who cleanses his own self with good thoughts, words, and deeds, not the tedious Barishnam with Gomez, that is a third layer, from the same quarry as the first. Or the middle sentence is an interpolation to neutralize the rationalism. Afraid of that rationalism, a later hand subrad the middle clause, procured by the law of Mazda. Next to life is purity the greatest good /s the oldest version of that new current proverb, cleanliness is next to godliness. The Talmud too has a version of the saying. It appears to be originally Zoroastrian. It is a feature of his own unadulterated doctrine, purity being its chief object. Vend. 773. Zarathustra asks Ahura, can household vessels be made clean that have been touched by the carcass of a dog, or the corpse of a man? 74 Ahura, they can. If they be of gold, wash them once with gomez, ox urine, rub them with earth, then wash them with water, then they are clean. If of silver, do so twice as much. If of brass, thrice as much. If of steel, do so 4 times as much, if of stone, 6 times. If of earth, they are unclean forever. The rabbinical law too, declares defiled earthen vessels incurable. The whole is a striking parallel to Talmud casuistry on kindred topics, same method, same accuracy, same over-anxiety, and hair-splitting. Hillel came from Babylonia. Of a solid caliber are the fine passages of Vend. Farg. 3:1-7. Which are the most happy places on earth? Answer, where the faithful erects a house with cattle, with wife, and children, where all is thriving, where most of corn, grass, and fruit are cultivated, where the dry grounds are irrigated and the swampy ones drained, where flocks and herds increase and yield much dung for agriculture, etc. What excellent and sound common sense! Whether that passage is not written expressly to contradict asceticism, monachism, the lazy, contemplative propensities of some Oriental visionaries, is hard to tell, since we do not know at what time that passage has been written. It is well known that the monasteries had their predecessors purity and cleanliness. Rabbi and Magl 177 source in Egypt and in the East long before Christianity arose. Side by side with this phase of reasoning, comes another one, a different hand amends it, a new train of thought, more mystic and more spiritual, or more priestly is subrad, the happiest place on earth is, where there is a priest with holy wood and bearsma, with holy meat and mortar, invoking Mithra and Hostra, sun and production. The worst place is the Arazura Mount, where to the drugs rush from hell, where corpses are buried, etc. Zoroaster, Paul, and rabbis on that. Vend. 826, treats of involuntary self-pollution which is punished with 800 stripes. Voluntary one cannot be atoned at all. Later it received some mitigation. The first is exorbitantly rigorous. As to voluntary pollution, the rabbis too deemed it so. 8:29 The law of Mazda takes away the bonds of sin from him who confesses it. It takes away the sin of breach of trust, murder, burying a corpse, etc. There are ideas strongly reminding of Paul's doctrine, of atonement by faith and grace. The Talmudic halacha teaches the very opposite, the Day of Atonement, atones only for sins against God. As to sins against man, there is no atonement unless the wrong is practically righted, pardon asked for, and forgiveness obtained from the offended party. 2. The rabbinical views contrast nobly with Parsiism, etc. concerning repentance and confession. Here is their norm, according to Maimonides Yad Madach Habayat. All the Pentateuchal commandments when transgressed, must be confessed to God, not to the priest, and sincerely repented. I repent, feel ashamed and shall never commit again. Sacrifices do not atone, nor even the secular punishment of crime, nor restitution will. Sincere repentance and confession are, besides, absolutely necessary for atonement. Above all, is non-repetition of the crime necessary. Nor will the natural consequences of sin, as poverty, pain, sickness, etc., be spared the sinner. They are the necessary conditions of pardon. To confess a sin and not abandon it is hypocrisy. Asterisk, when our neighbor is wronged, we must, besides, right the wrong by practical restitution, by public acknowledgement of the wrong committed and by asking and obtaining pardon. Such a confession must be public and frank, or it is hypocrisy and unavailable. That is salient, good, common sense, holding good for all times and creeds. The merits and sins of man are weighed and computed. 1 Maimonides Madach Haba 3. 6 H. JJSPJNT in Jivit and 2 Ibidem 11. 9 Ins TIH 3 NXMB asterisk no BHVV 3 and 3 PBIAO 178 Parsitsum and the Vendio ad. The preponderance of either, renders man respectively just or wicked, the EV balance suspends judgment. This seems to be Parsi and rather popular. All Israelites have a share in future life. So too have the righteous among the Gentiles. Except of future life are, atheists, polytheists, idolaters, Epicureans, apostates, public seducers, self-seekers, informers, political tyrants, bosses in all 24 classes. Nevertheless, if sincere repentance, restitution, confession, etc., have taken place, life eternal will be the share of any repentant sinner, for nothing stands against repentance. Man is absolutely free in his self-determination, he can be good or bad, therefore is he responsible for his conduct. Neither the omniscience, nor the will of God, nor the surrounding world offer man any excuse for his private determination. Hence is he fully responsible. Purity. Priests and physicians' fees. We have seen Vend 9 treating of the complicated rite of the 9 nights purification, Barishnam Nu Shaba. It is the most laborious ceremony for cleansing those polluted by contact with the dead. Later it was recommended to every good Parsi, at least once in his lifetime, especially to the young ones just initiated, the confirmants. It is the Magian baptism, to wash away the natural sin contracted in the mother's womb, the original genuine sense of the original sin, contracted by the fall of Adam and Eve. The train of ideas reminds one of the circumcision of the synagogue, and we of the baptism from original sin of the church. Saw above, Zoroaster teaching, purity is procured to him who cleanses himself with good thoughts, words, and deeds. Vend. V. 21. For that laborious, complicated, ecclesiastical work, the Vend. 937-41, prescribes a precise fee for the priest, according to the rank and condition of the cleansed one. It emphasizes that the fee should be conscientiously paid, in order that the priest may leave the cleansed house well pleased and free from anger. If he leaves displeased, then the drug, nasu, re-enters, the patient, by the nose, the eyes, even the end of the nails, and he is unclean forever. It grieves the sun, moon, and stars to shine upon a man defiled by the dead. That is Magian indeed. The unworthy priest. Vend. 18 I There is many a one who wears a pate idana, a priestly cover of the mouth, but who has not girded his loins with the law. When such a man says, I am an Athravan, priest, he lies. 2 He holds a craft trachna, an instrument to kill, the unworthy priest. I 9 Insects and snakes, in his hands, but he is not girded with the law. When he says I am an Athravan, he lies. 3 He holds a twig, the bearsma, in his hand, but he is not girded with the law. When he says I am an Athravan, he lies. 5. He who soundly sleeps the entire night, does not pray, learn nor teach, he lies when he says, I am an Athravan. 6. Him shalt thou call an Athravan who throughout the night sits up and demands of the holy wisdom, studying the law, is free from anxiety, with dilated heart and cheerful, about the future, at the Kinvad bridge. Demand of me, teachings, Zarathustra. That thou mayest be the better and happier, true priest. Even better expressed, more to the point and without verbosity, is the XXII Psalm, to Ivabi who longs the earth, the universe, and all in it shall ascend who his holy mount shall stand in his holy place. He of clean hands and pure heart, whose soul aspires to no frivolous things, and who swears not for deceit. He will carry a blessing from Iva and benevolence from the God of his salvation. Physicians. 736. Zarathustra asks Ahura, if a worshipper of Mazda wants to practice the art of healing, on whom shall he first prove his skill, on worshippers of Mazda or of the Devas? 737 and 38. Ahura answers, on worshippers of the Devas shall he first prove himself if he treats with knife 3 times, and each time the Deva worshipper die, the physician is unfit to practice forever and ever. And if he does, that is willful murder. 739 and 40. If he treats 3 times the Deva worshipper and he recovers, then he is fit to practice the art of healing, upon the Mazda worshippers too. 74-43, also prescribes the fees for physicians which is according to the rank of the patient. 744. If several healers offer, their services, one healing with the knife, one with herbs and one with the holy word, spells, the last one will best drive away sickness, let him have the preference. That is sterling good sense. The commentator humorously adds, it may be that spells will not relieve, but they will not harm. Pindaros, Pyth. 351, mentions too, that threefold classification Asclepios relieved the sick now with caressing spells, now with soothing drink and balm, and now with the knife. Pity that faith cure is out of fashion. Zoroaster appears to have been the forerunner of that and of homeopathy, giving the preference to spells that do no harm. Vend. XX 1-3. Zarathustra inquiring about healers and remedies, was answered, Thrida it was who first drove back Parsiism and the Vendidad sickness, fever, the poniard, and death. He obtained the remedies for that from Kshatravarya, the genius of metal, with a knife and herbs in hand, to withstand the disease created by Angros Manu against mortal bodies. XX4, Ahura, brought down the healing plants that by myriads grow up all around the one Jayokarana, the white Hauma. It is the tree of eternal life rising in the midst of the sea of paradise. The same Thrida is known to the Rig Veda, under a similar name and attributes. He appears to have been the first priest of Hauma, and he is hence the first healer. According to Hamza, he was the inventor of medicine, see Ed Gottwald, p. 23. The tavids or exorcising kames were inscribed with his name. As mentioned, disease was thought to come from the doings of Ahriman, or the poison of the serpent, a theory quite as rational as the bacilla of our own time, whilst the remedies were not quite so dangerous as those of Pasteur and Koch. Ahura continues, XX. All this health, do we call down by our blessing spells, pravers and praises upon the bodies of mortals. V7, 8. O to thee, sickness, I say avaunt. To thee, death, pain, fever, disease, I say avaunt. By their might, we smite down the drug. Perish, world of the fiend. Verse 11. May the much desired Ariaman come here with the men and women of Zarathustra to rejoice with the desirable reward won by means of the law. From a great many Avesta passages, we may fairly infer that the priestly doctrine of Mazdayasm is that the gods need sacrifices, we as food and drink to sustain their powers. See even Ahura accepting and offering such sacrifices. While the later ethical view is more refined. Something akin, we may detect in the Pentateuch. So we read in Yist. Vhi. 23 Distraya, worsted by Apesa, cries to Ahura, men do not worship me with sacrifice and praise. If they should, they would bring me strength. Ahura offers him a sacrifice and brings him the asked for strength. Tistraya then vanquishes Apesa after renewed battle. Purity and mourning. Vendidad, Seda, 12. Treats of the uncleanness and the isolation, corresponding to the modern mourning, of the relations of the dead and of their needed purification by an abridged Barishnam. Such matters are also treated largely in the Pentateuch. Professor Darmstetter thinks that chapter alludes especially to the uncleanness caused by the simple fact of relationship to the dead, besides those coming in actual bodily contact with him. I do not believe that simple kinship, without contact, constituted unclean purity and mourning. L8 El Nes in Parsiism. The chapter treats of relatives living in the same house with the dead, and who were thus defiled by breathing the same air. That constitutes uncleanness in the Pentateuch and in hygiene, too. It is a pity that this is so often overlooked in modern practical life. The home funeral ceremonies, often in crowded, sickly rooms, harm the crowd of attendant friends and relatives more than it does good to the dead. Etiquette required that the near relatives should be longer in mourning than distant ones. At first those days of isolation for the mourners were a measure of hygiene and cleanliness. Soon they became conventional signs of mourning, hence a social duty toward the dead. As such near relations had to be longer isolated, independent of their bodily contact with the deceased, betokening their higher regrets. Vend. 12 prescribes how long the relatives shall be isolated, viz., for the sake of decorum. This was according to their degree of kinship, corresponding to our mourning days, which differs, if for a parent, a husband, brother, child, etc. The purification ranged according to the same criterion. The house, the person, the clothes, utensils, etc., must be cleansed, and for a time isolated. Originally that was all simple hygiene, under the form of religious ceremonies. Only after such cleansing, fire, water, men and the gods could enter the house. 1221 purports, if a stranger dies, who does not profess the true faith, does he, too, defile? Answer, no more than a frog does, whose venom is dried up and that has been dead more than a year ago. Whilst alive that wicked ruffalo and undefile, for he does harm to the faithful, not so when dead. That is plain language, an exponent of the times. The principle is, the defiling power of the Nasu is greater or lesser, according to the dignity of the dead. The rabbis, too, follow the same principle and the ritualistic result is the same. Hair, nails, and purity. Vend. 17I which is the most deadly deed whereby a man increases the strength of the devas? Answer, it is when a man combing his hair or paring off his nails, drops them. From that, unclean creatures are produced which spoil the corn, the clothes, etc. A good deal of humor has been spent on that as puerile and superstitious. All over the world such ghostly stories are told concerning unsavory manners and throwing about of hair and nails. They are to be found among the humbler strata of all creeds and peoples. Yet look closely to these verses, bidding to bury nails, etc., anxiously away in a hole, with a prayer that is 182 Parspism and the Vendidad. Simply good habits and hygiene, taught to ignorant people, careless of health and cleanliness, inculcated with the rod of superstition. The living body is for good, and belongs to the creation of Ahura. The dead body has surrendered to that of Ahriman and hence is possessed. Even so is of Ahriman, everything that once belonged to the human body, and now separated from it, as the shaved off hair or pared nails. It partakes of the impurity and nature of dead matter, and must be treated alike. Just so considers Parsiism all human eliminations, even the warm breath coming from the mouth. Leaving the living body, it is dead matter, and is impure. Therefore wore the Magian priest whenever praying, a pate idana or pinam.q, It consisted of 2 pieces of white cloth hanging loosely down from the bridge of the nose to beneath the mouth and chin, in order to intercept the breath, lest it should, through the air, soil and defile the sacred fire and place. It was an exaggeration of the use of our modern handkerchief. Purity, lust accursed. Vend. 18:6 Zarathustra asked, Ahura, who is it that grieves thee with the sorest grief? Answer, 62. It is the Gahi, 2, courtesan, who goes a-whoring after the faithful and unfaithful, after the wicked and the righteous. Commentary. When such a one yields her body to 3 men, she is guilty of death. 63 Her look dries up the mighty mountain floods and withers the gold-nude plants, her touch withers the faithful's thoughts, his strength, and his holiness. The Satyr 67, Hyde 74, comments, at her look, running waters fall, trees are stunted, and man's intelligence is withered. This horror of unchastity is here no doubt most energetically expressed, and yields to no moralist, Hebrew, Greek, Roman or modern. Woman and Purity. Vend. V. Farg. Dharmasteter's rendition. V. 45. Creator of the bodily world, if, in the house of a Mazdayasnian, a woman brings forth a stillborn child, what are thy prescriptions? Ahura answers, 46. In the place of that house, farthest from man, fire, flocks, bearsma, etc., an enclosure shall be erected, and there she shall be established with food and clothing. First, she shall drink gomez, mixed with ashes, asterisk, from the holy fire, to cleanse her womb. 1. Hog. Essays, p. 273, 2. Edition Anquittal 2. 530, 2. Gahi is both the denpon and the woman of lust. 3. So. 4 M19. The suspected woman drank such water. Ashes with dash, woman and purity. 183 Afterwards she may drink and eat everything she hkes except water, that is holy. After 3 nights, she shall wash herself during 9 nights more with gomez and water, bershnam, then she is clean. Among modern Parsis, she remains isolated under the above regimen, during 40 days. The Pentateuch and rabbis prescribe an isolation of from 40 to 80 days, which time was later variously changed. Her clothes, too, must be washed and exposed for 6 months to sun and moonlight. But even then they can be used only by Dashtan women, women in their menses. Clean persons have their hands continually wrapped in old linen, lest they should touch and defile things around. Even so in Leviticus 13:45, and the leprous one with the plague shall have his clothes torn, his head uncovered, and his mouth veiled, the Parsi Wipinam. Unclean. Unclean. He shall call smile and wonder at such minute and rigorous prescriptions. But no doubt in those rude and primitive times of cutaneous, leprous, and venereal diseases, such precautions were necessary for public hygiene. It is a fact that many diseases of the most contagious and virulent character have been since stamped out, just by such rigorous rules of cleanliness. Smile at such methods and think them hard, vain, superstitious and spectral, because we forget that modern society is free from such ulcers. Remember the Pentateuch is very anxious about the same matters, without entertaining the ghost scare. Moderns laugh at the means, having attained the object. I emphasize that the Pentateuch does not postulate Ahriman and Devas, nevertheless it insists so much upon such rules of disinfection, as isolating the sick, the woman in the menses, the dead, etc., often so strikingly parallel to Zoroastrian methods. That proves that the ghost theory was secondary in Parsiism, and that private and public health considerations were the real scope there as in Mosiism. Vend. 15:7. It is a deadly sin, p.eshotnu, to have intercourse with a woman in her menses. The same it is in the Pentateuch kareth penalty. No doubt hygienic reasons are at the bottom of such injunctions. The Avesta gave its spectral theory as the cause, the Pentateuch, the will of God and nature's instincts. 15:8. It is a deadly sin to have intercourse with the woman, even one's wife, when quick with child, in an advanced stage of pregnancy, mother and child being endangered by such. The Talmud, too, was much inclined to such a rigorism. But the final decision, Halacha, looked away from it. One teacher wittily quoted the L8 for Parsiism and the Vendidad. P.S. God is the guardian of the fools. I-15. 9. If a man comes near a damsel and she conceives, she shall not will to I procure her menses, and from dread of the people, she shall not destroy the fruit of her womb, or there is the guilt of murder on both the parents. The commentary adds, the father must acknowledge his paternity and become the woman's husband. 15:15. The father must support her until the child is born. If hot, and mischief comes on, there is willful murder. Purity and sickness. 16:1-7. A woman in her menses must stay away in an isolated building, higher than the surroundings, lest she may touch and defile the earth. She must not look upon the fire, she shall stay away from the water, the bersma, and the faithful air. Food is reached out to her, in the commonest vessels, no flesh meat for 3 days, the food must be of the plainest kind and the smallest quantity. The ghost theory is advanced as the cause. But hygiene is really the reason, no meat, small quantity, plain quality. 16:2. If her menses last over 9 days, that is the work of the devas, devils. 1-2. They shall wash the woman for her purification with gomez and water, according to the rite of Bershanam. 13-18. Any sexual intercourse with her, or even simple blandishments, are most rigorously prohibited. All that is essentially, hygienic rules of personal and public health, but exceedingly severe from the reason that in those primitive times of coarse habits and brutal licentiousness, the lawgiver had to recur to severe punishments, really only threats of punishments to ensure obedience. The next reason is that such hygienic transgressions were then more disastrous to the health of generations than in our modern times, when venereal diseases have been much reduced, as remarked. The Pentateuch enjoined generally that same line of hygiene as a divine commandment, having as its object, ye shall not defile yourself. But be holy, for I, your God, am holy. Parsiism motived such injunctions by its theory of the principle of evil to be reduced in its baleful efforts to harm. As shown above, death was its triumph, hence everything leaving the body, as the breath, perspiration, blood issue, secreted matter, and pus, amputated limbs, any issue from sickness, above all the menstruation of woman belonged to the devas, therefore a wizard too, could use them and do harm to the owner, as tokens of Ahriman's triumph. Thus the sick and the dead were considered as overpowered by him, 1 PS 116, 6. Niddndb lave purity and sickness. 185 spells, conjurations, invocations of the gods, sacrifices, purification, some painful and revolting, were used to break and expel the power of engross and restore the patient or even the dead, to the author of life and light, Ahura Mazda. Purity is the reason why woman during her natural sickness, is removed from the contact of the pure world, that she is forbidden to look on fire, to drink water, to touch the earth and all the holy elements, that her clothes, even after being washed, are unfit for priests, warriors, and agriculturists, fit only for unclean persons, that the husband should not even touch her nor eat with her, that the food is handed her with a long leaden spoon, that it is of the plainest kind and scant of quantity, that she is painfully and tediously purified after a long period of exclusion and isolation, with gomez, etc., for she, as all sick persons, was deemed specially possessed by the evil one. Yet, no doubt can be entertained, that behind this screen of the ghost theory, the real causes were preventive hygiene, health, and cleanliness, aiming at sound bodies and souls, sound offspring, holiness. Hence their great, striking analogy with the Pentateuchal rules on such matters. Leviticus hardly knows Ahriman, nevertheless the same anxiety is exhibited concerning the same objects. That proves that the real reason thereof is not Ahriman, but something deeper, more realistic, and this is rational hygiene and psychology, healthy souls in healthy bodies. Holiness it is termed in both legislations. Dakma. Burial. Purity too, is the reason why the dead were not allowed to be buried in the earth, nor to be cremated by fire, nor to be buried in the sea, for the dead are impure, earth, fire, and water are holy. They were exposed on high, isolated towers, out of town, called Dakama, there to be devoured by dogs and birds. Their bones, after having been washed and cleansed by the falling rains, were buried beneath in a pit, there to await resurrection. The Dakama was constructed with symbolic metallic wires, isolating it from its surroundings, a casuistic fiction by which it was deemed to be isolated from the earth, to stand in the air, and not to contaminate. That fiction is also known to rabbinic casuistry as Nj. Irab, viz., different houses and streets are by a ritual wire isolated from their surroundings and connected as a single integral whole. When Zoroaster asked Ahura why the rain comes down upon the clean and the unclean, Ahura answered with a mythological fiction, the waters from the earth return by way of the clouds and are cleansed. L86 Parsiism and the Vendidad. By boiling in the heavenly Cpuaka. From there they flow pure and restored to the sea, Vurikaska, the great, heavenly water reservoir feeding the earth. Without myth and metaphor, that means that man distinguishes from M's own standpoint between clean and defiled, pure and impure. As to the universe, there is a constant flux and reflux, composition and decomposition, birth, growth and decay, everything comes again into its pristine right place, the bad is neutralized, the good alone remains. Hence there is impurity with man, not with God and his creation. Nasu and the dead. Our foregoing remarks will explain the following verses concerning the drug Nasu, the treatment of the dead, clean habits, etc. Vend. 7. Darmstädter. 7-2. Directly after death, as soon as the soul has left the body, the drug, Nasu, ghostly impersonation of death, comes and rushes upon him from the regions of the north, 1, in the shape of a raging fly. 3. On him she stays until the dog has seen the corpse, or the birds have consumed it. 25. Can he be clean, Ahura, who has brought a corpse into the waters or the fire? 26. Answer, he cannot. Such has turned to Nasu. That increases winter, cattle pest, etc. Vend. 1830. With uplifted club, the holy Zoroaster asked the drug, doest thou alone in the material world bear offspring without any male coming unto thee? She answered, not so. There are 4 males who are mine, he is my male who, being entreated by a faithful poor, does not give him anything of his wealth treasured up. 36. What can counteract that? 37. Answer, when a man unasked, kindly and piously gives to a faithful one, be it ever so little, of his wealth. Who 38. Thereby he destroys the fruit of my womb. 39. Is the second of the males of thine. 40. Answer, he of unclean, natural habits. 3. 43. That is counteracted by scrupulous cleanliness and frequent prayers. 45. With uplifted club, Zoroaster asked again, who is thy third male? 46 to 47. Answered the drug, he that during his sleep emits seed, asterisk, the recitations 1 the sum idea as in Jerem. I14, and 4. 6, etc. Jjinanltsa 3 The glance of the dog was deemed purifying. 3 Ne stando mingens. Facile biceter persa. M. Marcellus XXXIII. 6, Manuai card 2. 39 Sadar 56, Hyde 60 Poiak, Paratians I 61, narrates, Persian living in Paris was proven to be an apostate from his own law by eating pork and making water standing. For the rabbinical legendary reports exactly the same, Akin also it is concerning natural functions. Nasu and the dead. 187 of certain prayers will counteract that 53. Who is thy fourth male? Answer, 54, he who over 15 years old walks without the sacred girdle and the sacred garment. Holy vestments. These are the Parsi Kosti and the Satara. Maino I card 235 Ardavirav XXV6. They correspond to the Hasidaic girdle, and the Mosaic garment with four corners and fringes, usually termed Talith and Arba Kanfath. The Kosti symbolizes the bond of the Parsi with Ormuzd. It is the badge of the faithful. He who wears it not is an outcast. Satar 10 and 46. The Kosti consists of 72 filaments and goes 3 times around the waist. It is worn by males and females. There is a combination of numbers in its makeup, corresponding to the chapters of the sacred books. Such are the knots and the threads of the Kosti. All is symbolical, allegorical. Its 4 knots shall remember the Parsi of Mazda, his worship, his law, and Zoroaster. The Kosti knots symbolize about the same as the Pentateuchal 4-cornered garment with the rabbinical fringes mystically made up. Their threads and knots too are Kabbalistically interpreted. They too mean the allegiance of the Israelite to the laws and to Ive. In Brahmanism also, the faithful are metaphorically bound to God by a sacred girdle, mikald. The Satara, the rabbinical neo, is a sort of sacred shirt, with short, broad sleeves, reaching only to the hips, with a small pocket above in front. It may correspond to the Hasidaic lop and fists, may perhaps be the Parsi version of the upper garment with the sacred lot of the high priest of the tabernacle. 3. The phylacteries, with the sacred inscriptions, as those on the doorposts were also well known to the Mazdayasnians. It is unwise to sublimize such practices as of supernatural import, or to ridicule them as mean superstitions and priestly hocus-pocus. We must take them for what they are really intended, as means and symbols of edification, reminding men of their duties, and ye shall see them and remember my commandments. At a remote epoch when education was the privilege of the few rich and high-born, and books the privilege of the priests and the princes, allegorical vestments, colors, and shapes, with select verses on parchment, could do good service and were appropriate educational means. Then the real lawgiver instituted them as effective helps, and 1 Ansu Nib 3 Ij Reis JP Nv 2 NMSN Eniem on NIIC my religious rights, on that. 3 Diani Dni Abgayat Parsiism and the Vendidad. Supports for gradually ennobling the masses. The priestly vulgarian or fraud, used them for imposing upon the ignorant, for driving away the ghosts and conjuring up the protecting genii. Nay, even the honest priest and wise pedagogue may well be excused when he inculcated good habits, cleanliness, and orderliness, who by such extranatural means would take it ill when such an educator forbade the scattering of cut-off hair and nails, because that breeds devils and vermin, spoils the crops and ruins the clothes. 17.3. No doubt that is exaggerated, but it is filthy enough to be deprecated. Even so, the baleful result of carelessness in regard to the menses, the sick, the dead, etc., justify the lawgiver in having insisted upon quarantines, precautions and preventives, on pain of the evil spirit on the alert to do harm. 1755. At the 4th step, of a man going without the sacred girdle and holy garment, the devas wither him to the tongue and marrow. There is no means of counteracting that crime. The rabbinical law does not allow to walk 4 ells without the fringed garment. 1911. Zarathustra asks, Ahura, how shall I free the world from the drug, from the evildoer, Angros Manu, how drive the Nasu from the houses of the faithful, how purify them? He is bid to invoke the law of Mazda, invoke the Amishas Spentas, the pure creation, the embodiment of all the gods, the forces of nature, pantheism being at the bottom of Indo-Iranianism. Further treatment of the dead. Above we have read about the disposal of the dead on dokamas or symbolical towers, deemed isolated from the elements and exposed to the birds of prey. Vend. V10. During winter what shall be done with the dead? Answer, in every borough they shall raise houses for the dead. And 12. They shall let the lifeless body lie there till spring. 13. Then they shall lay down the dead, his eyes towards the sun. If not done so within a year, that is a trespass as grave as murder. There the corpse shall lie until it is eaten by the birds. 40. Out of that house they shall remove the bersma, the cups, the hauma, and the mortar, utensils of worship, to avoid their defilement. 42. After 9 nights in winter and a month in summer, they may bring back the fire, etc., into that house, of mourning. 61. Whosoever throws any clothing on a dead body shall have no place in the happy realm, of paradise. The dead was exposed face upwards on the dakama, naked, tied to its bars. Modern parses allow him old shrouds, clean but worn. Yet on the 4th day after death, rich garments were, further treatment of the dead. 189 offered him, for heaven Satyr 87, hide 64. The Greeks gave him rich garments. So the Jews, too, until Rabban Gamaliel set the example of being buried in simple, linen shrouds, used by Orthodox Jews to this day. 6. A year long shall the ground lie fallow whereon dogs or men have died. The dog is the holy animal of Mazdayasm. 10. If a man shall throw on the ground a bone of a dead dog or man, not yet dried up, that is punished with from 30 to 1,000 stripes, according to its size, for defiling the earth. According to rabbinical law, to throw on the ground bones of man is defilement, too, and that soil was unfit for tillage. Volumes we of casuistry are spent on that matter. Have mentioned that it was considered a heinous crime in Persia to bring the dead in contact with fire, water, trees, earth, all of which the corpse defiled. 644. Where shall we bring the dead for definite burial? 45. On the highest mountain summits, where there are always corpse-eating dogs and birds. 46. There they shall fasten the corpse, lest parts of it should not be carried away, and bring defilement. 7:10-22. Clothing and bedding in contact with the dead are, according to the degree of uncleanness, destroyed or washed with gomez and exposed to the air, then it can be used by sick, unclean persons. This is, we remarked, a hygienic measure, dictated by prudence and inculcated by superstitious, popular reasons, the only inducement at hand of the lawgiver, then. 750. Urge everyone to pull down Docamus. His sins in thought, word, and deed are atoned for, by that act restoring the earth to agriculture. 1929. When a man dies, hellish devas assail him, fiends and gods struggle for the possession of his soul, to take it to hell or to paradise, Manuai card 2. The struggle lasts for 3 days, during which prayers should be offered for the soul to secure to it the divine protection. Here may be the source of the 7 or 3 days divine services in the mourning house. 752. When the righteous dead enters the blissful world, the stars, moon, and sun rejoice at him, and Ahura says, Hail, O man, thou who hast passed from the decaying world into the immortal one. Similar tales abound in all legendaries. Christian, Musulman and Jewish. 8:11. The corpse-bearers shall wash their hair and bodies with gomez, comment, besides the full purification afterwards. Here is the parallel of hand-washing after funerals. 8:23-25. Throwing clothes upon the dead entails punishment of from 400 to 1,000 stripes. It is hard to guess the full meaning of this strange prohibition. It may have been a one-Parsiism and the Vendidab. Reaction against the reigning custom, of throwing rich clothes, jewels, arms, etc., upon the corpse and into the funeral pile. Find such in Homer, and even in Virgil, etc., see Ennies, etc., when burning the bodies of the great ones. It was a manner to show one's love towards the departed. That amiable folly was prevalent everywhere, in Judea too. Mentioned that Rabban Gamaliel ordained to bury his body in plain shrouds, in order to discredit that custom. The Zoroastrian enactment may have aimed at the same abrogation of a childish custom. The modern Parsis, probably actuated by modern thoughts of decency, cover the dead with cleanly washed, but worn-out shrouds. There were probably in primitive times economic reason at the bottom, not to be wasteful with good clothes, a waste upon the dead and useful to the living in a poor community. But something more was claimed by it, to give the dead the benefit of the sunlight. It was a kind of prolongation of life, the protection of Mithra against the drug. In the Hebrew funeral legendary, too, it is not allowed to close the eyes of the moribund as long as complete death had not taken place. 833, 34. A dried-up corpse, dead more than a year ago, does not defile. 12 shows the house where a person died, to be unclean, 2, needing purification. It defiles the relatives and inmates breathing its air, and this for different periods of time, according to their degree of contact and relationship. For dead sinners, it lasts longer than for righteous dead. Christian and Jewish funeral pomp, are modern mourning days, staying at home, closing the store, interruption of business relations, wearing old clothes, funeral services, etc., are the evolution of those old Parsi customs, enacted from various reasons and notions. There were, no doubt, their combination of reasons of disinfection and preventive hygiene, of decorum, tenderness, and pious mourning, of the ghost theory and priestcraft, too. Remnants may be detected in the today's funeral customs of all nations. The ghost story is not yet entirely discarded, the hygiene is neglected, tenderness, decorum, and pomp are most conspicuous nowadays. Chapter X Holy Animals. The dog. We have alluded above at the great importance of the dog in Indo-Iranian mythology and the practical life of Persia. The dog was the privileged, the holy animal of the Iranian world. He played a part in the Mazdaean religion, on a par with man. He was the constant companion and co-laborer of the warrior and the farmer, the guardian of his house and children, the keeper of his flocks, his intimate friend, his fellow, a member of his household. His glance reassured the sick and soothed the dying. He chased away the nasu drug from him when dead, purified his soul and devoured his body on the dakama, he prepared him for and accompanied him to eternal life. He was standing at the Kinvad bridge, pleading for him and admitting him to paradise, or howling him down to hell. He had essentially the same rights and privileges as man. To kill a man was punished with 90 stripes, to kill the water dog was punished with 10,000 stripes. Egypt, the country of agriculture, worshipped Apis, the sacred bull, its symbol and great help. The Iranian, a semi-monotheist, could not worship the dog. He cherished him and gave him the place of honor at his fireside. The dog was watching with him, fighting his battles against wolf and bear, thief and robber. He accompanied him on his lonesome mountain escapades and forest ramblings, his trusty follower through life to heaven or hell. Most frequently is the dog mentioned in the Avesta. The Vendidad treats of that animal very considerately and benevolently. Ormuzd has a dog, so has Ahriman. Paradise and hell have each one. There are two creations, of crimes and of virtues, benevolence and wickedness, light and darkness, and each has its dog. He is entitled to food, housing, and care when he is sick. To kill him is worse than murdering a man. Let us quote a few verses. Vend. Xil 2. The dog, is the good creature. Among those of the good spirit, that from midnight till sunrise, kill the creatures of the evil spirit. 3. And whosoever shall kill the dog kills his own soul for 9 generations, nor shall he find his way to the Kinvad bridge, unless he has atoned for it. 30. Mad dog, or one biting without barking is responsible for his deeds and punished just like a man for each offense. 37. Mad dog shall be tied to a post and cured if neglected, that is a deadly sin. Peshhotanu, 200 stripes. 1339. I, Ahura, have made the dog, 192 Parsiism and the Vendidad. Watchful, wakeful, sharp-toothed, born to take his food with man and to watch over his goods. I made him strong of body against the evildoers. 49 The shepherd's dog and a housedog passing by the house of a faithful, let them never be kept away from it. 15 1-8. There are 5 deadly sins, peshhotanu, viz., to teach another religion, apostatize, to give 2 hard bones or 2 hot food to a dog, to smite a bitch with young or even to frighten her, to have intercourse with a woman in her menses or quick with child. 21. Bitch with young, lying on the road, he whose house stands nearest by, must support her until the whelps are born. If he does not, that incurs the penalty of willful murder. Pentateuch. Avesta. Mysticism. Talmud. The import of the dog in Iranian life and creed, is one of the salient proofs that Mazdaism is of hoary antiquity, beginning at the cradle of mankind, older than the Pentateuch, older than Abraham, as old as the Greek classics generally assume it to be. It proves that the Sassanidae and Achaemenidae were but its late followers, that the redactors and legislators of Mosaism saw it already as an established system and legislated expressly in view of it, in parallelism or in opposition to it, favoring or antagonizing its doctrines and modifying many others, to suit their own standpoint, their own objects to be reached. Of such a grand antiquity is the Avesta. Teixeira says, Göttingen, November. Comment. Secretary Reg 1791, there is nothing in it but what befits remote ages and man philosophizing in the very infancy of the world. The well-known O Credo of Judaism, VM 6, 4, here, Israel, Ive is our God, Ive, being, is one, yeah, the very creation in Genesis, both are there expressly for the purpose of stating the Mosaic standpoint with regard to monotheism, as opposed to dualism, with regard to one creative power and one essence, contrasting with the 2 powers, the 7 Amishas Spentas and the many more assisting genii of Zoroastrianism. Both teach that there is but one divine essence, not 2 of good and evil, light and darkness, monotheism in opposition to polytheism, Hindu and Iranian dualism, Greek and Assyrian mythology. The 2. Isaiah continually alludes to Mazdaism, approving or opposing it. Isaiah 44-46 calls Cyrus, God's shepherd who will fulfill his desires and build his sanctuary. Thus speaks the Lord to Cyrus, his anointed one, Messiah, whom I hold by the hand, I the Eternal who calls thee by name. Let them know from east to west that there is no God but Ive. He created the light and he created the darkness. He makes peace and Pentateuch. Avesta. Mysticism. Talmud. 193 calls forth evil. I, Ive, am the maker of all that is. I am the first and the last, there is no savior besides me. This plainly means, there is no Ahriman, no Mithra, and no Amishas Spentas, no divine dynasties, no emanations, genii, or assisting archangels. The later Memra, 10 words, 10 Sephiroth and heavenly Sanhedrin, as claimed by rabbinical mystics of later developments. Carefully studying Zoroastrianism, it seems to be a version of the one eternal, natural Ive religion to which Genesis 4:2 alludes as pre-Abrahamic. Then they began calling on Ive. That hoary religious phase was crushed out and gave way to idolatry when the sons of the gods came to the daughters of men, and the land became corrupted in the eyes of deity. Genesis 6:I and 11. Mazdaism was a reaction against that corrupt idolatry. It was an improvement. It was a form of that more ancient Ive worship anteceding that corruption, but it was an imperfect type of Yahwehism. It was the necessary step after gross polytheism. It was the logical link between that and its sequel, as everything goes by slow development. It rejected polytheism, but stopped at dualism, a power for evil at the side of the supreme power for good. Mosaism proceeded to Ivism, to pure monotheism, rejecting not only polytheism with star, ancestor, and idol worship, but also Zoroastrianism with its dualism, Ahriman combating and the genii assisting Ahura. That step Mosaism made. But nothing daunted, Talmudical mysticism kept up the old mythology. The late Kabbalah is its restoration. 2. The cock. The cock is the next holy animal of the Avesta. 1815, etc. The bird named Parodars, who foresees, lifts up his voice toward the mighty dawn. Arise, O men, recite the Hashem Yad Vaki stem, a prayer, that smites down the devas. For 3 excellent things be never slack, viz., good thought, good words, good deeds. Rise up, here is the cock calling thee up, whichever first gets up, shall first enter paradise with well-washed hands, saying his prayers. Then will herds of oxen and increase of sons be his, and whosoever shall give to my Parodars bird his fill of meat, shall directly go to paradise. It is well known that Greek and Roman mythologies had their sacred birds. So was the eagle the bird of Jupiter, and the peacock with the Argus eyes was devoted to Juno, the dove to Venus, etc. The geese were sacred and cherished at Rome on account 1 Anno B *anti imp m. Kayat gc on that philosophy and Kabbalah, by the author. 194 Paxism and the Vendidad. Of their vigilance during the war against the Gauls. But none had the honors of the cock in the Avesta. Because none is so useful he as he is in primitive times. Is the first timepiece of the villager. The cock is another witness to the great antiquity of Zoroastrianism. The prophetic period had a sundial. The dog is yet a privileged animal in the entire Oriental world now. The tenderness for him is, no doubt, an inheritance from old Mazdaean times. The Jew alone thinks him unclean, and has no predilection for him, either from sheer opposition, or because his former Aryan lord used to abet his dog on him. But the cock is a favorite animal in Jewish legendary lore, too. The cock chases away the demons, sends home the ghosts of the dead and frightens off the wizards. At his voice all sorts of unwelcome guests quickly take to flight. Such are the legends in old Parsiism and in modern popular tales of all creeds, epochs, and peoples. I heard such in the ghetto. The holy bull Ahura Mazda that was another holy animal, mythological, not domestic, type and patron of nature's wealth and productiveness, the bull often invoked by the Zoroastrian. The primeval bull was created by Mazda and killed by Ahriman. He is not alone in Mazdaism. We find his confrere in sacred and profane history. It is well known that the Egyptians, too, had their sacred ox. Apis or Happy. He was the living image of Osiris, the sun god, the leading deity of ancient Mizraim, and, as usual in idolatry, identified with Osiris by the people. As may be presumed by his name, he was also identified with the Nile, happy and really represented, in conjunction with the sun or Osiris and the majestic Nile River, the agriculture of the country, its leading trait. Apis was considered as the moon bull, and his colleague, Nuus, as the sun bull. Apis was all black, just as the Mosaic red heifer was all red, in express opposition. Now the Apis mythology /Vas surely not identical with that of the Parsi sacred bull, yet it may be its predecessor and mother to the Magian myth, which also meant fructification and production. The modern Mardi Gras may be its late echo. So, too, its earlier colleague, the Druid December ox. In express contrast to Parsi and Egyptian myths, the Pentateuch has its red heifer rite, Numbers 19, which is not to be worshipped as a god, but burned to ashes as the image of sinfulness and perishableness, a striking contrast. The Pentateuch and the entire sacred writ have much to narrate, and the prophets ring with denunciations, about the idolatrous sacred bull, that made such inroads into the Ive worship, the holy bull Ahura Mazda. 195 beginning from the very Exodus to the destruction of the kingdom of Israel and of Judah. Exodus 32. The people, seeing Moses tarrying to come down from the mount, called on Aaron, Rise, and make us a god to lead us on, Moses being gone. That is just the idea of the Egyptian Apis. Apis was not Osiris, and the golden calf was not Ive. But the people wanted a symbol, a bodily representative of the deity. That was Moses, he not coming back, they reverted to the Egyptian idol. Later, King Jeroboam, wishing to wean off Israel from the rival people and worship at Jerusalem, instituted at Bethel and Dan the Apis calves, I Kings 1:2-28, which lasted to the end of that kingdom, and found imitation in Adudia. 2. Witty Midrash, remembered too in the Quran, claims that golden calf was made of the gold which the Hebrews had borrowed at their Exodus, 12:35. There is a fair presumption that the red heifer rite meant to discredit the calf worship Apis Osiris vanquished by Ibe. The Agada has a legend nearer to the Abistien bull. There it is surnamed the wild ox, Shorhabar Isniib*, and reserved for the righteous in messianic times. So it has, too, about the cock chanting praises to the Eternal. The Hebrew morning prayer contains a benediction, "Praised be thou, O King Eternal, who gavest understanding to the cock to distinguish between day and night." There is no benediction, but pithy tales about the wild ox, served up to the pious on the advent of the Messiah, God himself being the host. The primeval bull was in many myths the type of the animal kingdom, the emblem of productiveness, of the heavenly clouds, of cows emitting rain and fructifying the earth. It was in Mazdayasm the image and the genius of cattle yielding food to man. Vend. XXII. 2. Hail, holy bull, beneficent bull! Who makest increase, who bestowest thy gifts upon the faithful. Come on, clouds, to destroy sickness. Shower down new waters, new trees, new health. This sacred bull seems to be the brother of the Egyptian Apis. Whosoever carefully reads this entire Farg 21 will surmise there the identical myth, differing exactly as much as Mazdayasm does from Egyptian mythology. The latter is more veiled and more favorable to idolatry. The Avesta, discarding image worship, could entertain no Apis in a temple. It translated him into the sky, and by poetizing the same myth, showed its real meaning to be rain, clouds, production. Egypt condensed the poetry of nature to image worship. Persia, rarefied it to a poetic myth with a transparent nucleus, the productiveness of the clouds 196 Farseism and the Vendidad. Rising to the skies by evaporation and coming down as rain and food. Both the myths have but one nucleus. In Hindu pantheism, the deity permeates the universe. Every object is spiritualized and personified. So were the clouds imagined as a bull or a cow emitting rain and fructifying the earth. Each realm had its chief or genius, and the bull was such of the animal kingdom. XXI 4, 5. The sea Vaurakaza is the gathering place for the waters. It is in the center, on the top of the Hara Barazite. The sun produces light for the world, from that same place down comes the sun. From that sea flow down the rains, and thereto they return. The Hara Barazite, Mount Alborz, or Albord, is the seat of the Avestian gods, the Greek Olympos. It is also the seat of revelation to Zoroaster, as Sinai is to the Jews. Light and water are derived from there, bund. XX, and return thereto. The clouds connect the ocean below and that above. Genesis I6, etc., seems yet to reflect that idea of a heavenly ocean. Arbor worship and continuity of rites. We have seen the import of the dog and the cock in the Persian family, and that of the holy bull in Avestian mythology. Such domestic affections and poetic cult of Persia have been universally traced. Shall now give another instance of that continuity of ideas, conceptions, and rites concerning the cult of trees in Old Mazdaean Persia and in modern Mohammedan Persia, as well as in Western Europe and America to this day. James Darmstetter justly calls attention to the remnants of Avestian worship of trees and plants in present Mohammedan Persia, alluding to his dictum that there is nothing in worship but what existed before in mythology. 2. He quotes Jules Paternotre, in Les Persans Chayux, Revue des Deux Mondes, 1875, tome 8 p. 162, who says, at a crossing midway in Persia, a solitary thorn bush rises with 1,000 thorny branches, reaching out on all sides. Heaps of little pebbles are piously piled up around it. Small pieces of cloth hang down the branches as offerings and witness of the veneration of the inhabitants, for a forgotten deity, of the long extinguished Mazdayasna cult, viz., the Amshas band of trees and plants, Amaritat. Our mule drivers do not neglect to when fulfill this religious duty. We ask them what is the meaning of that ceremony, we receive the naive answer, such is the custom. People know no more about it. The usage has one in his Orvitat et Amaritat, p. 51. Paris, 1875. 2 in his Vendidad translation, p. 37. Oxford, Arbor Worship and Continuity of Rites. 197 scrupulously been preserved from age to age, every one conforms to it without any further inquiry. This ceremony we find there in a comparatively barren region. But 2 centuries ago Chardin found the same cult of trees and plants in the very paradise of Persia, in Kairaz. He narrates the most beautiful things at Kairaz are the public gardens, about 20 in number, the trees there are among the largest of their kind to be seen anywhere. They are of an exceeding height, and 3 men's arms could not embrace them. The inhabitants believe such trees to be many centuries old and offer them their devotions. They hang upon the branches chaplets, amulets, and pieces torn from their own garments. Invalids offer them incense, and light candles on their branches, hoping to regain thereby their health. Persia has everywhere such venerable trees superstitiously worshipped by the people. They call them Drakt Faisal, viz., auspicious trees, belonging to the good creation. They are full of nails holding up pieces of cloth as pious offerings. Barbaro, who traveled in Persia in the 15th century, met everywhere these good trees. As the cause of the adoration rendered them, he assigns the popular belief that these trees ward off fever and all other kinds and symptoms of maladies. 2. There is no doubt that we are here, in presence of genuine Avesta conceptions. Here is a remnant of the worship of the plant goddess, Amaritat. It is an echo of ideas, feelings, and adorations belonging to the mythology of ancient Zoroastrianism, inoculated upon a later religious stem and growth, Mohammedanism. The Quran has chased away the gods and genii of the Avesta. But it did not the natural feelings of gratitude and veneration for light, shade, food, and water, yielding trees and plants. Though Orvitat and Amaritat have been exiled to the wilderness, as poor devils as the biblical Azazel, though their names have been forgotten, their being and their worship live yet and will continue, as long as juvenile poetry and worship will live. Nay, we shall see that such naive, mythic conceptions live yet with Christian and Jew of today, too, in Europe and America. And if they are no longer rites of the established church, they exist as eternal religious feelings holding their place in the human heart. It saliently substantiates our theory. 1 Chardin, Voyage 2, 200 ed Amsterdam, 2 Inside interdum in spinarum arbustum cui ingentum segmentum et scrutorum ad harere copium vidi, perqui hoc illi intelligii volunt quasi februm et morborum alia symptomata arseant. 198 Parsiism and the Vendidad. That leading religious ideas and rites are universal, Barbaro and Chardin assign, as the popular reasons for that cult, the trees are believed to ward off sickness, death, and fever. Just so says Ahura to Zoroaster too, Thrida asked for a remedy against sickness, death, and fever which engross mania created for mortal bodies. Then Ahura, brought out the healthy plants by hundreds and thousands. 3. In order to ward off malady, death, fever, and we suffering need not go to Persia to find the ancient Avestian we cult of plants and trees. Meet it today in our own midst. Our Anglo-American Arbor Day, our Decoration Day, the Christmas tree with lit candles and branches full of presents, etc., are no doubt, the development of the cult of plants. Its parent, the Druidic forest Ryan mistletoe and the Teutonic midwinter log from the tallest oak, are varieties and evolutions from the same rite. A refinement upon that is the Pentateuchal bouquet of the Feast of Booths, for, it is the same original material with an additional national development, ethically interpreted. The ancient and the later Persians decorated the humble bramble bush or the majestic kairaz tree to screen themselves from sickness. The Teuton strews the mistletoe on his fields to induce fructification. The Pentateuch ordained it as a token of God's blessing on the field. The Talmud naively superad the shaking of the palm tree branch and the paradise apple, to drive away the evil spirits, innocently reverting to vanquished Parsi conceptions of plant worship. Thus we recognize the universality of religious rites and ideas. So we see that the Pentateuch ordains to put on the tablets with certain religious inscriptions, on forehead and arm, to fix such inscriptions on doorposts and city gates, to make fringes on the four-cornered garment and show symbolic colors on the upper garment, etc. The Quran ordains the same, and with just the same motive as the Pentateuch, that you should see and remember all the commandments of Allah and conform to them and be sanctified to your God. Such usages were recommended, too, in the Vendidad. Indeed, the word tablets, Hebrew nibtake, is originally a Zend Avesta designation. The Christian Church is not wanting either in such amulets and sacred inscriptions, and on the same score. That proves C. Fluegel thoughts on religious rites, on that. Vend. XXI. According to the Bundahesh, Chap 9, these plants are 10,000 in number. Asterisk Leviticus XXIII. 45 AIIG and 6 CV M6 and 11, and 4. M15. D33Y /1 NIDBBSV Arbor Worship and Continuity OP writes. I-99 The tenacity of such practices. Chardin, I, says, devout people in Persia take pleasure in praying and in meditating rather under these sacred trees than in the Mohammedan mosques, since so many holy men, too, came there to pray. These venerable trees make thus serious competition to their neighboring mosques. Some devout dervishes pass even the nights under the shade of such trees, where they do not fail to see apparitions of the good souls who made their devotions in former centuries. Sick persons devote themselves to these departed spirits and find often their cure. J. Darmstetter remarks thus the cult of trees eminently Mazdean, has survived Mazdaism. The tree chases away sickness, now under the mullah as under the mobd. The peasant of the 19th century hangs on those trees some rags of his mantle and worships the same god as the Persian emperor Xerxes did, who suspended his gold chain to the tree on his root. The sole difference is, the present peasant knows not the name of that god, whilst the Persian king of kings did know. But this is a small dip *ins in the eyes of comparative theology, which cares rather for the spirit of beliefs than their names. That spirit of belief is one and the same with the pious Mussulman and the worshipper of the Amishasband, a Meritat. That belief goes back to the past beyond Herodotus and beyond Xerxes. Xerxes received it from his ancestors. It is as old as the religion of the Achaemenides, who have engraven its catechism in the rocks of Persepolis, as old as the language of the cuneiforms which was dead already 20 centuries ago. The excellent J. Darmstetter thus recognized the great continuity of religious rites and ideas to the farthest past. The same reasoning will show its continuity from the past to the present and to the future, ever evolving higher and nobler types. These rites and ideas change their shape and name, they develop and refine, but their inner spirit remains the same. Avesta civil, penal and marriage laws. Vendidad 4. I. Darmstetter, he that does not restore a thing lent, when it is asked for back, again, steals the thing, robs the man. So he does every day as long as he keeps it. Herodotus I-183, narrates, the basest things with Persians are to lie and to be in debt. 2. There are 6 contracts, the word contract, by word of mouth. Denying it is the worst of sins, Gr. Rabbi at 94. 2. Hand contract, striking a bargain by closing hands. In Roman law, stipulatio, in rabbinic law, ti 3 New York Ijn. 3. Contract 1 Chardin 2. 44 and 201. 2. Arvidat and Emeritat, p. 66. 200 Parsiism and the Vendidad to the amount of a sheep, viz., 3 isters, or 12 dirhams, about $7. 4. Contract amounting to the value of an ox, viz., 12 isters, $28. V. Contract to the amount of a man, 500 isters. 6. Contract to the amount of a good land. Each contract broken, is redeemed by the one above it, viz., 4. 3. 4. The word contract broken shall be redeemed by the hand contract, that shall be by the sheep contract, etc., etc. 5. If a man break his contract, all his family are responsible for it, to the 9th degree. This was Persian and generally ancient law too. So reports A. M. Marcel Linus XXIII. 6. 1. The ancient Hellenic law adjudicated the property, the person and the family of the insolvent debtor and contractor to the creditor. According to Caesar, etc., this was the case also among the Gauls, aid the Germans. The well-known 12 Tables recognized the same principle in the Roman Empire. It was only the Justinian Code which mitigated in part that harshness. The law of Athens and of Sparta upheld it. That led to disastrous political and social results. Solon's great legislative innovation was its abolishment. Only the property of the debtor and contractor was to be security to the creditor. His person, his labor, and his children could not be alienated and enslaved. Solon, further, nullified the past mortgages on land. He lowered the currency value by about 27%, to help the poor debtors disburden themselves of their obligations with a depreciated currency. All that was unjust, but it saved the state from economic and social ruin. The Mosaic legislation also grappled with that problem. By the original equal distribution of the soil, and by the prohibition of alienating one's patrimony, of taking interest on money and making profits on goods, etc., and lastly by the solemn principle that a fellow citizen can never be enslaved, neither he, nor his children, nor his family plot, by the declaration that man and soil are ever free and can never be alienated by all that, the Mosaic law repudiated that iniquitous polity. The Deuteronomist XXIV. 16, expressly states, the parents shall not suffer for their children, nor the children for their parents. But in practice it was not carried out. So, 2. Kings 4. The widow complains that, her children were carried away into slavery for the debts of the dead father. 11, 17. The breaking of a contract was punished with 300 to 1,000 stripes. Thus an attack upon property was more severely punished than upon human life. The Mosaic law punished purse for 1 leges apodios impendio formidati, et abominandi alii per quas ob noxum unius omnis propincultus perit. Avesta penal, civil, and marriage laws. 201 purse and person for person, not otherwise. This is more conformed to human dignity and equality. The Mosaic view substantiates thus democracy, the Gentile one underlies aristocracy. 4. 17 to 55, treats of outrages, they are classified into menaces, assaults, blows, wounds, bloody wounds, broken bones, manslaughter, repeated crimes with manslaughter, perjury. The first 6 misdemeanors are punished with stripes, varying from 5 to 90. 90 stripes was the punishment for manslaughter. Repeated crimes without previous atonement for the preceding crime, multiplied the punishment. Vendidad 17. 13 to 18, intercourse with women in their menses is one of the most heinous crimes and was most severely punished. Be it for its real or its imagined danger to health, as it was believed that venerea and leprosy originate there, or on account of Ahriman theory. Marriage, and woman too, was an object of contract. She was sold by her father or guardian, from the cradle, often. Betrothals took place sometimes at the age of 3 years, 2. Marriage in tender age is yet customary in the Orient and was more so in antiquity. Selling of women as servants or into marriage was customary among all ancient nations. Exodus XXI. 7, alludes to it, but limits it apparently for marriage purposes, securing to her and her children all the rights of an honorable wife. Indeed, inferring from the Quran, buying a wife was the practice in the Orient and became the norm for the lawgiver. Girls of good families had to go through the forms of the slave merchant to pass into the house of the husband. The Talmud curtailed the right of the father to sell his daughter, even into marriage, and abolished it practically. At last the rabbinical halacha required the free consent of the woman to be married, just as that of the man to marry. The Mishnah has yet the expression, a woman is bought for money, contract and cohabitation, asterisk, as a remnant of olden times, but it was really meaningless. Woman could not be married without her free consent. The moral law and common sense gradually vanquished the barbarous privilege of the stronger. Capital punishment. Vend. 874. Ahura says, surely they shall kill the man who cooks or burns a corpse. The commentator adds, 4 men can be put to death by anyone, without an order from the Dastur, he who burns a dead person, Nasu, the highwayman, the sodomite, and M Fluegel's spirit of Bibl legislation, p. 32, etc. 2d Frangi. Parsas, p. 77. 3 M Fluegel, Quran, p. 187, etc. 1 Kiddushin II 202 Parsiism and the Vendidad. The criminal caught in the act. 947-49. He who does not know the rite of cleansing and undertakes it, nevertheless they shall tie his hands, flay him alive, cut of his head and give his body over to the ravens. So is killed he who alone carries a dead body. CIII 14. Besides, the punishment inflicted upon the Peshhotanu, viz., him worthy of death, punished with 200 stripes with a horsewhip, or upwards of 200, that is tantamount to capital punishment, if not by far worse. /WACI/AM is worthy of death. Ci, such is inflicted upon him who serves bad food to his dog 2, who tills a land wherein a corpse was buried during that same year, a woman delivered of child that drinks water *, who holds intercourse with a woman in her menses, who performs a sacrifice in a house defiled by a recent dead 8, who neglects fastening the corpse to the bars of the documenti, who throws the bone of a corpse or dog receives 200 to 1,000 stripes with a horse whip 8, 400 for him who touches water or trees when in a state of uncleanness, 400 to 800 stripes for covering a dead person. 500 to lugo stripes for killing a dog. 2. For killing a man only 90 stripes are inflicted. Happily the severity of such laws never was carried out. According to Chardin, the number of stripes there really never exceeded 300, in the Old German law 200, and in the Pentateuch law, never over 39 stripes. The Pahlavi commentary distinguishes 3 sorts of atonements, by money, by the horsewhip and by confession and repentance, the paytet. This latter one presupposed yet previous restitution and reconciliation with the offended human party. Then came religion. The practical wrong was first to be righted. Even such is the rabbinical view, quoted above, the Day of Atonement reconciles only sins of man towards God. Sins of man against man that day atones not, except when practically righted and the offended party reconciled. Full restitution to the offended party, with asking and receiving of pardon, were the first requisites. Then pardon from God on the atonement day was possible. Thus Parsis and rabbis did not favor the trade of absolution. J. Darmstetter further shows, Vend. Introd. 23, that certain sins termed anaparia, inexpiable, were meant to be punished with 1 farg. 420 v 44. 2 farg. 440. 76 farg. 1613. 6 farg. v 39. 10 farg. 8 104. 10 farg. 823. 14 I 3 farg. 4 5. T farg. 647. U farg. 13 4 farg. 7 8 farg. 6 8 and farg. Maimonides Madachhuba. Legal severities. 203 We death here below and torments hereafter. have mentioned the crime of burning the dead. Such punishment was further inflicted for burying the dead, I-13, for eating of dead matter, 723, for unnatural sin, I-12, and for self-pollution, 827. From Greek accounts and from Parsi tradition, it seems that punishment of such crimes was death by blows. Estimate of that civil law, etc. In the above paragraph, we find a meager outline of the Vendidad civil and criminal legislation. It knows the full value of contracts. The contracting parties were bound to their stipulations by divine and human coercion. Even a verbal agreement was solemnly binding, and the anger of Ahura threatened the liar. The whole family was, to the 9th degree, answerable for its fulfillment. Bodily assaults were judiciously graded from simple threatening to manslaughter. Repeated assaults aggravated the misdemeanor, and if not atoned, the punishment was multiplied in its severity. Professor Darmstetter finds that simple menace, a gerepta, 7 times repeat amounted to manslaughter. Every crime makes the perpetrator guilty here and hereafter, except when he confessed his guilt. 2. Penalties were inflicted by stripes with a horsewhip, rising gradually from 5 to 90. Threatening with the fist, a gerepta, had 5 stripes, whilst manslaughter was punished with 90. Second manslaughter had the peshhotanu penalty, 200 stripes. The peshhotanu penalties rose from 200 to luva blows, but were probably but a menace. Wrong and crime have no absolute value. They are conditional, social, relative, hence are they differently estimated and diversely punishable. When one bethinks himself concerning said laws, that a simple menace was punished with 5 stripes, manslaughter with 90 stripes, covering a dead person, by several hundred stripes, and killing a water dog with lo stripes, we feel bewildered and exclaim, nonsense, priestcraft, superstition and barbarism. But should we on the other hand remember, justly remarks Darmstetter, that each nation and law have their own peculiarities, which are denominated barbarism by those standing outside of its precincts, then we might be more indulgent to the crudities of the Persian law. So the Greeks acted similarly for defiling the sacred ground. 1. A gerepta is identical with T, New Jersey. Ext. XXI18, and island. Iv for menace with fist. 2. So is the rabbinical law too. S. Maimonides, Madhchaba, and so the Parsi confession called the Paytet. Here is the first mentioning of confession, so important in Catholicism and Judaism. 204 Parsiism and the Vendidad. Delos, Diodor 1258. So the Athenians put to death their victorious generals for neglecting to bury their dead soldiers in the stress of battle. So they gave to Socrates the cup of hemlock for not believing in the gods. So the Church exterminated the Albigenses, the Huguenots, etc., for not believing in the saints. So Europe was during a century and a half, brutally converted into a slaughterhouse for thinking diversely about certain doubtful religious formulae. So Calvin put Servetus to death for being too forward, and Luther outlawed the Jews, the peasants, and the Anabaptists for desiring their share of emancipation. So Huss and Giordano Bruno, Galileo, etc., were persecuted in Italy on theological grounds. So were Quakers and Unitarians banished in America on the same plea. So Jewish populations are decimated, pillaged, and expatriated in Russia, even now, because they believe otherwise than others claim to. Bethinking ourselves of this sad chain of our argument, from the Persian criminal law to that of our own times, we shall see that Persian law may have been no more absurd than that of other times, nations and their prejudices. Zend scholars have suggested that the excessive rigors of the Vendidad laws might be explained by the assumption that these stripes were converted into fines. Indeed, the enormous riches of the fire temples may have originated there. The Pahlavi translation, Tufarg 14:2, alludes to, and Parsi tradition confirms, that the bodily punishment was actually converted into pecuniary fines. In the Rabbaites 200 stripes are estimated at 300 isters $700. In Parsiism every sin has its value in money. So has every merit. Both can thus be accurately weighed in the scales of Rashnu at the Kinvad bridge, and thus determine, to the ounce, whether the dead candidate should be admitted to paradise or go to hell. Others and scholars again suggested that these horsewhip stripes, so liberally administered by the hundreds and thousand, might perhaps have fallen, not upon the culprit, but upon the backs of the drughas and devas, or upon the insects and creeping things, the creation of Ahriman. The Mazdaean priests indeed were ever armed with such a bundle of twigs, smiting fearfully Ahriman's we followers and relieving themselves of their own sins. Find such exercises frequently recommended to the faithful as a partial expiation of sins. 1. Parsi and Rabbinical Justice. I shall now be allowed to add the following new suggestion, and this from analogy. Whosoever studies the Talmudical Krimen C. Darmstetter, Introductive LNRN/R Parsi and Rabbinical Justice and Methods. 205 Al Jurisprudence, will no less be bewildered at its apparent severity. Reading the treatises of Sabbath, Sanhedrin Maccus, etc., one will find there hundreds of deeds, trifling in themselves, declared as worthy of stripes, of extermination, of death, by stoning, burning, beheading and strangling, the frequency of such punishments and the pettiness of the offense in the opinion of the outsider, the layman, not understanding the technicality of legalism, makes the reader shiver and think those rabbinical lawgivers were bloodthirsty cannibals. Baal's priests Torquemadas, inquisitorial ministers of the Holy Hermandad. Carrying, on the Sabbath, your stick outdoors, or your handkerchief in your pocket, or grinding a powder for medicine, or lighting a match in grim winter. On the Sabbath, are punished with death. Such cruelly punished trifles one will find by the myriads. But when one examines such cases thoroughly, one will find they are but innocent scarecrows, means to enforce absolute Sabbath rest by frightening the uninitiated. Often they are even less, the dry outcome of the logical deductions from certain far-fetched premises. When one admits that any trifling work on the Sabbath is punishable even with death, and when one admits that a walk beyond the limits, too, is work, then of course, a stroll into the country on the Sabbath is a deadly crime. But practice from theory is at a great distance. To punish such a deed was necessary, witnesses, a warning at the committal of the deed, announcement of the penalty, the perpetrator's declaration of acceptance, his being in earnest and in his good senses, a most intricate trial, full of so many technicalities, that it became illusory, impossible, utopian. Having educated the faithful under such ethical restraints, the rabbinical moralist was satisfied. As to actual punishment, the judge nullified such draconic laws by a host of clauses, fictions, and legal technicalities. Walking over 2,000 yards on the Sabbath, or carrying outdoors one's own handkerchief, incurs the death punishment on 100 conditions, all nearly impossible to obtain, to such an extent that conviction will hardly ever take place. What good then did such a law do? It was an educational means. It reared the Jewish people under self-control. It stimulated the ethics of law-abiding. It produced the kingdom of priests and holy nation, the noblest feature of historical Israel. It freighted them with superstition, but it stimulated respect for law. It rarely punished criminally. It rarely inflicted monmo 1.pin phi d ensik n, pdnnn 3nn/pba niao 280 din 3 C Fluegel's spirit of Bibl legislation, p40, etc. 206 Parsiism and the Vendidad. Death, it was the most humane of ancient times. It could conscientiously say, court that pronounces the death penalty once in 70 years is a murderous court. Such was the effect of the apparent severity of the rabbinical code, and such its real humanity. I know of no legislation, ancient or modern, that is so careful, mild, and humane, so much afraid of ever being unjust toward the innocent, as the rabbinical jurisprudence. Its clauses and restraints were so multiple that actual criminal punishment was almost impossible, and the entire law became but educational and preventive. Now I think, it may have been the same with the said severities of the Mazdaean legislation. It was no more puerile than any other law. It seems so to outsiders, just as ours may seem to strangers. And as to its apparent rigors, these were but theoretical, but on paper, never carried into practice, preventive of crime, not hasty to punish. They looked the more severe, the less they were intended for practice. Their aim was to frighten into obedience, never to blast and to kill. They threatened with hell and with torture, the more to avoid both. Their law was their educational means, as with the Jews, their schoolmaster, not their hangman. Mind the hoary time of its original enactment, a scattered, lonely, rough and harsh population, little tutored to restraint, recognizing no other than their own caprice, the law had to be severe in form, in order to be mild in essence. Rough children need a straitjacket. I am even inclined to assume that the Talmudical method alluded to, that of infinitely multiplying transgressions and commandments, sins, misdemeanors, and crimes, stripes and exterminations, burnings and stonings, etc., and yet reducing such punishments to mere educational means, that method of theoretical severity and practical mildness, the rabbis have learned from the Persians. Their opponents, the Sadducees, who were inclined to be more earnest with the legal severities of the Pentateuch, nicknamed them Pharisees, viz., Parses, Persians, which name later became an honorable distinction, designating their Levitical purity, extended from the priest to the entire people, just as the Magi had done in Persia. Chapter 11. Rabbis and Magi. A kingdom of priests. This remark may need some more elucidation. It has justly been surmised by keen-eyed Zen scholars, that Zoroastrianism was at first but the doctrine of the Magians, one of the 6 tribes of Media, that gradually they spread beyond that country, and by spiritual arms gained over whole nations and countries, as Bactria, Iran, Persia, Parthia, etc., the dynasties of the Achaemenians, the Arsacians, and at last the Sassanians, that even during the Achaemenian reign, the Magian rules were not yet generally practiced by the bulk of the people, that the universal mode of burying the dead in the earth, was yet the practice among the Persian people too, and that even burning a corpse was occasionally attempted. Gradually and much later, during the Sassanian rule, the Magian religion became identified with the Persian practice, was fully endorsed by the rulers and the people, and became the state religion. Indeed, it requires an extraordinary effort on the part of the masses to follow out the minute regulations and precepts of the Magi. Their rules of purification alone absorbed all the attention and time of ordinary men. Such rules are made only for a priesthood, a retired, contemplative caste, given to leisure and holiness. It must have taken long centuries until the Persian people consented to become a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. The Magian tribe of Media, one of its principalities, was the prototype of that kingdom of priests and holy nation, with hundreds of commandments and prohibitions, and a host of prayers and religious observances. It took centuries of indoctrination until that ideal was realized and extended from the Magian tribe to the entire Persian people. Now just this was the course in the polity of Mosaism and Judaism. Originally Mosaism had a tribe of Kohanim, and Levites, spiritual nobles, with an exalted theology, ethics, and laws. For long that tribe of Levites and priests strove to gain over the people to their rigid discipline in theory and practice. The Pharisees were the teachers who succeeded in that difficult task of extending the Levitical or priestly voluminous and minute rules, as embodied in Torah and Talmud, to the mass of the people, of making of them all a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. No doubt can be entertained, that the Kohanim, the children of Aaron, were concede 1 Jadarms Teder, p. 44. 2 Haradad. I 140. 208 Par8eism and the Vendidad. Aired as a distinct people, the nucleus of Israel. So they are termed children of Aaron, thy holy people, in the atonement ritual and the services in the Moriah temple. The Pharisees extended the ranks. All Israel is that priestly people. The priestly diet, the Levitical purity, sobriety, religious sanctity, all expanded and became obligatory to Israel. The Kohanim, the Hebrew Magi, lost their superiority, their exceptional position. That was an immense innovation. Hence were the authors of that denominated, Pharisees, Ulribi, from Parses, as also from the new rules of purity imposed generally upon the laity. No doubt can be entertained that the Pharisees greatly modified their own theology after the model of Persia. Rigidly adhering to monotheism, they yet found room for Ahriman. There he obtained the second rank, yet constantly and overtly in antagonism with God. The angelology and demonology, the wicked world, its limited duration and the new millennium, Ahriman to be defeated by the Messiah, the hereafter, resurrection and the renovated world, all that is Parsic. This immense reform was carried out by the Babylonian initiator, Hillel, the head of tradition, of the Talmud. By his pliable hermeneutic rules, he engrafted upon the Pentateuch all those priestly rules denominated tradition, as coming down from Moses and Sinai and implied in the Pentateuch. These were later extended infinitely to the maze of present rabbinic Judaism. The Talmud may thus stand in the same relation to original Mosaism, as the Avesta is to original Zoroastrianism, if Hogg's view be correct. Rabbinism is the Zend Avesta, viz., law with traditional expounding, of the Torah. But it must be emphasized that, though largely adopting from and initiating the Parsi theology, the Talmud teachers, the rabbis, nevertheless, knew well not to trespass certain bounds, not to put forward too prominently the Ahriman and drug theory. They declared not the elements holy, they interdicted not burial and cremation, no washing with gomez, nor wearing a panam at prayer. True, later even some such notions were borrowed, as hiding away the nails, shaking the lulab, the bundle of twigs, and the hierarchy of good and bad spirits. Yet monotheism saved the Jews from falling into the pool of Persian superstition and ridicule. Whatever the reader may think of this parallel phenomenon, between the Magians and the rabbis, it is a clear and uncontestable, historical fact that the Avestian rules of purity were for long but the distinctive sign and norm of the Magians, and gradually they won BNPIPNA rabbis and Magi. A kingdom of priests. 209 were extended to, and accepted by, the people at large, thus setting the example of a kingdom of priests and holy nation. The same is the fact with the Pharisees in Judaism. They created, as the Moabits in Persia, the people of priests and holy nation, by causing the commoner to accept those Levitical rules of purity, diet, sobriety, devotions, habits of spirituality, etc., originally intended but for the priests. Gradually, and after centuries of rabbinical discipline and indoctrination, those priestly privileges were extended to the bulk of the nation and accepted by it, not as a burden, but as the privilege of the kingdom of priests and holy nation, instituted by God, from the very start of its existence. Eastern religions and the Talmud on love of study. We have studied in these pages the growth and development of the leading ethical ideas and views of the East, how by the eternal laws of mind, by the innate force of their own fitness, they propagated from one system to another, and gradually became the mental and moral property of all nations and climes, vested often in similar symbolical rites. Have seen that among the Brahmins, the cultivation of the Vedas and of science in general, among the Magi that of the Zend Avesta, and with the Buddhists that of their own sacred writings, the sutras, etc., with the other sciences as auxiliaries, was accounted as the very first duty, as the proper natural task of the priest, the Brahmin, Atravan, Moabd or Bhikshu. The culture began with their sacred books, around which nucleus clustered all sort of knowledge, secular, mechanical, scientific and purely experimental. All knowledge was considered auxiliary to the sacred books and accounted as a proper domain of a true and genuine priest. Learning, study, was the greatest glory, and secured honors on earth and in heaven. Learning was the holiest virtue, the noblest accomplishment. It earned the brightest diadem, it forwarded a man into the very presence of, and identified him with, the deity. This was so among Brahmins, Buddhists, and Magians. We shall show here that this idea was, and is, also predominant in Judaism. Even Israel of recent times is pervaded by this native respect for learning. The highest accomplishment, the greatest glory was that of learning, of knowledge, thma, first Bible, Talmud and commentaries, but next every kind of knowledge, raisoned and experimental, even good manners was Torah. It is Torah and I must learn it, IJ is a known rabbinical axiom. Torah no Parsiism and the Vendideo actually means learning, knowledge, science. This is the original sense of the word, from the root me, to teach. Even so is the meaning of the word Veda, akin to the Greek oida, I know. The meaning of sacred writings is but secondary to each of these we terms. Shall render here verbatim some passages from the well-known treatise Abath, that will show the propagation of this view, the enthusiasm for study, the self-sacrifice for the acquisition of knowledge, science, as the highest object of man. This ideal taste was entailed by the East upon the West from Benares on the Ganges, to the ghetto in Prague and the University of Leipzig and Halle, Abath 3. R. Hananiah says, two persons talking together about matters appertaining to Torah, the Shekinah is with them, for it is written, Malachi 3, then discussed they who fear God, and he listened and received it graciously, and it was inscribed in the book of memorial in his presence. But if their theme of conversation be not about holy matters, it is a meeting of scoffers. Yea, even a single person occupying with the Torah is sure of reward. R. Simeon says, three persons taking their meal at one place and discussing matters of the Torah, are considered, as if eating at God's own table. But if they talk of common things, they are accounted as partaking of a funeral feast, heathen. R. Nehunya says, whosoever accepts the yoke of the Torah is relieved of the yoke of government and the world, the care of livelihood and of obligation to the state. R. Halafta says, 10 persons meeting in a discussion about the Torah, God is in their midst. So it is when 3, 2, or even 1 occupy with the my law, for it is written, where name is mentioned, there I shall come and bless thee. Exodus 2. Other rabbis say whosoever journeys through cultivated fields, meditating upon thfe Torah and interrupts himself with the remark, how beautiful is who that tree or acre, he endangers his life. Forgets or neglects his study, forfeits his life. Precious is man born in the image of God. Precious is Israel, for it is written, children yet are of your God. Deuter 14. Especially chosen is Israel, as written, good teachings I gave you, my Torah, forsake it not. Prov 4. Ben Soma says, who is wise? He who learns from everyone. Who is a hero? Who conquers his temper? Who is rich? Who is satisfied with his lot is honored. Respects others. Despise no person and no thing, for everyone and each thing have their opportune hour. Be very, very humble, for the future one. Abath 3. Eastern religions and Talmud on study. 211 of man is worms. That is of Buddhistic sound and color, it we savors decidedly of the East. Have seen such among the Buddhist proverbs. It has the ring of nirvana. The reader will remember the Brahmanic and generally the EAS turn doctrine of the wanderings of the soul to expiate the sins of former existences. She assumes a nobler or meaner shape and body according to her merits in her past career. She is thus rising or falling, in the scale of her earthly existences, by inhabiting the body of a god, a Brahmin, a Chandala, an elephant, a wolf, a snake, a plant, etc. The rabbis did not go to that length, but transmigration was well known to them. Especially they connected phenomena of nature and of history with the moral conditions of man. So we read in the same treatise, Abath v. 7 modes of misfortune befall the world on account of 7 chief transgressions, when some pay tithes and some not, drought is the punishment. When all refuse tithes, drought and lawlessness cause famine. Crimes not punished, induce pestilence. War comes upon the world for refusing justice to the innocent. Perjury is followed by beasts of prey, exile is visited upon the idol worshippers, the incestuous, the murderers, etc. The minute casuistry of the Brahmins, their hair-splitting distinctions and microscopic argosies, their endless litanies, myriads of prayers, abstinences, penances, fastings and self-mortifications, their tenet that the body is but the prison of the soul and the source of evil, their charms, incantations and talismans against the evil spirits, their often overstrained humility and suicidal asceticism, side by side with selfishness, exorbitant arrogance and self-deification, such views and claims have not died out, without leaving their distinct traces. These theories and practices have found their immediate echoes in Zoroastrianism and Buddhism. They have their analogy and parallels in all the creeds and sects of the West, in Asia, Europe, and America, of modern times. This propagation of ideas and opinions proves incontestably, how nothing remains isolated, how the beliefs, thoughts, and practices of the East influenced the West. In a modified and mitigated form, they traveled from Brahmanism to Iran, Ceylon, Tibet, and found their echoes in the today's Western religions. For good and for bad, we are the heirs of the past and the nephews of the Easterners. Let us quote a few specimens more from the rabbis on the import of study, learning, Torah, in parallel with Hindu and Iranian dicta. The sages taught in the spirit of the Mishnah, praised be God who selected Israel and his learning. Whosoever busies 212 Parsiism and the Vendidad himself with the Torah unselfishly, merits many good things, yet the world exists on his behalf. He is called a companion and friend of God, he is a partner of God in his creation. This is decidedly a Brahmanic and Zoroastrian view. A man doing good and fighting evil, assists the God of good. Now follows a magnificent description of such a man and saint, with all the enthusiasm, the naivety, the exaggeration of the East. The proudest names are spent upon him, the highest epithets, almost divine honors. Monotheistic sobriety yields the place to Eastern, almost mythic idolization. He gives joy to God and men, his robe is humility and piety, he is capable of becoming a righteous and holy one. The Dvicha and ascetic of Brahmanism, and the Yasata of Parsiism, he is sinless and nearest to over-merit, Sichuth, dispensing counsel, salvation, wisdom, and strength. To him are given royalty, dominion, and the dispensation of justice. The mysteries of the law are revealed to him, he is a never-failing stream of holy emanations, he is pious, long-suffering, forgiving injuries, superior to and sublime over all creatures. Here is the exalted position of the Hindu ascetic and hermit, of the Parsi sage and Yazida, who stand higher than the gods, assisting the Supreme in his creation, patrons of men and of the world. The tzaddik and hasid of this rabbinical passage is absolutely and identically described as the Brahman Dvicha or ascetic, as the Magi and Yazida, as Buddha, mendicant and angel, in rags and with a crown. This rabbinical hasid and tzaddik is decidedly identical with the sage of Kapila and Plato. As to Yama, as to Manu, so to him are given dominion, royalty, and dispensation of justice. Such is the hasid of old Abbath, of medieval Kabbalah and of today's mysticism. Every day a bat call, a holy echo issues from Horeb proclaiming, woe to the people who neglect the Torah, free man is he only who industriously studies the Torah. Whosoever learns of his neighbor even a verse, even a letter, owes him respect forever. For honor is but in the Torah. Good is but the law. Such are the methods of Torah and learning: eat bread with salt, drink water moderately, sleep on the bare ground, live poorly and scantily, but busy thyself with learning. Then hail to thee in this and in the next world. Ask for no greatness, desire no honors beyond thy learning. Work, and long not for the table of kings. For thy table is nobler than theirs and thy crown is more lustrous. 1 NS Kiss NTFJJD 3 Napnas Tahif NTFVJI. Nin is Engine SA Abath End. 2 Tony PNs 3 JN Nip MN Sipto Inia JAINSNW, love of study. 213 Than theirs. Great, indeed is the Torah, superior to the priesthood and higher than royalty. Royalty is acquired with 30 degrees, priesthood is with 24, but learning is gained with 48 degrees. These 48 degrees to the acquisition of science, sacred and lay, for this is really the sense of Thora, comprises all the noblest and most exalted of ethics, virtue, and intellectuality, coupled with humility, asceticism, and self-sacrifice, just as the requirements of a Magian or Buddhist teacher, a Brahmanic Dvidsha, Plato's and Maimonides' sage. Indeed, it is the identical doctrine of the high worth of mentality and virtue, reduced to sober possibilities in these passages of Treatise Abath. Great is the law, it dispenses life here and hereafter. So Arjasi narrates, once upon a time I was on a journey, when a man met me and greeted me, asking, "Where are you from?" I answered, "From yonder great city full of learned and wise men." He said, "Rabbi, will you come and live in my place, and I shall give you myriads of gold, pearls, and precious stones?" I replied, "Should you offer me all the gold, pearls, and gems in the world, I would live but in a place of learning." It concludes, when man dies, none of his silver, gold, or precious things accompany him, nothing except his learning and his good deeds. This enthusiasm and self-sacrifice for high mentality and virtues, the rabbis inherited it from the East, and they entailed it upon the West. Have we Occidentals cause to call the Orientals barbarians and put them under the heel? Should not the West now pay its old debt of gratitude, and help rekindle there the torch of civilization, lit at their sacred fires thousands of years ago? Would that not be a nobler triumph than that of compelling them to buy our manufactures and submit to our rule? Talmud and Avesta on Angels and Demons. Zipser in the Orient, 1850, in the wake probably of Nork, the Brahmins and the Rabbis, 1836, p. 100, called attention to the fact that the mysterious Metatron of the Agata is identical with the Parsi Mithra, the well-known mediator and intercessor between Ahura and man. He is often invoked in the Yasna, in that capacity. The rabbis too imagined Metatron as such a mediating angel, interceding and bringing up the prayers into the presence of the Skechina. So, according to the Hindus, the souls of the pious perform that office, bringing the prayers of the faithful before Hev 1 I 3 by Sai Janu Ban 3 Midrash Tanchimatu Vas Kanan, Vm 3. 23 214 Parsiism and the Vendidad. N. The same do, according to the Parsis, the Fravishis, and ac according to the rabbis, the souls of the pious, Hasidim, especially the patriarchs. Well-known prayer to that effect is in the Hebrew prayer book. Of Mithra is claimed that he teaches the law in heaven. Yes 64. So too the rabbis, Metatron teaches Thora to the children in school. They appear sometimes to think Metatron and Elias as one and the same person. Of the latter one they said that once in the day, he is allowed to plead mercy for Israel. Haggadah is. Sometimes Metatron is called the Great Chancellor, 3, of Israel. Just so they said of Elias, in past times a man did good and the prophet wrote it down, now it is Elias and King Messiah who do so. Wakra Rabbah, 34. So too in Kedushin 70, Elias writes and God seals. Asterisk, Mithra knows all secrets and he has messengers announcing to him all that happens, Yasna 45, 46. So in the book of Henoch, every member of my council, 5, knows and discloses to him all the secrets. According to the Parsis, Mithra, Sarosh and Rashnu, are the three judges meeting the dead at the bridge of Kinvad. Even so the rabbis, when a man dies, three angels meet him, Treatise Kala, etc. Elsewhere we have alluded to that formidable bridge over hell leading to paradise, to be found in Jewish, Christian, Mohammedan, Parsi, and Babylonian legendary. It is universally known that the Avesta teaches as subordinate to Ahura Mazda, his 6 peers, the Amishas Spentas. Ahriman too has his court of 6 wicked grandees, corresponding to Ahura's 6 good genii, each of the first set has one of the other set, as his particular opponent. This we find in the Talmud too. The 6 angels of good are termed angels of the divine, presence or of the service. The opposite 6, are the angels of wrath. C. Yet there is the following radical difference in the two conceptions. To the Parsis, the one set are divine genii of light, assistants and peers of Ahura, the others are of Ahriman, genii of evil, drughas residing in hell. In the Talmud either of these categories are messengers of God, one for good and its reward, the other in punishment, for bad, both are angels and both perform divine behests. The following will make plain that radical differ 1 Donid 33 is 2 nit mpv 3 he imibid ionm ens jasni and in biria hv for these parallels, etc., we follow often O.H. Shore in Hekalaz, 1860–1869, though we do not always coincide with his conclusions which are often extreme and unwarranted. DJBFI 3N or Hin TDJ, T3JD Talmud and Avesta on Angels and Demons. 215 ins between Agata and Avesta, in the Midrash, 0 we read, when Moses was ripe for death, God bade his angel Gabriel to take away his soul. The angel declined it. Thereupon order was given to the angel Michael to perform that task and he declined too, he and his colleague being angels for good. Then God repeated the command to Samuel a messenger for bad and he declared ready. Then Moses anxiously prayed, God deliver me not into the hands of the death angel. God replied, be reassured, Moses. I myself will take care of thee. Hence we read, VM 34, 6, Moses died by the mouth of God, viz., with a divine kiss, and he, God, buried him in the valley, 2, etc. This pretty legend best illustrates the angels, good and bad, of the Talmud, as radically differing from those of Zoroastrianism, of which they are, with all that, but a nobler development. This delicate, but most important difference between the angelology and demonology of the rabbis and the Parsis, is the dividing line between me and the great scholar and inquirer, O.H. Shore. The nucleus is identical, the evolution is a nobler one. As Mithra assumes a special importance in the mythology of later Parsiism, even so Metatron, in the Talmud, that non-Jew said to Aretes, it is written, and to Moses he, God, said, come up to Ive. Come up to me, should be there? The rabbi, answered, that is Metatron who speaks, and whose name is identical with that of his master. 3. Shore surmises that the ideas of the East Asiatic peoples, the Chaldeans and Babylonians greatly influenced all, Mosaism, Talmud and Zoroastrianism, though he knows not clearly in what way that was done, either that there existed some ancient connection, long before Moses, between the Babylonians and Canaanites, as believed by Shev Olson, or by the intermediation of media, or that the last redaction of Holy Writ took place later, as according to Bolin, Dozy and even some Jewish sages, he identifies too, Abraham's origin, education, and birthplace, Ur of the Chaldees, with the Babylonian science and priesthood, and his later sojourn in Haran, with the Zoroastrian Aryanavyagho of the Avesta. Thus he hints at the possibility that Babylonian ideas found their way to Palestine and vice versa, showing strong parallel lines between Mosaism and Parsiism, not only in single laws, 1 Devarim Rabbah 11. And Tirith Moshe to VM 34, in Midrash Meusha also in Bab M. Sanhedrin 21 Sabbath 104 Jerusalem Abodah M Saw Sarah I5, etc. 8 Sanhedrin 39, BAKM Eni Eapdia PASD Eni R /HY3N, Re NHV. RHFI Hekalaz, Volume 7, P12 Vol I, P109 Vol 3, P99. 2L6 PAR8 EEISM and the Vendidad but in the method and the spirit of those legislations. Such is for instance, the order of the creation, the fall of Adam by the temptation of the serpent, following here, Rosenmiller, Bohlen-Spiegel and Windishman. Such are the traditions about the Garden of Eden, its 4 rivers, the trees of knowledge and of life, the deluge, clean and unclean animals, etc. These biblical traditions go parallel with those of Chaldee, Hindu, and Avesta. Following road, Shore surmises that both, Parsis and Hindus, drew from the same sources, viz., Babylonia and Chaldea, whence Abraham hailed and which views he carried over to Haran and Hebron in his immigration thereto, having fled from the persecution of Nimrod, conqueror of his native country. These historic traditions concerning the Chaldean science and religious influence are frequently alluded to in the Talmud. Abraham's countrymen are so, as Neo-Nabateans, inhabiting a part of Babylonia and whose civilization was older than that of the Hindus and the Hebrews. Their idiom was a Semitic one, akin to the Aramean. The Talmud mentions that in Gems, Sabbath chapter 16, they are termed Tibjay, Nabateans, and in Nedarim 9, they are called Cuthians, no, their chief dwelling place being Cutha. An interesting tradition about Abraham is in the Talmud. Baba, Bathra 91, Rab said, 10 years was Abram incarcerated, 3 in Cuthi and 7 years in Cardia. Arkista says, Eber the Little, Oi Cutha, that is the biblical Ur of the Chaldees, the birthplace of the Hebrew patriarch. From remnants of Nabatean literature, Chiv Olson has shown that long before Moses, Babylon's sages inveighed against idolatry, etc. Of these ideas, Abraham may have been the monotheistic link between Chaldea and Canaan, connecting Ur, Haran, and Hebron. Continuation, Tistriah, Elias, A.P. Brie, and Abramos. 3. Spiegel shows that according to the Vendidad, rain is in the power of Ormuzd, but later on it was placed under Tistriah. Similarly the rabbis, Tanith 2, 3 keys are in the hands of God and that of rain is 1. While in Sanhedrin 113, they say the key of rain was delivered to Elias. Asterisk, the commentators add, sometimes such keys are temporarily given to God's messengers, as it was to Elias on Carmel. Another such genuous of rain is called A.P. Brie, such as in Midrash Tilem 78, about whom there is a poem in the holiday Poetons. Shore thinks A.P. Brie identical with Aware and Abitra and Vara, meaning, cloud and rain. I have my own one Bitra edge, 55. 2 Hekalas, Volume 7, p. 10 and 12. 3 Shore, Hekalas 8. 6, etc. 4 MHVHLODTHTP and NN, Tistriah, Elias, A.P. Brie and Abramos. 217 Opinion on that, viz., in these pages I have called attention to the Greek Abramos, the all-powerful, a Homeric epithet of the leading gods of the Hellenes, showing its relation to the Hindu Brahman, of the root Bri and Brim. Now I venture the suggestion that A.P. Bri Ia, the genius or god of rain, refers to the same Abramos, it means Abri, Brim, the Almighty. One of the frequent epithets of Zeus is, the cloud-gatherer or rainmaker, Nephil Agerita, Solu in Latin authors, Tubes Coggins. Etymologically and logically, this seems to me the best derivation. Spiegel, Yasna I, quotes Paragia as tle patron genius of mature fruit. In Sanhedrin 95, Gabriel is detailed to that office. Parsis and Jews. More parallels, Spiegel counts Aparimnapat as another genius of water. Zend Avesta Introduction 19. Shore remembers the rabbis quoting Larry Keem, as patron of hailstorm, to which the legend when Nebuchadnezzar threw Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah into the fiery furnace, arose Urakim, Lord of Hail and said, Holy One, shall I go down and quench that burning furnace? God answered, My that is not office, thou art master of hail, all know that water quenches fire. The Parsis know and pray to the Menthraspenta, the holy word of Mazda, his revelation. Treatise Kala, of Armeir, has such a genius too, called, Patron of the Thora. 3. In Daniel X, we read, Daniel, alone saw the vision, but the men with me did not, yet a great trembling seized upon them, and they ran away. Who ran away? Haggai, Sacharia, and Malachi. What for did they run away, since they saw not the vision? Because their luck, td, saw the Daniel. Rashi comments, their patron saw it, since every man has his patron in heaven. This, says Shor, alludes to the Parsi fervar. Another Talmudical saying is, Israel has no such eighth fervar. The idea that every man has his lucky angel is found among the Hindus, Parsis and the Jews, too. Innumerable are the Talmud passages quoting the discussions between Parsis and Jews. I shall mention here but a few. Bibli. Sanhedrin especially contains a myriad of such. That renegade told to our Gamaliel, he who made the mounts, did not make the wines, each having its own genius. Told that Magian to a mimer, from thy midst upwards, thou art of Ormazd's creation, downwards of Ahriman's. Of course the spelling there is incorrect. So is there Rashi who naively interprets, Ahriman, God one Ibidem Shor. Tien Ibopi Midrash Tilum, 137. 3xr Emmet, 2l8 Parsiism and the Vendidad is so called. Magian, not Sadducee, said to Arabehu, God who is a priest, how could he bury Moses? That being defilement, he cleansed himself with fire, was the answer. Many fine points are there but hinted at. Let us give one instance in full. In Bibli. Haggadah, 13, etc., we read the following, concerning a leading rabbi, who turned to the doctrine of the Magi, for men entered paradise, mystic doctrine, viz., Ben-Asai, Ben-Soma, Aker and Akiba. Ben-Asai looked and died. 2. Ben-Soma looked and was punished. Aker lopped off the branches, p. alone, Akiba left in peace. Aryusha b. Hananiah was standing on the height of the temple mount and b. Soma seeing him, did not rise before him. Soma whence and where to, he asked. Soma answered, I was looking at the waters above and the waters below, and there is no more than 3 fingers breadth between both, alluding to where as the original matter of the world, according to Thales, or to the 2 creations of Parsiism. Arjahashaya declared him as standing outside of the faith, ***. As to Aker, he lopped off the branches, of Judaism. What did he see? Metatron having permission to note Israel's merits. Are not there 2 powers? 8. Divine voice called, return ye wayward children except Aker. This Aker is Elisha ben Abujah, the teacher of our Meir, so famous in the Mishnah. He is reported as given to sensuality and holding the following discussion with that pupil, is it not written, Ecclesiastes 7, even this, opposite to that, God created? The 2 spirits of good and evil and the 2 creations. He is answered both the contraries are made by the same creator. Aker continues tempting his pupil, but is ever pointedly met with a repartee. Our Meir intimates that Aker may yet become a penitent. But Aker replies, long ago I have understood, it is too late for me. Once upon a time Aker was riding on horseback, on the Sabbath, and our Meir walked behind him, learning Torah from his mouth, q. When he, Aker, called, stop here and return. For the Sabbath allowed the latter one no further to proceed. When our Meir replied, stop thou too, viz., from thy heresy. Too late he exclaimed. Our Meir insisted and Aker followed him into 13 schoolhouses where, in each, he ominously heard holy verses deprecating and repudiating apostasy. The verses are sharp, and cutting, 1 Sanhedrin, 39, a. 3 NNP NAPNIOFI and 2 JFJFGFSN 3 NIVTAISP 4 Urabi Hikmniat SNSDISRAN VND Nari Antianus. So TN 6 The sense of that passage is intentionally obscure, NIT. A 7-1 Bowman Ipfacha RIVMNN Metatron, Ahriman, Aker. 219 The last being especially pointed. PS 3I6. To the wicked God said, what for dost thou speak of my law? Aker yet oc copying with it, but Aker understood the child saying, to Elisha, instead Oirasha, O the wicked as in the text. Q. When he died it was said, in heaven, shall not condemn him, since he occupied with the Torah, but he shall have no future life, since he apostatized. To which our Meyer objected, let him be punished, but not forfeit eternity. His opinion was acted upon, a smoke arose from Acre's grave. 2. Our John regretted this hellfire in Acre's grave and promised to release him when in the hereafter. So it was, when our John was dead, the smoke from Acre's tomb stopped. 3. Acre's daughter came to Rabbi, support me Rabbi. Who art thou? Acre's daughter. Has the wicked one reared children? And she replied, Rabbi, remember his learning, not his deeds. At once a fire came down and began burning his footstool. In punishment of his unkind words, that passage is often intentionally obscure, the subject being delicate. The name Acre is whimsically explained there, I think it is simply Araman Akermanigerman. Agur and Ahura being fierce devils in Avesta mythology. Acre means simply the evil one, devil. Shore's explanation of the name is far-fetched. Asterisk, he believes him to be the founder of a sect, the Mendates, whose name was Elshazai and who taught a doctrine compounded of Judaism, Christianism, and Magism, that he especially accepted full dualism and part of other Parsi tenets. I quoted here that entire long passage from Haggadah, to show the relation of Parsi doctrines and views to rabbinical theology and mysticism, especially the surprising instance of several leading rabbis, occupying with foreign teachings and philosophy, some even passing over to them and yet not breaking off their intercourse with former Jewish friends and pupils, and their former mental occupations. Later rabbinical generations really wondered at that toleration. Ibidem 15, b. That our Meyer learned of Acre. They quoted different verses all going to say, that he ate the fruit and threw away its stones. 5. Devas in Parspism and Talmud. The same identity of Persian and of rabbinic demonology is shown in Babylonian Birakoth 51. A. R. Ismail, son Elisha said, 3 things told me Suriel, the Lord of the Divine Presence, 6-1 B.I. I instead VBJKI 4 Hekalas VIILP 92 IRIKT Irnsponibi, PD. 3 Inks T na posits P po XHVH NW Kibai VHVSSBWW 6D N 220 PAR8EISM and the Vendidad. Take not thy shirt from the hands of thy unwashed servant when dressing, nor shalt thou take thy water, for hand washing, from him whose hands are not washed, nor must thou return the cup of thy morning drink, but to him who handed it to thee, for the evil spirits are waylaying man for such opportunities to harm him. A. The same rabbi is elsewhere claimed to have risen to heaven by means of a sacred talisman. Another legend claims to have the same information, not from Suriel, but from the death angel, with the addition of this, do not stand before women when they return from a dead person, because I, the death angel, am dancing before them, with my sword drawn and having permission to smite. He to whom this happens must get out of the way, reciting the verse of Sacharia 3, God forbid, thee, Satan, we etc., until he has passed. See that the Talmud as the Magi, connected the ideas of uncleanness and sickness, death, and mischief, with the evil spirits, specters, devils, and devas. Physical impurity, moral depravity, and mental untruthfulness, error, lies, fraud, etc., were all but one and the same thing, looked at from different standpoints, all leading to destruction, the work of Ari man, the genius of death. Shore, Hekalas 8:8, shows further that the Talmudical ideas about the habits of the evil spirits, are like those of Parsiism. They eat and drink in preference, things unclean and of evil odor. They sojourn in graveyards and pair there. They know all that will happen as the angels do. They like dirty places and take pleasure in ugly things. Similar notions we find the rabbis holding of the devils, Birakoth 3. One shall not enter a ruin from fear of the evil spirits. They are usually termed the mischievous, hurtful ones. Cs. Jerusalem Jebamoth I5 / the devils are to be found in pits. No man shall drink in the night from the river or pond, Sachim 1:1-2. Since they frequent the graveyards, it is the custom in the south to wash after a burial. Jerush. Birakoth 2. they are masters during the night, etc. Sickness and talismans. Both, the Hindus and the Parsis, assumed that maladies are mischievous, evil spirits. Against Eve/Y sickness, they had a spell, to chase it away. The Hindus sometimes flattered the devils, hypocritically. While the Parsis ever spoke to and of them one duad k du tu an ata thibsd and san ssohvo, ear /ohrh no ki ifi abdant jabo takaspes is no doubt the Persian crofastras viz, soiled things, infected with the vil 1, 3 iptd sickness and talismans. 221 Spitefully and harshly, accursed be thou, fever. Avant. Flee. Here I expel the devas, the accursed ones. Even so the rabbis thought maladies and distempers as dangerous evil spirits. Sachim 114 Sabbath 67, etc. Their spells, too, were, conformed to the Parsi pattern, spiteful and contemptuous, an arrow in the eyes of Satan, Kedushin 81. The Avesta and the Talmud used sacred verses as approved weapons against the devils. Layard found such Jewish cameos, or written spells and talismans, of Babylonian Jews of the 7th century, with names of Persian angels and devas, which make it undoubtful that such came from magism. Correctly argues Shorn he points to their likeness among rabbis, Babylonians, and Buddhists, as proof that they were not confined to the Parsis, and may be older than the Avesta. Even the Arabians before Mohammed, used such spells and talismans to guard the children against the evil ones, hanging over their necks, teeth of the fox or the cat. The Mishnah, too, remembers the fox tooth, too, so did the Parsis use their holy writ, verses from the Avesta, to drive away the devils and heal diseases. Vend, and Corda Avesta. Even so did Arjan allow to heal with passages from holy writ, Sabbath 67. Other teachers forbade it. Shore thinks that especially the knots in the phylacteries and the fringes were believed to guard against the evil one. The Parsis used also to that end the bear's mitwig. So did the rabbis use the lulav and the shafar, cornet. See Sukkah 31. Parsis and Talmudists were also afraid of the evil eye, Babli Baba Bathra 118, Birakoth 95. Rab and Arshija both say, 99 persons die of an evil eye and one by divine decree. Shor Ibid. Agada and Avesta 3, in the following instances, Shor allows the priority to Parsiism. But in many cases that may be contested. It may be claimed, either that such sayings and teachings are so common sense-like, that they spring up everywhere from the native soil, or that they are wandering proverbs, from east to west sometimes, and at other times, from west to east. Shor is overmodest in assuming the Magi ever original and the rabbis always copyists. Priority can only then be safely vindicated, when the adage is the necessary outcome of the peculiarities of a people or a doctrine. So the Bible teaches God without Ahriman nor devas. Hence when later appear spirits, Satan, etc., that is of Persian derivation. Spiegel says that the Zoroastrian rite 1 and John 3 VAKTJ 2 Sabbath 86 and 66-J, it, HV/03 following Shor Hekalas 8. P 17. 222 Parsiism and the Vendidad. Eos, dwelling in paradise or Vara, are shining as lights, and the Fravishis are lustrous stars. Similarly is found in Sanhedrin 19m and Idrash Tillim 75, as the sun and moon shine in the world, even so do the just ones. It is written, praise him, ye stars of light, these are the just. That may well be originally midrashic. In Sanhedrin 102, we read that Achab, son Omri, had half of his sins forgiven, because he used to assist scholars with his wealth. This idea, Shor thinks, is not Jewish, but rather from the Vendidad, where it is said that confession of sins, to the priest, earns the pardon of a third part of them. Here, Shor, in his disinterestedness is over-scrupulous and far-fetched. That, charity saves from death, etc., is grown upon genuine Bible soil. 3. Indeed such ideas are current everywhere, and their aphorisms are universal, expressed in all literatures, going back to the dawn of civilization, and there is no telling to whom belongs the priority. That Vendi Dad passage has another interest. It shows whence hails the idea of confession and the power of the priest to pardon sin. On the Atonement Day, the Mosaic high priest confessed to God, not to man. He prayed for divine forgiveness, but he did not grant it. The Talmud expressly states that neither the priest, nor the Atonement Day wipe off the sin committed against a fellow man, except when practically righted and fully made good. According to Vend. 3:119, whosoever neglects the study of the Avesta, the Hudrughs will fetch him to hell. So the rabbis, neglects the study of the Torah, he will not stand the day of misfortune, he will fall unto hell, Barakoth 18, Horath 13th, etc. A Parsi should not destroy goods of even the smallest value given him by Ahura, Spiegel comment. Vi 6:8. Similar, in Barakoth 62, whosoever wastes useful clothing will at last lose their benefit. That adage is universal, too. The Parsis thought that lascivious, unchaste persons contaminate by their looks water and trees. Vend. 18:125, Spiegel's amended translation. So the rabbis, the sin of unchastity detains the rain. Tanith 81. That, too, is biblical. Vend. 19:4 and 5, according to Schlottmann, conveys the idea that a female drug is ever about the holy man to seduce him, but deep study protects him against her temptations. Even such anecdotes are in Bibli Moed Katan 18, with the same moral, temptations of Arshia, Archista, etc. Even so Vend. 1989. 1 comment. Vend. 2:131. 2 comment. Vend. 3:142. 3 PS 106, 3, PROV 2. 18, 19, 12. 28, 13. 6, 10. 2 MS * 1 B3 D3, INSN PIS NNSJR Maimonider Helkoth Mata. Chubba Agata and Avesta 223. According to Spiegel and Rode, who busies himself with good deeds, the evil spirit will let him unmolested. Indeed the Avesta is the only protection against Ahriman. So the rabbis, I created the evil spirit, evil inclination, and its remedy, the Torah. If you occupy with the Torah, you are free of that. Sefri Ekab, Kedushin 30, B Bathra 21. Hail to Israel, as long as they busy themselves with the law, they discard the evil one. The evil one in the Agata is actually termed evil inclination, but it seems it was soon personified as in Persia, no longer meaning the bad passions or instincts, but the personal mischievous spirit of the followers of Satan, as in Persia of Ahriman. Such figures of speech often change their real meaning. In one generation they may be understood literally, and in another figuratively. With Parsi and Jew, they may first have expressed inclination and passion, and next the personal devil. But there is no telling who is initiator and who is imitator. Persian dualism first taught spentomaniu and angrosmaniu, Holy Spirit and Wicked Spirit. Ahura Mazda is a later designation. In Mosaism is monotheism alone pervading. Satan appears much later, hence is Satan of Persian origin. The Persians believe that the Old Bactrian, the idiom of the Avesta, is the language of Ahura. It is probate to chase away the devas, even when said without understanding. Spiegel comment. Vend. I-84. The same claim the Humtus as to the Vedas, laws of Manu. 684. The rabbis say, the Hebrew is the language of the only one. Jerush Megillah 14. It is meritorious to read it even without understanding it. Seder Eliyahu Azuda 2. Bibli Megillah 31. Amor propre is universal. The Parsis believe there is a treasure in heaven of the supernumerary merits and good deeds of the righteous, to spend therefrom in behalf of persons of doubtful goodness, with whom neither good nor bad predominates. Spiegelvend 19. Such is the belief of the Hindus too. Similar we find in Hebrew poetic litanies and in the Midrash, and I shall be merciful on him whom I shall love. That means, God showed Moses all the treasures of the rewards held ready for the just, for those performing the commandments, for those supporting orphans, and for those without merits, I shall freely spend to them. David spake, God, am I to enjoy of the world hereafter? To whom God replied, all will enjoy of the surplus, the overmerit, of thy prayers. So we saw above, our Meyer promised to redeem Acre from hell with a surplus of his own merits. Again we read, 1 Jaren *_ 224 Parsiism and the Vendidad. A sage who pardons his wrongdoers, will gain for himself the surplus of the life deducted from the sinner. Shemoth Rabbah 45, Midr. Esther 3, Jerush. Haggadah 2, Avodah Sarah 18, Haggadah 4 etc. Windishman Mithra 126, Mithra dressed in white robes, leads on the righteous to paradise. Even so is the legend of Simon the Just. Every year an old man in white habiliments conducted me into paradise, Jerus. Yuma 3. 11, the angels are dressed in white, Kiddushin 72. According to Vend 19, by Spiegel, the just reside in heaven, beneath the throne of Ahura and the Amishas Spentas. So says Araleser, Sabbath 122, the souls of the righteous are hid beneath the throne of glory. So Haggadah 12, there are the Ophanim, the Seraphim, and the souls of the just. Pasiktarabadi, when the just one dies, 3 sets of angels are busy with him, saying, let him come in peace. Let him rest on his couch, etc. When the wicked dies, 3 sets of angry angels meet him, shouting, no peace to him. In trouble he shall remain down with the hardened sinners. Just so in Yasna 48, 1:1, the Devas meet the wicked dead and receive them with laughter and scoffing, and compel them to eat disgusting food. Further in Zend Avesta 35, when the just one dies, zephyrs from the south fan him, impregnated with the odor of all spices. Ormuzd lets him have of the finest dishes, sweet and fat. Each saying characterizes its own origin. Midrash Bamidbar Rabbah 13, God will spread a banquet to the righteous in paradise, and zephyric wines will blow and waft the best odors from Eden. The noblest spices will burn and scatter their perfumes amidst groves of cedars and myrtles, cheered by the angels. This is Parsik, lacking but the Arabian Huris, plentifully supplied elsewhere. Hundreds of proverbs and tales, moral sayings, and fables are literally cited by Shor to be found in Persian, Hindu and Babylonian literatures, which have made their way into the Talmudical and Midrashic tomes, usually, though not always, accurately mentioning their sources. But these do not show with sufficient evidence, who is the borrower and who the lender. According to him, not only the Persian sacred books, but also the Hindu, Buddhistic, and Chaldee literatures were translated and accessible to the Jews of Babylon and Palestine. Let us quote the following. Ardashir, the Sasanian king, used to say, happy is the prince, possessed of an honest friend, who in prosperous and joyous times, 1 Dnij, axioms, proverbs, tales, east and west. 225 would remind him of reverses to come, in order to quell his pride. 0 similar to that we read in Birako 31. Another Persian king said, liberality is the best of revenues. True wealth is, to know to be satisfied with one's own lot. The rabbinical version is Iden hu tikal, he is rich. Who is satisfied with his lot. Persian, Hindu and rabbinical proverbs are, if you have wisdom, what do you miss? If you have acquired knowledge, what need you more? The timid will not learn, nor can the angry one teach. Let your tongue learn to say, I know not, tell no lies, that you may not be detected. Needle's breadth is enough for 2 friends, not the world's width for 2 enemies. By 3 things one may recognize the wasteful heir: he dresses magnificently, drinks from costly, brittle glassware, and does not watch over his laborers. The salt of riches is charity. If you do not salt with it your wealth, it will corrupt. Its rabbinical parallel is more pithy and pointed: the salt of money is mercy. 2. Here A is the occasion for it. Rabbi asked the poor daughter of the wealthy Nakdeman, son Gurion, where is gone the wealth of thy father? She answered, Rabbi, it is not justly that the proverb says, salt thy wealth with charity, for her father, Nakdeman, was notoriously both wealthy and charitable. 3 characters hate one another: dogs, whores, and scholars of Babylonia. Poverty goes after the poor. 3 things prolong who life: good clothes, a good house, and a good wife. Teaches not his son some craft, is, as if teaching him brigandage. A well wherefrom you drank water, throw no stone into it. Where a man is needed, try, and be thou the man. A deed of virtue produces another virtue, and one of vice another vice. The wicked, even alive, are as dead; the just, even dead, are deemed alive. Know whence you came from, earth, and where to you go, earth. Sure thinks, without always giving proof, that what the rabbis found of good sayings in foreign literatures, they gave it out as if coming from their own teachers. Here, for instance, is a my pretty Epicurean sentence: Irabin 54 Son, if thou hast wealth, enjoy it, for in the grave there is no pleasure, and there is no tarrying in death. This saying Diodor 223 and Strabo 671 attribute to Sardanapalus, who engraved upon his tombstone, well knowing that thou art mortal, enjoy and be merry, for there is no pleasure for the dead. Samuel in Irabin says, quickly eat and drink, for this world is like a wedding. That also some one merchant in Gujmad. Aitnan Giarha Kethaboth 226 Parsialsum and the Vendad attribute to Sardanapalus, whom it befits better than the rabbis. The following proverbs, of a nobler ring, sure finds, 2. Among Hindus and Buddhists they are well-known ethical sayings of the who rabbis: is a hero he who restrains his passions. What is hateful to thyself, do not unto others. Adorn thyself first, then adorn others. A man finds out all defects, except his own. Man's good deeds meet him after death, and joyfully welcome him in the hereafter. Here are a few doctrines of the Parsis and the rabbis of parallel value, according to Yasna 47. 9 is true life, but in the hereafter, the world here is full of anxiety and disappointment. Even so, Wakra Rabba 3, we read, better is a handful of satisfaction, that means the hereafter, than 2 handfuls of tribulation, that is this world. The Parsis say, the Avesta is among those things first created, the same affirm the rabbis of the Torah, Nedarim 39, and so say the Hindus of the Vedas, Manu. Legends and myths compared. Of a strikingly Avestian physiognomy are, 2. The relatives of the dead spend charities to the poor for the benefit of the deceased. Spiegel in Trod. Vispert 38. Such is the rabbinical teaching too: the dead are atoned for by the money of the living. Old responses. Constantine 276. R. Shararajayan there opines that to pay the debts of the dead, or to spend charity in their name, does them good. The Kayamajus is mentioned in the Talmud as Hama, 3, Abado Sarad 25 and Sachim 116, etc. AC according to Spiegel, Vispert 73, will Ormazd awaken with that, the dead, and restore them to life. Other passages say the Makoshe rain will bring the resurrection. Such as in Sabbath 88, loving rain God will pour down to enliven the dead. It is claimed that the just, as Yuma, the Persian Adam and others, lived up to the Avesta, long before Zoroaster, Spiegel I 47, Yasna. Even so the Agata, Adam, Noah, Abraham, etc., followed practically the Torah, Yuma 28. All what the Parsis said of Yuma, the rabbis claimed of Adam. Yuma was born for eternal life, and when he sinned, he had to die, Spiegel Corda AV 59. Even so in SAB Bath 25 and Irabin 18. Etc., since Adam sinned, he was punished with mortality. Had he obeyed God's commands, he would never have died, Yakut Nithubim 906. After Yuma had sinned, Adava usurped his throne, Spiegel Introd. Corda AV 59. Even so 1 Corda Avesta Spiegel, p. 35. 8 Follow it Shore, Hekalas 8. p. 28. 8 on Leginds and Myths Compared. 227, Guidance 68, Since King Solomon sinned, Ashmedai, the devil, sat upon his throne and he begged his bread. The Parsis said of Zoroaster that he smote Ahriman and his followers by his onavar, Corda AV 33. So the Agada of Moses, when he ascended the mount, he recited a hymn, and the evil spirits took to it. The same, Christian legend claims of Jesus, and Islam legend of Mohammed. The Bamanyasht enumerates what hardships will happen in the Messianic age at the end of days, Spiegel Tradite, Literature, 136, etc. Similar is Sanhedrin 96-99 about the Messiah, his age, tribulations, advent, wars, calamities, etc. Universal Messiah ideal compared. Let us elucidate this theme, one of the leading subjects of this series. The following we read in Bibli. Sanhedrin 96-99, concerning the Messiah, our Naaman said to our Isaac, do you have any tradition when Bar Nephili will come, our Isaac, who is Bar Nephili? A. The Messiah, Q. Why do you call him Bar Nephili? Son of the fallen, in Hebrew. A. Because he will raise the /Aen kingdom of David. R. Yohanan said, in the generation when the son of David is to come, the sages will be but few, the people will pass their lives in sorrow and anxiety, tribulations and oppressive government will daily become worse. The 7 years week, when the son of David is to arrive, will exhibit the following phenomena, partial, then total drought and famine, men, women, and children starving, even the Hasidae, pious, perishing from hunger, and learning disappearing. Then will come better days, fullness, and plenty, joy and study. Then again ominous rumors, at last wars, when son David's will appear. R. Jehuda thinks, then unchastity will abound, society will be unhinged, the sages disgraced, impudence rampant, truth disappearing and honest men laughed at. R. Nihare says, then will the young men scoff at their seniors, the seniles be in awe of the youths, the daughter rise against her mother, impudence be the general rule, the government become heterodox, all moralizing will stop as useless denunciations will multiply, scholarship decrease, no money in the purse and all hope given up. R. Katina says, 6,000 years the world will stand and for 1,000 years be destroyed. Abaya says, for 2,000 years. As the fields in release year remain fallow every 7th year, even so the world will, every 7,000 years. Eliyahu said, the world must stand at least 85 jubilees, 4,250 years, during the last jubilee 1 dvmhvttf Ika Babadi and Midrash Tilim, 228 Parsiism and the Vendidad. Son David's will appear. Arhanan states, in the Persian archives, I have found a scroll and there was written, after 4,291 years of the world's creation, will the world come to an end, the monsters will rise in mutual destruction, the wars of Gog and Magog will take place, thereupon the Messianic age will open. For God renovates the universe, but after 7,000 years. R. Aha opines, after 5,000 years. R. Nathan argues from the verse in Habakkuk 2:3, there is yet a vision for the predestined term, the end is dawning, it will not fail, if it tarries, hope for it, it will come, it will not tarry. Not as our teachers reasoned. From Daniel 7:25, they will be delivered unto his /acts / for a time and times and a half a time, not as our Simle who argued, from Psalms 80:6, yet will eat the bread of tears and drink tears in a triple measure. Not as our Akiba who expounded, Haggai 2:6, yet a little while, and I shall shake heaven and earth, sea and land. But this, the first dominion will last 70 years, the second dominion, 52 years, and the dominion of Bar Kokhba, 2.5 years, 120 PC, he fought against and succumbed to Emperor Hadrian. R.A. Samuel says, curse upon those speculators about the end of days, messianic age, for such may prove fallacious. But thou remain ever hoping for him. Rab says, all such speculations are idle, the messianic advent depends upon Israel's repentance and good deeds. R. Eliezer says, if Israel improves, he will be redeemed, if not, not. R. Yeshua holds, God will raise rulers like Haman. Their cruel government will induce Israel to improve. R. Ola thinks, Jerusalem will be redeemed only through justice and mercy. R. Hillel boldly opines, Israel has no Messiah. For long ago they have devoured him in the days of Hezekiah, was that not an allusion to the Nazareth epoch, etc. In the beginning of the 3rd century the Nazarenes were but a Jewish sect, Jews believing that the Messiah had come. R. Joseph deprecates any such ideas. Diverse rabbis assume the Messianic age as lasting, 40, 70, 400, 365, even 7,000 years, all proven by sacred verses. Samuel says, all the difference between now and the Messianic age, is but Israel's enslavement or political liberation. R. Papa says, that age will dawn when the haughty ones will disappear, the Magians, those judges with the knout. R. Jose says that will be, between yonder city gate being destroyed and rebuilt. One that alludes, sarcastically to the Parsi punishments with the horsewhip, up to 10,000 stripes universal Messiah ideal compared. 229 He recommends to his followers to bury his coffin very deeply in the ground, for there is in Babel no tree to which a Persian horse would not be tied, nor a coffin in Judea where a Parsi horse is not to take his food, the dug-up coffins used as mangers. R. Yohanan says, when thou seest a generation ever decreasing and full of tribulations, look out for Messiah. Son David's will come during a generation, either entirely good or entirely bad. R. Yeshua, son Levi found Elias at the door of the cave of R. Simon, son Jacques. Of him he inquired about the advent of Messiah. Elias said, go and ask the Lord himself, there. Where is he? There he is, at the city gate. Among the poor and the suffering. Administering to when their ills, one by one. R. Yeshua said to Messiah, will thy lordship come? Today. Today, indeed. Elias interpreted reverentially, today, when you listen unto his voice, PS 35. Messiah will appear as soon as the people will listen to the voice of God. The above is but an epitome of that long and remarkable Talmud passage. There we have a succinct description and outline of the rabbinical Messiah ideal. Now, that rabbinical Messiah photograph is identical with that we find everywhere. The Brahmanic, the Parsi and Buddhistic ideals are all alike, the same kernel and agirly the same drapery, the like halo and the same nucleus. That nucleus is, man is vicious and unwise, hence he is unhappy. He will morally and intellectually improve, from sheer compulsion. He will learn to trace his misfortunes straight to his own folly and viciousness. He will become happier, only by becoming wiser. Of course, that is a long way, but the only sure one. That messianic hope of the Talmud and East Asia, is also the Christian messianic if ideal in essence and paraphernalia. Jesus of Nazareth is found at the city gate among the poor, the sick, the persecuted, the outcasts. And such, historically, was Buddha. He renounced his crown, court, and kingdom, and associated with the lowly and the beggars. And such was Mohammed, from the hut, the date meal, the patched clothes, he rose to the throne of Asia, a beggar and a king. He himself declined the Messiah doctrine. But practically he assumed its part and privileges, and history vindicates to him both, the position and the insignia. He sat for that photograph. Thus the realistic nucleus of that ideal, and its habiliment are everywhere pretty much the same. According to Prophet Zechariah 9, he is, poor man riding on an ass, exalted beyond the angels, restoring poor humanity to pristine goodness. Such is the prophetic Messiah, the Gospel Christ, the Hindu Manu, the Persian Sashiosh, 230 Parsiism and the Vendidad. The Chinese Buddha, the Mohammedan Prophet, the same kernel, but other names. The Messiah is a man, he is an angel, he is divine. According to Daniel 7:13 he is coming from the clouds of heaven. Or from behind the throne of the Almighty, according to the mystic books of Heno, Targums, etc. It is for that, Agadah and Talmud call him Anani and Bar Nephili, etc. That means a man from the clouds. Nephili is, I think, not of Hebrew derivation, as Sanhedrin 96b, suggests but rather of Greek terminology, Nephili, cloud, and Bar Nephili means son of the clouds. It is identical with, Anani and Barkba, all are messianic epithets used in the Talmud. Even so designate Homer, Hesiod, etc., their Zeus as Nephil-Agerita, the cloud-gatherer. Thus we believe to have retraced the vestiges of the Messiah ideal among the Jews, Greeks, Christians, and Mohammedans in the West, Brahmins, Parsis and Buddhists in the East, and everywhere we have found it identical in spirit, akin in drapery, and differing only in name. Parsis laws and customs compared. Shor in Hekalas adduces a large number of rabbinical laws, halachath, that either run parallel to, or expressly contrast with the Avesta. Shall mention but a few in illustration of their spirit. A persons carrying the dead are unclean. The same are they according to Talmud. Verbal promise is a contract. Vend. 686. Yet some discriminate between believers and unbelievers. Now this discussion is also to be found among the rabbis, Baba Mizia 9. The Parsis are exceedingly scrupulous concerning an oath, ye shall be ye, and nay shall be nay, Spiegel whispered 56. So in Midrash, Ruth 87, with the righteous is yes, yes, and no, no. Even so Jesus and Paul repeat the same saying. The Parcs thought that the relatives of a perjurer are implicated in the crime and punished with him, Vend 24-35, later this rigorism was mitigated. The rabbinical view is that perjury is morally avenged upon the perjurer and his family. Jeshavuot 6. While Moses teaches, every one shall die for his own sin, no family vendetta. The Parsis distinguished when beating a fellow man, whether blood flowed from the wound or a simple bruise was made, Vend. 690. Now this is exactly the sense of Exodus 21-25, distinguishing between wound and stripe. Even so the Parsis determined the punishment of him who broke a bone of his fellow man, Vend. 499, just so in the rabbinical law, Baba, 1 IPSX 133.x DTSIJJ, 33Y. SBJ 1333-1313-2 Mish JJM- Parsi laws and customs compared. 23I9I, it is forbidden to till during a year the ground whereon a person died. But the place around that is allowed, Vend. 681. According to Talmudical law, who tills a grave makes it a Beit Hapras, unclean ground, and it is unlawful to be utilized for tillage, Aleph 17. The Parsi should not go 3 steps without the kosti, holy girdle. The Jew shall not walk 4 ells without phylacteries, Sabbath N8, nor without the fringed garment the barzeman branch to be fit for that purpose, must not be mutilated. So the willow branch of the Jews is unfit when mutilated, Sukkah.33, the Zend Avesta 41:3, makes it a duty to every Parsi to offer a sacrifice on the holidays. Gahanbar, each, according to his capacity. So too in Talmud, Menakoth Sefer Vayikra, be it much or little, but let it be with a godly purpose. Vast, Mithra 122, Windishman translation. No priest shall eat of the sacrifices who does not understand the prayers. So Sanhedrin 90, an ignorant priest shall not get the priestly heave, truma. The same holds good among the Brahmins. It is the duty of the Parc to make 4 knots in the Kosti, Satyr, to remind him of his diverse religious duties, etc. The Jews make 5 knots for the same purpose expressly done. A non-Parsi dead does no defile, a. Vent 12, Spiegel. Even so Yebamith 61, dead Israelite defiles all in the room. Not so, an idolater. Nor do so idolatrous graveyards. Later on there arose many controversies concerning that. Whosoever says the Ahanavanya prayer, even without attention, does a good work, Vast 19, Spiegel 88. Even so, Barakhoth 42, it is with the recitation of Shema, the Hebrew Credo. Who recites that prayer intently, will have paradise, Yasna 89, according to Talmud Barakhoth 17, who earnestly reads the Shema inherits this world and the hereafter. The Parsic husband has the right to divorce his wife, Spiegel Vispert 31. The same according to Talmud, Sachim 112. A Parsi son 3 times disobedient to his parents, deserves death punishment, Spiegel Visp 32. Such was the Talmudical law, too, originally, but later mitigated. The Parsis had certain holidays when the girls had the privilege of selecting their husbands. Richardson G. E. Breusch 234. Similar in Bibli. Tanith 26, there were no more rejoicing holidays, than the Isthavab and the Atonement Day, when Jewish girls were wooing their future husbands. Who looks impudently to a woman, is a sinner. So in Zend Avesta 45, 19, and SQ Barakhoth 61. Chardon v 177, gamblers cannot be appointed as judges, nor as witnesses, since gambling is not for the 232 Parsiism and the Vendidad. Public good. Even so Sanhedrin 25, the gambler is unfit to witness, for he does not occupy himself with anything useful. 1. Similar striking analogies are to be found in the sexual regulations, those of slaughtering animals, etc., among Jews and Parsis, all which proves the mutual influence of these sections 1 NNYHDB and Apajacent Fo Chapter 12. Max Mueller and Naoroi on modern Parsiism. Having studied the theory and practice of magism of old, in its sacred books and its past history, the reader will feel, I am sure, a deep interest to know its aspects, now, its latest evolutions and we present condition in West India, where it is yet alive. Shall follow here a distinguished professor of that faith, in London, in his own public utterances, on his people and creed, accompanied by the terse and pointed remarks of Professor F. Max Mueller, the well-known scientist and Sanskrit expounder of Oxford. I shall follow both in their own words, without any comment of mine. The reader is well aware of the importance of the testimony of Max Mueller, well known as a great philologist, and no less great as a rational religionist. He is among the foremost who are striving after a universal religion, who recognize the deep strata of a common substance in all religions, that deeper and sublimer than in the sacred books, whispers the still voice of God in the human heart, that all creeds have a common source as their origin, their truly divine ideal and prototype, that they are all but varying patterns of the one original truth, that all teach the rule of God, man's dependence, the immortality of the human substance, virtue, and wisdom as the essence of worship, that the law of evolution, of natural and gradual growth pervades the domain of religion, as everything else in the universe, that no creed is wholly without some truth, that none is alone the road to salvation, that none is wholly new, and all are but combinations of the same radical elements in ever richer growth, that the unbiased study of all creeds contributes to the better appreciation of each, that from the oldest faiths of China and Hindustan, to the newest religious phases in church, mosque, synagogue and temple, there is but one great chain of ethical developments and religious revelations, manifesting the deity in the human conscience and reason, that science and religion are not antagonistic to, but rather completing and perfecting each other, that what the latter divines, the former must verify and prove, and that both are the wheels of the divine Merkaba, chariot, of human civilization, etc., etc. 1 C. Max Müller's, Chips from German Workshop, Modern PARCs, p. 163. 234 Parsiism and the Vendidad. Let us now see Professor Max Müller's opinion on modern Parsis in his own words, in his Happy Face, Chips from a German Workshop on Modern Parsis, page 163, etc. While the scholars of Europe are thus engaged in disinterring the ancient records of the religion of Zoroaster, it is of interest to learn what has become of that religion in those few settlements where it is still professed by small communities. Believe that to many of our readers the two pamphlets, lately published by a distinguished member of the PARC community, Mr. Dada Bine Oroyi, Professor of Gujarati, at University College, London, will open many problems of a more than passing interest. One is a paper read before the Liverpool Philomathic Society, on the manners and customs of the PARCs, the other is a lecture d'oeuvre before the Liverpool Literary and Philosophical Society, on the Parsi religion. In the first of these pamphlets, we are told that the small community of Parsis in western India is, at the present moment, divided into two parties, the conservatives and the liberals. Both are equally attached to the faith of their ancestors, but they differ from each other in their modes of life, the conservatives clinging to all that is established and customary, however absurd and mischievous, the liberals desiring to throw off the abuses of former ages and to avail themselves, as much as is consistent with their religion and their oriental character, of the advantages of European civilization. If I say, writes our informant, that the Parsis use tables, knives, and forks, etc., for taking their dinners, it would be true with regard to one portion, and entirely untrue with regard to another. In one house you see in the dining room the dinner table, furnished with all the English apparatus for its agreeable purposes. Next door, perhaps, you see the gentleman perfect dissatisfied with his primitive good old mode of squatting on a piece of mat, with a large brass or copper plate, round and of the size of an ordinary tray, before him, containing all the dishes of his dinner, spread on it in small heaps, and placed upon a stool about 2 or 3 inches high, with a small tinned copper cup at his side for his drinks, and his fingers for his knives and forks. He does this, not because he cannot afford to have a table, etc., but because he would not have them in preference to his ancestral mode of life, or perhaps, the thought has not occurred to him that he need have anything of the kind. The narang is the urine of the cow, ox, or she-goat, and the rubbing of it over the face and hands, is the second thing a Parsi does after getting out of bed. Either before Naoroi, conservatives, and liberals. Worship. 23's applying the narang to the face and hands, or while it remains on the hands after being applied, he should not touch anything directly with his hands, but, in order to wash off the narang, he either asks somebody else to pour water on his hands, or resorts to the device of taking hold of the pot, through the intervention of a piece of cloth, such as a handkerchief or his sudra, i.e., his blouse. He first pours water on one hand, then takes the pot in that hand and washes his other hand, face, and feet. The Liberal Party has completely surrendered this objectionable custom, but the old school still keeps it up, though their faith, as Dada Bine Oroyi says, in the efficacy of narang to drive away Satan, may be shaken. The reformers, our author writes, maintain that there is no authority whatever in the original books of Zarathustra for the observance of this dirty practice, but that it is altogether a later introduction. The old ones adduce the authority of the works of some of the priests of former days, and say the practice ought to be observed. They quote one passage from the Zend Avesta corroborative of their opinion, which their opponents deny as at all bearing upon the point. Here, whatever our own feelings may be about the narang, truth obliges us to side with the old school, and if our author had consulted the 9th Fargard of the Vendidad, page 120, line 21, in Brockhaus edition, he would have seen that both, the drinking and the rubbing in with the so-called Jeomazo, i.e., Narang are clearly enjoined by Zoroaster in Ser 18 purificatory rites. Pious Parsi has to say his prayers 16 times at least every day, first on getting out of bed, then during the Narang operation, again when he takes his bath, again when he cleanses his teeth, and when he has finished his morning ablutions. The same prayers are repeated whenever during the day a Parsi has to wash his hands. Every meal such there are 3 begins and ends with prayer. Besides the grace, and before going to bed, the work of the day is closed by a prayer. The most extraordinary thing is, that none of the Parsis, not even their priests, understand the ancient language in which these prayers are composed. Must quote the words of our author, who is himself of the priestly caste and who says, all prayers, on every occasion, are said, or rather recited, in the old original Zend language. Neither the reciter nor the people around intended to be edified. On one, our ladies apply a salve to their faces against flies, etc. May that not have been the real object of the Parsi Narang? They imagined the evil spirits as ugly flies and mosquitoes. 236 Parsiism and the Vendidad understanding a word of it. There is no pulpit among the Parsis. On several occasions, as on the occasion of the Gumbers, the Bimstral holidays, the third day's ceremonies for the dead, and other religious or special holidays, there are assemblages in the temple, prayers are repeated, in which more or less join, but there is no discourse in the vernacular of the people. Ordinarily, every one goes to the fire temple, whenever he likes, or, if it is convenient to him, recites his prayers himself, and as long as he likes, and gives, if so inclined, something to the priests to pray for him. In another passage our author says, far from being the teachers of the true doctrine and duties of their religion, the priests are generally the most bigoted and superstitious, and exercise much injurious influence over the women, especially, who, until lately, received no education at all. The priests have, however, now begun to feel their degraded position. Many of them, if they can do so, bring up their sons in any other profession but their own. There are, perhaps, a dozen among the whole body of professional priests who lay claim to a knowledge of the Zend Avesta, but the only respect in which they are superior to their brethren is, that they have learned the meanings of the words of the books as they are taught, without knowing the language, either philosophically or grammatically. The Parsis are monogamists. They do not eat anything cooked by a person of another religion. They object to beef, pork or ham. Their priesthood is hereditary. None but the son of a priest can be a priest, but it is not obligatory for the son of a priest to take orders. The high priest is called Dustur, the others are called Mobd. The principal points for which the liberals among the Parsis are at the present moment contending, are the abolition of the filthy purifications by means of Narang, the reduction of the large number of obligatory prayers, the prohibition of early betrothals and marriage, the suppression of extravagance at weddings and funerals, the education of women, and their admission into general a society. Society has been formed, called the Rahanumi Mazdayasna, i.e., the guide of the worshippers of God. Meetings are held, speeches made, tracts distributed. Counter society, too, has been started, called the True Guides, and we readily believe what Mr. Dadabhai Naoroji tells us that, as in Europe, so in India, the reformers have found themselves strengthened by the intolerant bigotry and the weakness of the arguments of their opponents. 237 Parser Liberals Catechism. A few questions and answers to acquaint the children of the Holy Zarathustra community with the subject of the Mazdayasna religion, i.e. the worship of God. Question. Do we, of the Zarathustra community, believe in? Answer. Believe in only who one God, and do not believe in any besides him. Q. Is that one God? A. The God who created the heavens, the earth, the angels, the stars, the sun, the moon, the fire, the water, or all the four elements, and all things of the two worlds, that God we believe in, him we worship. Him we invoke, him we adore. Q. Do we not believe in any other God? A. Whoever believes in any other God but this, is an infidel and shall suffer the punishment of hell. Q. What is the form of our God? A. Our God has neither face nor form, color, nor shape, nor fixed place. There is no other like him. He is himself and singly, such a glory that we cannot praise or describe him, nor can our mind comprehend him. So far, no one could object to this catechism, and it must be clear that the dualism, which is generally mentioned as the distinguishing feature of the Persian religion, the belief in two gods, or Mazd the principle of good, and Ahriman the principle of evil, is not countenanced by the modern Parsis. The catechism continues, Q. What is our religion? A. Our religion is worship of God. Q. Whence did we receive our religion? A. God's true prophet, the true Zarathustra, Zoroaster, Asfantaman and Ashurwan brought the religion to us from God. Q. What religion has our prophet brought us from God? A. The disciples of our prophet have recorded in several books that religion. Many of these books were destroyed during Alexander's conquest. The remainder of the books were preserved with great care and respect by the Sasanian kings. Of these again, the greater portion were destroyed at the Mohammedan conquest by Caliph Omar, so that we have now very few books remaining. We consider these books as heavenly books, because God sent the tidings of these books to us through the holy Zarathustra. Q. What commands has God sent us through his prophet, the exalted Zarathustra? A. To know God as one, to know the prophet, the exalted Zarathustra, as the true prophet, to believe the religion and the Avesta brought by him, as true, beyond all manner of doubt, to believe in the goodness of God, not to disobey any of the commands of the Mazdayasna religion, to avoid evil deeds, to exert for good deeds, J. To pray 5 times in the day, to believe 238 Parsiism and the Vendidad. In the reckoning and justice on the 4th morning after death, to hope for heaven and to fear hell, to consider doubtless the day of general destruction and resurrection, to remember always that God has done what he willed, and shall do what he wills, to face some luminous object while worshipping God. Some deceivers, the catechism continues, with the view of acquiring exaltation in this world, have set themselves up as prophets, and, going among the laboring and ignorant people, have persuaded them, that, if you commit sin, I shall intercede for you, I shall plead for you, I shall save you, and thus deceive them, but the wise among the people know the deceit. This clearly refers to Christian missionaries. If anyone commits sin, the Parsis say, under the belief that he shall be saved by somebody, both, the deceiver as well as the deceived shall be damned on the day of Rastaheh. There is no Savior. In the other world you shall receive the return according to your actions. Your Savior are your deeds and God himself. He is the pardoner and the giver. If you repent your sins and reform, and if the great judge consider you worthy of pardon, or would be merciful to you, he alone can and will save you. Thus the religious belief of the present Parsi communities is reduced to 2 or 3 fundamental doctrines, and these, though professedly resting on the teaching of Zoroaster, receive their real sanction from a much higher authority. Parsi believes in one God, to whom he addresses his prayers. His morality is comprised in these words: pure thoughts, pure words, pure deeds. Believing in the punishment of vice and the reward of virtue, he trusts for pardon to the mercy of God. There is a charm, no doubt, in so short a creed, and if the whole of Zoroaster's teachings were confined to this, there would be some truth in what his followers say of their religion, namely, that it is for all, and not for any particular nation. Max Müller Chips from German Workshop, 1867, p. 177. Recapitulation of the volume. In this volume is thus offered to the reader a treatise on the Eastern religions, particularly on Zoroastrianism, the Zend Avesta, the sacred books of the Parsis, and the Vendidad in special, the leading code of that collection. The Zend Avesta may be termed the Bible of the West Asian Iranians or Medo-Persians, and the Vendidad fairly corresponds to the Pentateuch, the law, Torah, of that once powerful group of nations, now reduced to the East India Parsis. In the course of our studies of that Eastern code, we have been agreeably surprised to learn how often these 239 Bibles, of the East and of the West, run parallel to each other. We feel thrilled at the thought that such analogies evidently prove that for long centuries they must have lived side by side with each other, influencing, coinciding with, or antagonizing each other, and that both have often harmoniously combined to oppose, reduce, and combat the crude mythologies of the Hindus and of the Greeks. Generally it should seem that Zoroastrianism was a reformation upon Eastern Hinduism, that the Mosaico-prophetic doctrine was a further and more radical reformation of the combined mythologies of the East and West, of Medo-Persia, Greece, Asia Minor, Egypt, and Europe, and that both these reformations have yet earlier joined hands in Chaldea, finding their central point and common focus in the epoch and the activity of the biblical, patriarchal religion. Thus, Ur of the Chaldees, Haran, Hebron, Bama, Jerusalem, etc., may have been the links joining together the many rings in the chain of purified metaphysical and ethical thought, between the extreme east and the extreme west of the civilized world of antiquity. The frequent polemics of Duder, Elias, Isaiah 2, etc., point unmistakably to that double character of the Mosaic Reformation. Both these recessions against former mythology began in prehistoric times. The eastern one commenced with Zoroaster of the Avesta, the western one with Abraham of the Pentateuch. Each of these two ethical currents had a rationalistic phase and a mystical one. The Zend Avesta contains both these aspects, the rational and the abstruse one, the logical, reasoning one and the supernatural one. The Pentateuch harbors preponderate the rationalistic one, but its developments, the Talmud on the one hand and the New Testament on the other, exhibit both, the rationalistic and the supernatural phases. These latter elements, the mystic ones, based on faith and intuition, yet infinitely accumulating in the course of centuries, found their full expression and embodiment, in the later Kabbalah and its own Bible, the Zohar. In the volumes preceding this, we have treated of these diverse codes, their legislations and doctrines, their sociological aspects and aspirations, their Messiah ideals, have discussed the spirit of the legislations of Sinai, of Olivet, of Tarsus, and of Mecca. Have now examined into the Zend Avesta and the Vendidad in special, their leading religious, ethical, legal, and social doctrines. While the volume to follow this present one, will occupy itself with the rational and mystical phases of both, the Aryan sacred books and the Shemitic Bibles, as combined in the system of 24 copyright Paxism and the Vendidad. The Kabbalah and its central exposition, the Zohar. Thus, having treated in this series of the leading legislations, doctrines, and Bibles oft-world, oft-Old Testament, the New Testament and the Quran, these pages have analyzed the Zend Avesta, and partly Manu and Sutras, to conclude later both these Bible groups with our study of religious philosophy, the Kabbalah and the Zohar, the medieval Bible of mysticism and metaphysics. Everywhere we have looked rather to the spirit than to the letter, and given their parallels and contrasts in the other ethical systems. In that manner we have compared the tenets and have tried to elucidate the drift and scope of the several leading schemes, to get an abstract of their religious philosophy and to arrive at their respective ideas and aspirations historically, ethically, politically, thus to find out the Messiah ideal of each religion, each nation, and each civilization, the final object of this series of treatises on the world's legislations. This present volume is thus an independent treatise on the Aryan religions, laws, and socio-political tenets. At the same time it is a necessary link in our series on the leading Bibles, codes, and religious philosophies of the historical nations. Have spoken of the Mosaic and rabbinical codes, of those of Nazareth, of Tarsus, and of Medina. This one now, of India-Persia, is thus the fifth legislation discussed in our series. It is the third volume on the sociological and ethical aspects, or the Messiah ideal, of each of these civilizations. It is the second study of our considerations on mysticism and its potent influence upon the present living religions. It is perhaps the first attempt at collating and comparing these systems and bringing out their inner kernel, without any invidious sectarian bias, an attempt opportune in a country and at an epoch, where all creeds and races strive to live peaceably side by side. It offers the picture of Aryan mysticism, after we have contemplated in the preceding volumes that of Semitic mysticism united to Aryan supernaturalism. The closing treatise on philosophy, Kabbalah, and Zohar is to complete that tableau of Shemitic mysticism, whose elements are gathered there from everywhere, east and west, Persian, Hindu, Greek and Hebrew, and later giving birth to Spinoza's ethics. This present treatise has shown that the religious thought, the philosophical thought, the historical thought and the mystical thought in these several religious systems are running in parallels with each other, that they are really but rays of one light, partial contributions to one stream of humane aspirations. This volume is recapitulation of Thank Volume 2-4I, thus a new ring in our chain of reasonings on the identity of what is truly divine, at the basis of the great systems of the world. It is a further plea for the noble postulatum held up by the great historical legislators, the unity of race, of mind, and of man's leading interiorists. It is hence a further plea for broad and humane mutual toleration. It shows religion, ethics, and the leading sociological doctrines as lying deeply embedded in the rock of man's intellectual and moral nature, and that all flows from one and the same divine source of spirituality. It shows the indissoluble union of true science and religion, of rationalism and mysticism, since we learn the known from the unknown, and meditation reveals what was formerly shrouded in mystery. So we see nature and we divine supernature, we grasp matter and we fairly presume mind, we are in contact with the universe, and we descry the divine, the soul of the universe. The Zend Avesta and the Kabbalah unite both these elements. For in our moral and intellectual nature we cannot disentangle the rational from the mystic, just as we know part and guess another part of the universe, until the revelation of today becomes the reasoned conviction of tomorrow, science. The Zend Avesta may be termed especially Aryan mysticism and the Kabbalah Shemitic mysticism, the first hailing from the Orient, the latter apparently from the Occident, the one coming down from grey antiquity, the other seemingly belonging to comparatively modern times. Yet closely examined, Aryan and Semite, Asia and Europe, ancient and modern times are pretty much identical in the tendency of their teachings. They pass the same orbits, but in ever broader and higher circles, to use Goethe's well-known metaphor. In our next volume, we shall see Kabbalah, as but a further development of the Hindu-Iranian doctrines, taking up all the elements of rational and mystic thought from Manu, Zoroaster, Abraham, Plato, Philo, and Plotin, down to Moses de Leon and Corduero, and effectually closing, not with the Zohar, but with Spinoza's ethics. That we shall see in our next volume, completing the series on the Messiah ideal. The last rationalistic word of the Kabbalah and the Zohar is the ethics of Spinoza. Conclusion. The religious element contemplated from that elevated standpoint, becomes thus the highest and noblest factor in man's education, the greatest potency in his civilization, while effete creeds and political selfishness are the greatest obstacles to human advance. Statecraft and priestcraft are the very opposites of religion. R 242 Parsiism and the Vendidad. Study here has shown the religious substance everywhere to be identical, eternal, and divine, permeating the human heart wherever it throbs, feels, and meditates. While the pride of creed, caste, and race have their source in selfishness and brutality, aiming at usurpation. The logical result of our researches in this series of treatises, as in this and in the subsequent volumes, all pointing to the identical basis of the great religions, to the one doctrine unfolding, since the dawn of humanity to this day, elaborated by the different sections of the race, will contribute to raise the standard of all beliefs and their churches. The aspect of sectarian contentions and denominational antagonisms can but belittle and depreciate them all. The spectacle of their harmony, of their congruence, must improve and raise their estimation. The moral conviction gained by our comparative method, that deep at the bottom of all the creeds flows the stream of the one eternal revelation, the one religion, the Word of God to the mind of man, that can but restore the prestige and efficacy of virtue, morals, and religion, it must raise even the status of the churches themselves, it will contribute its might to invigorate the relaxed springs of ethics, and give a healthful impulse to civilized society, to education, to freedom, and to intellectuality. This assumption of the identity of the religious basis and essence is the very opposite to religious indifference. Indeed, the argument that the religious element is the subumest and most potent factor of civilization, should not be misunderstood as religious indifferentism. Nor even could it be understood as neutrality and coldness towards religious symbols and forms. Our argument goes to induce religious toleration, not to create indifferentism. That argument is, that religion, as truth, is one and divine, and that the religious forms are the products of history and environments. As such, the ceremonies are endeared to the denominations and legitimate. But they ought not to bias anyone to intolerance and sectarian arrogance, much less should they palliate violence and privilege. Let the Parsi bear his tavids, the Jew his phylacteries, the Christian his cross, and the Moslem his crescent. But let them all remember that these are forms and emblems, while the practical essence is, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, equally emphasized and accentuated by Manu, Zoroaster, Buddha, Abraham, Moses, Socrates, Hillel, Jesus, Paul, Mohammed. These pages and series of treatises aim thus not at depreciating creed and symbol, but at calling the attention of the thoughtful, that they are but the historical formula, that our neighbors have their formula, that each, conclusion 343 is legitimate, if it answers the purpose of awakening ethical fervor, that everywhere the regious essence and substance tend to the same level and standard, that our neighbor may have other ceremonies and holidays, but he cannot have another religious essence, as long as he is sincere in his creed, be that Mazdaism, Judaism, Christianity, Islamism, etc. Let every believer assume that his own church comes nearest to that ideal religion and cling to it. But let him be fair and consider, that since other denominations have substantially the same essence, and that their forms and churches are the historical products of their own environments, they have decidedly the same right to exist side by side with his own. Thus does the theory of these pages and this entire series of works point out the exact boundary line between tolerance and indifferentism, viz., to be loyal to one's own faith, and be tolerant toward one's neighbor's creed, in essence and in form, thoroughly convinced that every great church may lead to salvation, because the essence, aim, and object of each are pretty nearly the same. Holy shall ye be, for holy is your Lord. What asks God of thee? But to reverence him, walk in his ways, love him and serve him. And what is the practical substance of the love and service of God? Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Hypocrisy alone must be excluded as the many-colored mask of Ahriman. Thus, while assuming our own way to be the nearest to salvation, let us be convinced that there is no hell for any other honest way. That is the exact tenor of our argument. No indifferentism, but broad toleration for every sincere conviction, that loyalty we clary for our belief, we must concede to others for theirs. Let, therefore, the last word of this argument and of this volume be, loyalty, not indifferentism, nor narrow-mindedness. 1 Levite 19, 2. Deuter 10, 12. Leviticus 12, 18. And, 244 Parsiism and the Vendidad misprints corrected. Page 7 below, read. Ernst Curtius instead of Ernest Curtis 30 middle, 44 below, 47-49 above, 114 middle, Theos Aletheus Eos Alidias is Isis and Kane Isis and Kane. Several systems. Modern systems. A long train, long crowd. Messengers of the highest. Messengers the highest. 117 middle, 123 below, 153 above, Babel deities world, the beneficent Babel deities world. The beneficent. 155 below, find their genius 160 below. Underscore. So do the Hebrew and so does the 161 above. He lost Eden, was accursed, he loses, is accursed. 163 middle, in his dominion his dominion 175 below, a particle the particle 180 middle, prayers pray verse 189 should be carried should not be 189 below, who has passed 190 above, 200 middle, economic reasons depreciated currency economic reason depreciated 239 above Ramabama, Mosaic diet and hygiene. Professor H. Greets, Breslau, it pleases me very much and I request you to let me keep the copy. Your Shylocracy and Prejudice is beautiful. He offered to superintend the publication of religious rites. Similar approving utterances by Chief Abba H. Abler, London, Isidore Loeb, Paris, L. Philipson, Allgemeine Zeitung des Judentums, Archives Israelites, Paris, Rommers Literaturblatt, etc. Spirit of the biblical legislation. Cardinal Gibbons sent an autograph letter with a liberal subscription. Then, verbally, he said, "Your book contains NEP ideas, and I shall continue my subscription to your continued work." 8. Honorable W. B. Gladstone sent a letter with his greetings. Professor Max Mueller sent the same with his portrait. Librarian A. N. Buebaber commented in the London Quarterly Review, "We have no doubt that this present study will be as favorably received as his thoughts on religious rights. It is an original attempt at comparative legislation and the influence of religion on law. Mr. Herbert Spencer, your work contains much interesting matter which I should like to read when my health permits." Dr. A. Swartz, rector of Vienna Theological Seminary, finds the book profound and has it reviewed in the Ungar Israelite, Budapest. It says the erudite and sympathetic author of this work has already by other publications earned the warmest acknowledgement and approbation of leading scholars in Europe and America. The reader of the present work finds there both instruction and enthusiasm. The author has been very successful in bringing out therein the spirit and the principles of the Mosaic institutions. Reverend Dr. A. Kohut, New York, it is the product of a systematically trained mind that has well mastered the philosophy of Jewish legislation. Bishops Drs. Parrott, Capefard, and Wilson, Drs. B. Felsenthal and Moray, etc., write encouragingly. Professor W. T. Harris of the Educational Bureau, Washington, it ought to have a wide reading among students of religion, sociology and politics. It is doing much good towards clearing up grave economic misgivings. I hope the author will further bring out his studies. The press, political, religious and scientific, here and abroad, has most kindly reviewed the above writings and frequently given them its cordial encouragement. The Messiah Ideal, Volume 2, treating of Paul and the Gospel, Mohammed and the Quran, is just out. On its advanced sheets the press has most favorably commented. The address of the author and publisher is, M Fluegel, 521, Robert St. Baltimore, Maryland. Comments on Maio Fluegel's Literae Week. The Messiah Ideal. Volume I. Jesus of Nazareth. The first impulse to that work came from Professor Piens Delitzsch of the Leipzig University, who gave the author a friendly challenge to write on that subject. See Vol. I. p. 296. Dean George E. Day of Yale University wrote next, "Seeing your style of writing, I have strongly felt what a contribution it would be if you would undertake to show the teachings of the most distinguished of the Jewish nation. Such a presentation, I am sure, would be welcomed by all thinking men." Professor Max Mueller, England, to whom an outline was sent, wrote, "Your new book bids fair to bring out much interesting matter. The Talmud is a rich mine, by far not yet exhausted." After having received the published volume, he expresses himself thus: "It seems to contain a great deal that is not only new and interesting, but much that is valuable and will be permanently useful." Dean Parrer, Canterbury, England, I read your book with the greatest interest. The Jewish writings, as I have long found, are invaluable, furnishing many illustrations of the gospel narrative, etc. Hector Aschwaez, of the Vienna Theological Seminary, by the kind transmission of your latest work you have not only given me great pleasure, but shown again how fruitful your pen is. That is indeed a gigantic labor, to which I congratulate you most heartily. Friendly letters came from Rector Ernst Curtius, Berlin University, Herbert Spencer, London, Librarian A. Neubauer, Oxford, Ed Cohen, Artist, Frankfurt A/M, Dean G. E. Day, Yale University, Kev. Dr. M. J. Astro W., Philadelphia, Dr. B. Felsenthal, Chicago, and many more American ministers, scholars and university professors. Thoughts on religious rights. To this President W. H. Green of Princeton Seminary writes, this book seems to embody in an interesting way the results of extensive reading, study, and careful reflection. Professor Franz Delitzsch, of Leipzig University, it is likely to prove a real enrichment to science. It is rich in contents, offering much material for reflection. Professor W. Wundt, of same university, your historical researches are calculated to vividly interest me. Remarks in my studies on Spinoza. I shall utilize your The Right Honourable W. E. Gladstone, London. It appears to be a treatise of great interest. Being about examining into the character of the Mosaic system, it is VSRY welcome to me. Professor Max Mueller, it is full of interesting information and I hope you will continue. Grand Rabbi Zadok Khan, Paris, I have read your charming book with pleasure and profit. Comments on M Fluegel's literary work. The Messiah Ideal. Vol I Jesus of Nazareth. The first impulse to that work came from Professor Franz Delitzsch of the Leipzig University, who gave the author a friendly challenge to write on that subject. See Vol I, p. 296. Dean George B. Day of Yale University wrote next, seeing your style of writing, I have strongly felt what a contribution it would be if you would undertake to show the teachings of the most distinguished of the Jewish nation. Such a presentation, I am sure, would be welcomed by all thinking men. Professor Max Mueller, England, to whom an outline was sent, wrote, your new book bids fair to bring out much interesting matter. The Talmud is a rich mine, by far not yet exhausted. After having received the published volume, he expresses himself thus, it seems to contain a great deal that is not only new and interesting, but much that is valuable and will be permanently useful. Dean Faber, Canterbury, England, I read your book with the greatest interest. The Jewish writings, as I have long found, are invaluable, as furnishing many illustrations of the gospel narrative, etc. Rector A. Swartz, of the Vienna Theological Seminary, by the kind transmission of your latest work you have not only given me great pleasure, but shown again how fruitful your pen is. That is indeed a gigantic labor, to which I congratulate you most heartily. Friendly letters came from Rector Ernst Gurdius, Berlin University, Herbert Spencer, London, Librarian A. Neubauer, Oxford, Ed Cohen, Artist, Frankfurt A/M, Dean G. E. Day, Yale University, Kev. Dr. M. Jastbo, Philadelphia, Dr. B. Pell SBNTHAL, Chicago, and many more American ministers, scholars and university professors. Thoughts on religious rights. To this President W. H. Green of Princeton Seminary writes, this book seems to embody in an interesting way the results of extensive reading, study, and careful reflection. Professor Franz Delitzsch, of Leipzig University, it is likely to prove a real enrichment to science. It is rich in contents, offering much material for reflection. Professor W. Wundt, of same university, your historical researches are calculated to vividly interest me. Remarks in my studies on Spinoza. I shall utilize your The 8 Honourable W. E. Gladstone, London. It appears to be a treatise of great interest. Being about examining into the character of the Mosaic system, it is VSRY welcome to me. Max Professor Mueller, it is full of interesting information and I hope you will continue. Grand Rabbi Zadok Khan, Paris, I have read your charming book with pleasure and profit. Comments on Messiah Ideal, vol.il Paul and the New Testament - Mohammed and the Quran. Author Maurice Fluegel. Honorable Andrew D. White, of the Cornell University, writes, I will gladly read your works. They show to be of decided value. Baroness de Hirsch-Girouth of Paris, I tender you my thanks for your having dedicated your interesting work to the memory of my late husband. The Chief of the Cabinet of H.B. Khedive of Egypt, His Highness, the Khedive, has perused with great interest your work, and has ordered it to be placed in his private library. Dr. Adolf Schwartz, Eector of the Rabbinical Seminary at Vienna, informs that Messiah Ideal, vols. I and 11, have been heartily and approvingly reviewed in the press. Their Professor Ad. Nubaub, of Oxford University, discusses vols. I and 2 critically, and at length, in CSR London Quarterly Review, of October, closing. The second volume is even more original. The analysis of the Gospels may be considered as the best part. The chapters on the Messiah ideal are full of information. Those on Mohammed and Quran are well arranged. The IS2 York Tribune, of November 24, Maurice Fluegel needs no introduction. Few men in this country are superior authorities in his line. His IFO/A/ZJDI/ is written with rare insight. His Mohammed and Quran, too, will be most useful to students. His work is sure to gain the appreciation of the thoughtful. The J.S. Devitt York Sun, of August 30 and January 34, devoted 3 columns to the author's biblical legislation and as much space to his Jesus of Nazareth. Closing, we are not surprised that such men as W. E. Gladstone, Franz Delitzsch, Max Mueller, etc., have united in finding his works most valuable. The EU York Press, of November 15, Messiah Ideal combines eloquence with grace of style, scientific spirit, and depths of learning. Chicago Tribune, of March 13, the book evidences an independent mind, wide sympathies, full of ardor in the pursuit of truth, rising above all bigotry and prejudice. Chicago Daily News, of January 33, among students of the best class the Messiah Ideal will meet with approval. Concentration of purpose and immense research are evidenced. The Baltimore Sun, American News, and many more dailies and weeklies of other cities reviewed in the same approving and kindly spirit. Eve. DKK Kohler, New York. No one can read your biblical legislation without interest and profit. Your views, characterization, and tracing its influence upon modern legislations are correct. I sincerely trust that your series of works, so brimful of thought and rich in suggestion, will find their way to Jewish and Christian homes, enlightening the people and showing what religion is and works for. This series on the world's religions, doctrines, and legislations, will be continued and gradually published, viz. Zend Avesta, or the Persian Eligious legislation. 2. Philosophy, Eligion, and Kabbalah, from Zoroaster to Spinoza. 3. Israel, the biblical people, his past and future. 4. Spirit of the biblical legislation, continued, each in their historical connection, influencing our own times. 300 pages about each volume, cloth-bound, large octavo. Subscriptions are solicited. Baltimore, April, 1897. Spirit of the biblical legislation. Comments on the author's publications. The Baltimore Sun in last June, brought out the prospectus of this work. So did other papers in the East and West. Among the first encouraging letters with subscriptions were those from His Eminence, Cardinal Gibbons, Honorables Attorney General J. P. Poe, Charles J. Bonaparte, L. N. Hopkins, Baltimore, Attorney General S. N. E. Isidal, Jacob H. Schiff, New York, leading ministers and laymen, booksellers, congregations followed. Advanced sheets have been submitted to leading scholars, and their opinions were unanimous that, the book is highly interesting and important, fully deserving public attention. Such are the replies, among many others, by the Reverend Drs. Edward A. Lawrence, Utah Congregational Church, J. T. White Mast, McCullough Methodist Episcopal Church, H. M. Wharton, Brantley Baptist Church, C. A. Yulton, North Avenue Emmanuel Baptist Church, E. H. Pullman, Guilford Avenue Universalist Church, Dr. Clampett, Druid Hill Avenue Episcopal Church, and Dr. A. Friedenwald, physician, North Utah Street. The Cincinnati American is published in 1888, 2 lectures by the author on that theme, delivered at the H. Union College, with resolutions of TT and Elks voted him. The book will prove interesting and useful to the general reader, as well as to professionals. The author's thoughts on religious rights and views received the cordial acknowledgement of many scientists, writers, divines and leading universities in America and Europe. So writes President W. H. Green, of Princeton. The book seems to embody, in an interesting way, the results of extensive reading, study, and careful reflection. President Andrew D. White, of Cornell, it interests me very much in my hurried examination of it. President Day, of Yale, had a continued correspondence on it, desiring the author to write on kindred themes. Friedrich von Bodenstedt, German poet, I have read your thoughtful tract with lively interest, and marked many passages to talk over with you. I find in it so much instruction and suggestion. The author and proprietor's address is Eve. M Fluegel, 2041, Division Street, Baltimore, Maryland. M. Sam K. Sam.